We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah. That's what friends are for.
feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up.
Are you kind of my type? Fool, certainly right. Confused by all the tiny lights. The face hidden in shades. Train forever delayed. Afraid for all the things you got, the little things you got. Don't wanna show, don't wanna show. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. They say life is not fair. Hey, not easy to share. So pray for all the things you've done, the little things you've done. Don't wanna show, don't wanna show. Are you kind of my type? Fool, probably right. Confused by all the tiny lights.
gladly give her, blushing like a fool. Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool.
You feel like you can't deny.
No, you're not in control.
Once you connect, you feel the fire.
And she's pulling you close. You close. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. Fumbling for words. You feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it.
The fact that you can't deny.
Yeah, it's taking control. Oh,
It's so intense and she feels the fire.
and she's stealing your soul, your soul. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language.
The fact that you can't deny.
No, you're not in control. Oh,
Once you connect, she feels the fire.
and you're pulling her close, her close. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. I bailaba.
Ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom. Pretty little bird, pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home a month familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe, but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning, nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live, BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Life is Marquee. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangsta, G-Rap, LO, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, DITC, The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie. Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it, while Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far outside, lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water, please. Give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright, while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. I remember the time you said good things we heard, I said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. Or something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they sing it too. It won't be long before they sing it too. Look out my window and all I see are flowers blooming on empty streets. Sometime soon they'll be alive. Hope when they do, they sing with me. It'll be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. Or something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they're singing it too. It won't be long before they're
hard times, so tell me, brother, can we make it through the dark? Let's try to be there for one another, though the road seems very far. When the world just falls apart, we are fearless, we are lightning, breaking through the dark. We are fearless, we keep shining, let love be the spark. Look for the clear skies, it's getting better. Just believe it in your heart. Let's try to hold on, it's now or never. We can make a brand new start. When the world just falls apart, we are fearless, we are lightning, breaking through the dark. We are fearless, we keep shining, let love be the spark, let love be spark, let love be spark, let love be spark, let love be spark. We are fearless, we are lightning, breaking through the dark. We are fearless, we keep shining, let love be the spark, let love be the spark, let love be spark, let love be spark, let love be
I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high.
各位亲爱的召唤师，阿南我又回来了，听说有人想我了。临近夏季赛尾声，复活甲的争夺也是愈发激烈。首先，我们 TES 没有惹你们任何人。滔博哥的夏季赛与过往光景可是截然不同，小分第一，稳居榜首。评论区里让我不要放松警惕的粉丝们，show way！我打了一辈子就不能享受享受吗？
中肯的，一针见血的。
紧随其后的四大天王 JTG、RNG、V5、WBG 都是这个周末的主角。哎，奇怪，怎么这里面有人没有 G？ 哦，原来藏了个肉鸡呀！至此，老 IG 3C 成功会师季后赛。我去，这都是我前队友。周六首战 ，RNG 面对 IG， 物是人非事事休，曾经的春晚再也回不去了。接下来的 FPX 对战 WBG， 涅槃之后的小凤凰渐入佳境，有翔哥在，咱啥也不怕。至于 WBG， 帅哥除了平时能扛能打，除此害也是有两把刷子，一手草丛电蚊拍，直接治好了我的精神内耗。
你看吧，这绝对是逃离蚊子啊！
再看周日的 UP 对阵 V5， 上周的黑暗势力以下克上，打碎了传奇，故事主角变成了山鸡，屠龙者终成恶龙，笑屁憋了一肚子气。我钢铁的屠龙刀就给我拆开刃了，都什么年代了，还在玩传统屠龙？我爱你呀，你这个小可爱啊！周日的最后一场，江湖侠客战千金，您还别说，这个节骨眼上什么都有可能发生。JDG 建立，无剑也未尝不利。总之，这个周末，阿南将会伴随诸位一起见证更多的精彩。看观赛指南，后悔2分钟；不看，后悔一辈子。每期偷看，领先其他观赛者20年，少走80年弯路。话不多说，敬礼。
Welcome everybody to the LPL. My name is Butchables. I'm joined by Lyric once again. How lucky am I? I get 2 Lyric casts in a row for myself. It's a beautiful day outside here in the UK. I hope it's a beautiful day wherever you guys are. Lyric, what's the weather like where you're at? Is it a beautiful day over there?
It's nighttime. It's 2 a.m. What a surprise! But you know what? You know what would brighten up my day is if you went back to the shaved head look, and then your bald scalp could be the sun.
Okay, I'll think about that. I'm going to ruminate on that. While I ruminate, let's take a look at the results from yesterday. Because we're 2 sentences in, and already it's getting a bit wacky here in the LPL. Yesterday we saw EDG defeating WE. I'm going to be honest, don't go back and watch that one if you want some entertainment. Go back and watch RA versus LNG, because RA finally making that upset happen. It's a little disappointing though, isn't it, Lyric? Because that is just too little too late from RA. Like, where were these wins when they were still in running for playoffs?
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, Loyen looked good. Cube having a great series. Sad for LNG. Fantasy still having a rough time, but he was just put in such an unfortunate position. Can only really feel for the guy. And LNG, and I mean, kind of the rest of the league, feels like we're going to be in a situation where maybe 7 wins is going to be that cutoff point for playoffs with teams like AL, LNG. I mean, heck, even TTFPX, like, they might not be able to hit that 8-win mark.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Also, a team like BLG that are going to play today still technically could get to 7 wins, and it's possible for them to try and get a tie, win through the tiebreakers, etc., and make it on into playoffs. Well, I mean, honestly, that sort of middle of the table, 7th through... I don't think we could go quite as far as 13th. I don't think IGN is going to be able to rack up 7 wins.
Yes, we can, Munch.
But they are on 9 losses. They're on a 3-win streak. Like, it's still all to play for, believe it or not. So, a lot on the line today. Let's look at the matches, though, because we've got a couple of those middle-of-the-table teams later on in the show. We'll be starting off with Top Esports versus LGD. LGD still technically in the running for playoffs. We'll jump into the ins and outs of that in a moment. But then we go into BLG versus OMG. These are 2 of the teams that we're talking about when it comes to 7-8 wins. Like, both of them still contenders for playoffs, very much so. OMG at this point, not just looking for playoffs, they're looking for good seeding.
Yeah, OMG in the best position out of that middle of the pack. But the biggest thing looking at today's schedule is the fact that 2 teams can be eliminated. BLG, and then we'll obviously talk about LGD right now. But the fact that today, which on paper you look at like, your average day of LPL, actually is just a ton of stakes for the league overall.
It certainly does. I mean, we've got a lot to get through today in terms of stakes, in terms of standings. We're going to be talking about the standings a lot, as is always the way when you're getting up to playoffs. Let's talk about LGD standings to kick it all off, because this is the last chance saloon for LGD. If they do lose today, they will be out of playoffs officially. They've been struggling for quite a while now. They've been on the cusp for quite a while, and now they have to face Top Esports as their final shot at keeping themselves alive. They would need a hell of an upset. And honestly, if they found this upset, they deserve to stay in the running for playoffs.
Yeah, and you know, we came here to sell and to give hope, because we saw in their last series against TT, like, there were some good moments. They did push the series all the way to 3 games. Fearness in game 1, like, LGD come in on blue side, they first pick Fiora, they don't care, and they completely showed the value that Fearness has on this pick and what the squad can do overall when they get on some comfort champions.
Yeah, honestly, I was really impressed by LGD. Fearness, especially, as you say, he was an absolute monster, but Yeji on this Ari, doing so much setup for the team. Eric Zezreal did crazy damage in that game as well, so all things considered, a fairly impressive series from LGD. I'd argue one of the best series we've seen from them all split long. They have had a rough split for themselves, but it feels like they did kind of have this late resurgence. Unfortunately, couldn't convert that one into a win, which doesn't look good for today because they're up against Top Esports, but ultimately still positives, and crucially, early game positives. We'll dig further into that a little bit later on. But first we need to talk about the other side of the standings, right? Top Esports, because this is the team that, in my mind, and I'll ask for your opinion in a second, Lyric, as well. These guys are the favourites for getting first place in the LPL. Still only on a singular loss here. They are fighting for that first place, and if they get a win today, they will move up to first place. They'll overtake JDG, their 2020 rivals, once again. And, I mean, they're on a 12-win streak. There's nothing to say here aside from just lavishing Top Esports in praise.
Yeah, you know, to kind of go back to your point about favorites, I do think a fair argument could be made for them, JDG or RNG. Like, there are win conditions there for any of them. The thing I'll give TES over JDG and RNG is, kind of surprisingly enough, I think they are the least volatile in terms of how they play. Like, they're pretty consistent at getting leads. They haven't really shown that old Top Esports way of get to mid-game with a 5k lead and just not know what to do. They've been closing out. They've gotten a lot better, in my mind, at playing through sides. Their team fighting's been impeccable. So I think TS definitely in a solid place to just be able to lock in that guaranteed first place slot. Even looking at a series like V5 coming up, I mean, V5 are in a little bit of a slump in recent times, and I think TS are just heavy favorites throughout all 3 of these series coming up.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of that first place, that matchup against V5 will determine for JDG and for RNG whether they have a chance of making it to first place, right? If V5 can beat Top Esports, then it's possible. But if Top Esports, like, their destiny is in their hands. If they just keep winning, they will get first place. There's no questions asked at that point. And I want to talk more about the players as well on how they are getting these wins, because I feel like throughout the split, we've just been praising Top Esports on how good they are. Like, it feels like we're just talking about how good their hands are basically at this point, because genuinely a lot of the time it does feel like they are just better than their opponents in lane. And one player that is, I mean, he's got great hands. He's got great hands. He's got a great face. He's got just great everything. Jackie Love is very good at League of Legends, it has to be said, and he's having a hell of a split as well. We are not seeing the same customary mistakes from Jackie Love that we're so used to seeing over the last couple of years, where he goes way too aggressive, gets caught out by himself. We're seeing a much more reserved version. I mean, he's still aggressive, don't get me wrong, but like, the level of aggression you're seeing this split, that's safe Jackie Love, you know?
Yeah, and you know, my level of analysis for Jackie Love just has to be the title. Jackie Love is good. It's that simple. It really feels like him and Mark have really come together this split. They're doing incredibly well in the laning phase. Jackie Love's still that amazing, like, team fight carry that he's always been, but we're not seeing those oversteps come through nearly as much, if at all, as we've seen in previous splits. It really feels like that he is the mid and late game carry that Top Esports can rely on. Like, sure, I feel like the system's still built around Knight and Tien being able to get them there through the early game. Wayward obviously is a great laning phase, but this is still the guy they rely on to put the damage numbers up, which is why we see, right, 31% of the team's damage coming through. Very versatile in terms of what champions he's willing to bring out. And you know, going up against LGD in their bot lane, I mean, this is definitely where we're gonna be looking at TES to start taking charge in this matchup.
Yeah, it's gonna be, you know, I expect top esports to be looking towards that bottom side. They so often do, especially if they can get an aggressive draft with things like this Kalista. We saw the other day from Eric how terrifying that Ezreal can be as well. But also when it comes to the team fights, right? Jackie Love very regularly just popping off in those team fights, like getting quadra kills, getting pentakills, just taking over the game. And like Mark playing Yuumi, it's not something that we're used to. When you think of Mark, you think of Nautilus and Leona, and you think of him just Chad walking at the enemy. The fact that this duo is now playing enchanters as well, they're willing to change up the playstyle and still look good while doing it. Like, that is no mean feat in the LPL to play enchanters and hard engage supports and be able to pull off both convincingly.
Yeah, and right, they've been able to do it. We saw in their last series the Yuumi coming through. And in their last series against TT, like, they had very respectable wins. I mean, TT have shown to be a good team in their recent series. Jackie Love comes in. Game 1, gets a quadra kill on the Sivir, kind of showing what the reworked Sivir is able to do. But Game 2, he thought, you know, a quadra kill wasn't good enough. Brings out the Jinx, Mark on the Tom Kench, providing that safety, and just running down the opponent, getting the pentakill. I mean, there's never been a question about how good Jackie Love is, right? It's always been about if he can keep up the consistent star-level performances without having those bad moments, and it really feels like this is a split where, once again, he's doing that.
Oh, yeah. He has been absolutely a star player, and I anticipate that continuing. The other question, though, when it comes to talking about star players and who's on the roster, with top esports, it's very clear, cut and dry, right? We were going to do a segment here about Tien specifically, talking about his Lee Sin historically, because we anticipated Shadow would be playing today. Not going to be the case for LGD, despite having a reasonably good series against TT, almost getting that win. LGD coming in with a bunch of roster swaps again. It's going to be Quay in the jungle this time. It's going to be Haichao, and then Asamin over Eric once again. So it feels like every single time we see LGD, they are really mixing up the roster. They are trying to find a version that is going to consistently work. And I'm hoping that this is a positive sign for what's to come next year, right? It feels like they're trying to set foundations here.
Yeah, it's also really interesting because I think these, like, amalgamations do different things. Like, when you look at Yeji, Shadow, and Eric, like, I think especially when you hone in on mid and AD carry, like, Yeji is this, like, movement, like, Galio main, looking to enable his teammates. I think of Eric much more as, like, sit back on only scaling late-game hyper carries and try to play out that way, to where when you look at the iteration coming today, where we have Asim and Haichao coming back, Haichao is much more of a carry player himself. Will be willing to play things like the Azir, plays things like the Ahri that can be a little bit more aggressive in that laning phase. And I also think Asim is, like, sure, he can play those late game hyper carries, but I mean, he's a Draven main. He's willing to bring out the Draven. He can bring out the Kalista. This definitely feels like the more maybe aggressive version of the LGD roster rather than the other set of players. And even though I think Shadow versus Quay isn't really that, like, stylistic, in terms of champion pool, Quay is much more willing to go to those carries, right? I mean, he's even played the Graves this split, likes to lean on being a primary damage dealer for the side of LGD. So I'm expecting maybe we get a bit more aggression coming out from LGD to match that spice from top esports.
Yeah, do you know, the funny thing with the two junglers, when you talk about Quay and Shadow, is the thing that I think of with Quay is Viego, and the thing I think of with Shadow is Lee Sin. But actually, in Shadow's pool, he's played 9 games of Viego and only 3 of Lee Sin this split. So I feel like if you just look at this split alone, both of the LGD junglers, you just think of Viego at this point. Top esports stepping onto the stage here, and as you would expect, it's the standard roster. It's the roster they've been playing with, all split long, and it's a roster for top esports that honestly feels incredibly positive. Every single year, it feels like with top esports, there's 1 or 2 players that you're a little unsure of going into playoffs. Right now, I feel very confident in every single player from top esports. Like, this team, it really is a team.
Lgd Gaming.
100%. I mean, I think across the board, they've been strong. Even like Mark, and I'll even say Wayward to a degree, who were players that I think you could have doubts in certain regards before. Mark with his consistency, and Wayward, even though very aggressive and strong, I don't think he's ever really had to step up and be like the true carry like Jackie Love Knight has been. Have just across the board been solid, working with the team super well. And even Tien, who's a player with a lot of doubts for, with like his form coming in and out, has just been on form all season long. One of the best junglers in the league, no doubt.
see how LGD are going to be able to match up, though. Again, like consistently changing their rosters, consistently shuffling things up. They are technically still in the running for playoffs. 2-10 on the standings right now.
常州
It's not
LGD
looking
对
pretty,
阵滔博
but it
即
is
将开始
possible for
，LPL
LGD.
不
So
畏
we'll have to
进
see
巅峰，我
what
们
they're going
下
to be
个
able to
见。
bring out. And again, I'm curious what it is this version of the roster is bringing to the table. I'd love to see like what was happening in the streams. What was the backstage discussion to decide on this roster to go up against Top Esports, arguably the toughest opponent that you could go up against right now.
And I'm especially curious when we think about jungle and, you know, being on 12-14 now, we haven't really seen a lot of difference in like champions going in or out. But one of the big differences we've seen is the Pantheon pick coming in. And right when me and you saw it the other day, it actually didn't do all too much. But in yesterday's games, Pantheon was able to find quite a considerable impact. So maybe Quay coming in, willing to go onto like this Pantheon pick and give a bit more flavor, bring some globals and look for more picks. Because, yeah, I mean, could just be a bit of a different flair for the side of LGD. And I definitely expect mid to play a much heavier carry role than we saw from Yeji the other day. Which, heck, Yeji's already did have a solid performance. So that's kind of even putting more pressure on Haichao to be able to come in and deliver. But when you're sitting across from Knight, that is a pretty tough ask, even for the best in the world, right? Even like Xiaohu and Rookie and these guys sitting across from Knight, like there's no guarantee that things are going to go your way.
Yeah, exactly. Like Knight is absolutely one of the best laners in the entire world. I'm just saying, by the way, you know, I keep thinking about Worlds at this point. We're getting real close to it. If I don't see Knight versus Chovy in a best of 5 this year, I'm going to be livid. I'm going to be furious. Like, I need to inject that into my eyeballs ASAP.
It feels like Knight, Chovy, and then Rookie Faker are like the ones we really want, really need, and if they don't pan out, would be tragic.
Well,
which, I mean, I guess V5's not playing today, but that's a bit of a scary one for the Rookie Faker scenario.
Well, yeah, I mean, we can talk about the implications of both playoffs, but I think, like, you mentioned those two matchups, and I think you've absolutely hit the nail on the head. But the funny thing is, to me, like, one of those matchups is much more about the mechanics than the other, right? Like, Rookie versus Faker is not necessarily about the hardcore 1v1, because both of those players over their careers have started to play much more of, like, a facilitator role. Like, you don't really think of Rookie for he's going to dump lane in the 1v9 these days. Like, that's not really how he's playing.
I don't know.
I mean, sometimes he does. Don't get me wrong.
I was going to say,
he's still an incredibly capable mid laner. I'm not trying to say he's not. But, like, he doesn't tend to lean into that style in the same way that he used to, you know? And I would say the same for Faker. Like, they're much more team-focused players now than they ever used to be.
I'm just saying, anytime I scroll through the champion page and, like, the Orianna icon comes on my screen, I just think back to some of the dirty things that Rookie's done to other people with Orianna. Like, my God, it should be a crime.
I want to clarify. I'm not trying to say Rookie's not a hell of a good laner.
Yes,
he's still dominant. He's still dominant. Just, he's not a selfish player, I guess is the thing.
Nope. Yeah, 100. I mean, 100% agree, right? But both players becoming more flexible as they've been in the league so long, to where obviously both Chovy and even Knight, like trying to show their stuff, trying to dominate in those 1v1s, 2v2s, and just overall be, you know, aggressive on the map, especially for Knight. I do feel like Knight a bit more selfish, but has been a lot better at especially playing with TN this split and TN playing around him. So going into this pick ban, seeing how they could draft and play around mid jungle is going to be quite an exciting thing for TS. But Munch, I'm already excited. The Fiora's off the board. Thank goodness.
Yeah. Fearless does not get that signature pick. I guess Wayward just decided, you know what? That's not something I want to deal with today. The Kalista also taken off the board here, trying to deny some of that aggression from Asum down in the bottom side. Draven removed too. Remember, we do have two incredibly aggressive AD carry players here in Asum and Jackie Love. So the Kalista, the Draven, both being taken off the board. Lucian, the last like aggressive ADC, still on the table.
Yeah, Lucian's still up, and the other thing my mind always jumps to is things like the Talia still being on the board. Haichao hasn't played it yet this split, but, you know, I still think it'd be a very solid first pick if LGD do want to go for it. Just one of the most versatile mid laners in the pool. Other things still open. We do have the Gnar. We do have the Wukong. I kind of expect LGD to go for one of the three, but they do just end up picking up the Talia.
But crucially, this leaves Zeri wide open, right? It did get nerfed,
oh,
but
true.
A lot of teams still loving the Zeri. We'll see where top esports are likely to go. Obviously, Viego as well, a priority pick for literally every jungler in the league over the course of this split. Wukong is open. So lots of options right now for top esports. They could even go like Zeri Yumi. Like we've seen Marks have to go with the Yumi. We've seen some teams starting to ban Yumi, and there it is, locked in.
And it's a pick we see so infrequently. I even forgot that Zeri was on the table. But you're right, Top Esports at least going to get their hands on the Yumi so far. You would expect that to set up, but I wonder if they're going for this, trying to force LGD into a bit of a Zeri pick for themselves, and then go towards another pick. We obviously saw Sivir up earlier on in the split when people were going towards Zeri. We were seeing Twitch come out as one of the quote-unquote answers. It felt like two very mixed results. But definitely feels like ball is in LGD's court to try to react to what TES are planning to do in the bot lane.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, LGD is just like, you know what? We're opting out of the trade. We're not taking Zeri or Sivir. We're just going to go for the Jinx here. Play safe down in that bottom side. One thing I will say, you know, a lot of people criticizing Riot at the minute for the size of these patches and the speed they're coming out at. It does make draft interesting. It definitely keeps a lot of styles between the different teams and shows different priorities that are coming out from scrims. Looks like Jin Zhao going to go with very much a signature of his, one of the picks that he's been more than willing to lean towards over the course of the split, with 11 games on that Nautilus so far. The Sivir we talked about, though, available. Ezreal, Jackie loves like perfect pocket pick, right? I feel like there are a plethora of options in terms of the AD carry that will go with you.
Yeah, it feels like at this point, TS just toying with us. I feel like any out of these three, like, laning phase, you're just looking to farm, right? Especially both Sivir and Zeri, it's more about just getting through lane and then looking to impact those mid-game team fights to a solid degree. They are just going to go back to the Sivir, which we saw Jackie Love in his last series did pick up that quadra kill on. And, I mean, between both Sivir and Yumi, just so much power to be able to run the enemy down if they find a lead. The problems that TS could face so far, pending that they don't round their comp out with the front line, would be, you know, being able to face check, being able to walk safely into river, or if you fall behind, trying to reclaim that space.
Yeah, Trundle being banned away. Kind of an interesting one with Poppy already taken off the board. Maybe looking to try and grab a Viego for themselves on the next rotation. As you say, something that could face check would be nice. We've not seen huge amounts of tanks from Wayward. The biggest one, though, is that Sejuani, right? Sejuani could be available here. And even though you'd end up going for a blind pick for top esports, I wouldn't hate it.
And for TS, there's still the Wukong open. So I'm curious to see if LGD just banned that one out here. It's obviously the highest priority meta jungler still left on the table. And then once that's gone, I mean, it feels like we're going to be in Vi, Lee Sin territory. And when we started off our day wanting to have that Lee off, it would be quite fitting to get TN to, you know, bring out the Reliable. With the Wukong gone, feels like that's the option. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Vi come out, though, with how TS have set up so far for wanting to go for some of these mid-game team fights. It feels like it can pair a little bit better with the Yumi and just really trying to lock down some of those immobile backliners that LGD have.
And there it is, the Vi locked on in. I just want to quickly mention as well, you did talk about the Graves earlier on. Quay did play that once this split. Could be an option, but the Pantheon as well. Been sneaking in ever since the 12-14. I say sneaking in. He's been seen a lot since the 12-14 changes. Quay going to drop that one in. So a lot of pressure towards the side lanes from the LGD jungler.
And this goes to what we were talking about like 10 minutes ago about maybe why they make this change, right? Quay maybe coming in more comfortable to bring out something like the Pantheon, considering that Shadow has been getting more playtime and maybe him having more time to practice some of the things on 12-14 like this, and now rounding out with the Gnar. So, I mean, double global, even triple global if we consider the super mega death rocket coming out from Assam. So, a lot of pick potential on the side of LGD. They're going to look to split top esports off once they hit that level 6 mark and really try to just speed run this game forward. TS so far looking at that Sejuani, which you hit on, I think more frontline is good. They already have enough damage in their composition, and if they just have more things peeling for that Sivir so they can take front to backs, TS will be feeling in a good place.
Man, doesn't it feel weird to see top esports with, you know, Knight having the setup of that Ahri, you've got Jackalope on a hyper carry, you've got Tien on a setup jungler, and then top lane doesn't lock in AP Gragas. Wow, what a timeline. Wayward actually playing for the team here. A little bit of shade towards 369, who is having a hell of a split.
Having an amazing
JDG.
split.
He's kind of changed as a player since leaving the team as well. That was maybe one of the happiest divorces I think we've ever seen in the LPL. Talk to me about these comps then, because it feels like a lot of scaling on both sides here, but that Taliyah Pantheon combo is always going to lend you proactivity.
I feel like the best distinction is just like pick comp versus a team fight comp, right? I always love when we have two comps with like very different win cons. Both like have the ability to do both. Like obviously Jinx, great team fighter. You have a front line for LGD. Same for TS. Like you have Ari, Vi that can lock things down, but it definitely feels like with LGD's globals, they are in a much better position to separate and pick apart TS, and TS definitely going to be bringing a better front line coming into the late game, and I feel like Yuumi and just the utility and heals that she brings will make LGD's life very difficult. So we need to see LGD get ahead once they hit that level 6 mark and never give TS a chance to get back into the game.
We'll see if they can find themselves that lead. LGD need to get this series win on the board or they will be knocked out of playoffs contention. They had some good early games against TT. One of those games they snowballed into a win. We need to see a performance like that today against arguably the best early game team in the entire league. This is going to be a tough one for LGD, but crucial one if they want to survive and make playoffs. For Top Esports, it's a story of first place, though. They are wanting to snag that back from JDG, who stole it from them just a few days ago.
Yeah, and Top Esports, like you said, have control over their own destinies, so definitely having the power to look to do that. I'm curious to see where they look towards early. I think especially with how we've seen them play this split and even just the matchup itself, I'd kind of expect to see Tien potentially playing a little bit for topside. We've seen Wayward. Doesn't really matter the matchup. He loves to play aggressively in the 1v1. And Sejuani opening a lot of opportunities to find those all-ins, especially considering that Mininar has lost some of the early base HP, but looks like Munch, LGD are they're coming in ferocious.
Yeah, they are going to be moving into the jungle. Nice little boomerang blade there from Jacula. Big chunk onto Asim and onto the mid laner there. Looks like a blue buff start from the side of LGD, but Tien instantly answering, moving over to the opposite side of the map here. And Jacula maybe could force out a smite. No, he's just going to move over to the lane. I wasn't sure if he was going to try and get a cheeky boomerang blade onto that blue buff as Fairness. Feeling the wrath of the Sejuani there. The Poro chasing him down at the top side. Wayward already getting control of the top lane.
We were doing a nice job. I mean, in the melee matchups, is Jin Zhao? Oh, nothing.
I'm going to be honest, I thought that trade was going to go a lot more positively for LGD than it did. After they find the hook, but then there's zoomies and the damage coming out from the Sivir. It's a tough one for LGD, especially with an early game Jinx. You can't go too aggressive. I want to talk about the junglers, though, even though we've got heavy trading, because look at Jacula and Mark. They are chasing Quay down. He's on the Wolves right now, but will he actually get away with this one? Jacula trying to get the Wolves to reset, and they will do so. Quay having his time wasted here.
Yeah, I think making the right call, because we're seeing it now. One of the reasons why LGD were going for those engages is they're looking for heavy trades. Even if both bot lanes go at 50% HP, right? You have jungle on your side of the map to where you know Tien's counter jungling on the opposite side. So I think they're hoping to get that health down low, so you could potentially try and set up for whether it's a gank or an early dive and really take advantage of the split map scenario they have. But Top Esports bot lane have been playing it amazingly, not giving in, searching out for where Quay is. And then the fact that Wayward has been able to win out so heavily since level 1 in this matchup is, I mean, TES so far doing positively on both sides of the map.
Yeah, I mean, really great start from Top Esports, as you would expect, right? I want to quickly talk about the split map, because I feel like split map is a style of play that really went out of fashion like last year and for most of this year. We've been starting to see it sneak in, though. Like, recently, I feel like I've seen 2 or 3 games with split map scenarios. Do you know why that is? Why that change has come back into the meta again?
I think we typically see it still when you have some bot lane matchups, like especially with enchanters coming in, that can be like easily dove or easily exploited if they aren't able to get pushed, right? So we've been seeing it more with things like Lulu, Nami, obviously the Yuumi. This was one of the old ways you try to counter out, is split the map early, try and set up some kind of early heavy trades and dives, and now teams kind of taking advantage of that, because it's become a lot harder to look for dives coming into this season, and especially with a lot of matchups and a lot of tankier champions, even if you ignore some of the turret changes coming in, right, it is just a little bit of a hassle. But now we see Tien looking for a bit of proactivity on the bottom side.
Yeah, I think just hovering to make sure that Jacula and Mark can just shove this wave in, get it underneath tower, and go for a reset on that cannon wave as well. Looks like they'll be able to finish the wave off. It will likely go for the reset here. I'm a little surprised LGD don't freeze this, but I guess wanting to make sure that they can threaten the push themselves. Jin Zhao can look for the hook here, but he's a second too late. Oh, that's a heartbreaker for Jin Zhao. Obviously, he couldn't see that, but yeah, just a millisecond too late on denying the recalls.
I gotta say, Munch, his hook did still connect to something. In my mind, that is a 100% success rate. You know, it doesn't matter what it was. It still didn't miss. Exactly. You know, when you're 2-10, we look for the bright spots. As you know, Fearness is Fiora, very dominant in the lane. Sadly for him, because of the cross map for his side, hasn't been able to exactly find the most aggressive or best trades to come out ahead of Wayward. And yeah, you know, maybe Quay though, you solo kill Wayward here, Munch. That's the play.
I don't know if that's happening, buddy. I'll be honest. Wayward having Ignite and a level up on him, I don't think Quay wins those. Drake is now on the map, though, so perhaps we could see some proactivity from the junglers towards that one. As you can see, Tien
Your
up on the top
imagination's too
side.
small, Munch. It's too small.
I mean, look, I don't think that the compliments you're trying to give LGD are the compliments that you think that they are. Like the point, nice spell shot there from Jackalope. The point at which you say, you know, the fact that they are surviving these plays is a silver light. Like, that's not a compliment. That just shows your expectations of LGD.
You're right, but right now, what they're looking to do, right? Mid jungle linking up. We've hit 6 for mid. Quay should be decently close, and this will be the time where LGD can actually finally start making proactive plays and not just doing well according to expectations, but actually just outright doing well on the map. Quay still a little bit far from having that grand starfall, but once he does, I really want to see them find impact, especially on the spot lane. Like, they could definitely find kills on Wayward, especially if Fearness is hitting the Meganar. But I mean, now him having 6 feels like he can buy a lot of time if Tien's up towards that side of the map. So definitely feels like for LGD, bot lane is a lot more of a guaranteed success for a 4-man play.
Yeah, well, you know, as much as it can be against top esports, I don't know if you can ever call it a guaranteed success when you're trying to play versus Jackie Love and Mark. These two are exceptional, especially this year. And you can see a 10 CS lead built up by Jackie Love already in this game. A minor CS lead in that mid lane, but crucially, up in the top side, Wayward doing a really good job. There is a frozen wave there, though, for Fearness, so you should be able to close that gap slightly. But so far, the laning going well for top esports, which honestly has been the story of this entire year.
Yeah, I mean, top esports laning phase, just one of the best teams we have. It feels like, I feel like all 3 lanes, there's nowhere we even look at it like, it's a little bit good as Grand Starfall.
Straight away down into the bottom side with Jackie Love, spell shields to stun, and then goes the Pantheon also. Quay making an attempt, but denied by Jackie Love.
Yeah, and I feel like Pantheon's one of those champions, like how we would think of things like TF or Galio, that it really feels like when you find the windows, they have to be impactful because then it's on such a long cooldown as Tien now.
Haichao going to be locked up, charmed up, and taken down. Beautifully done here by Top Esports. Starting strong, answering the play in the bottom side with a successful gank in the mid lane.
Great job by TS. Spot out the jungler, know the opportunities there as Fearness trying to find some aggression of his own, isn't able to do it. And I kind of like that we're zooming in on top now because we're at the 8-minute mark. Herald is on the board, and LGD actually the team to start moving first. But with how successful Wayward's been in lane, and even just how the matchup goes, I'd really like to see TS be the team to prioritize and find this first Rift Herald.
Wayward finding a flash there as well while you're talking. Aggressive trades and successful trades from Wayward. Still has that Ignite as well. We see quite a lot of the top laners being very aggressive with their Ignite usage, often using it a little too early in a play. Saves it, waits for the flash to be down. Now, next time around, if he ever gets Fearness in that kind of spot again, will find a kill. Let's take another look at the play mid, though. Instantly in with the ultimate from the bag and the follow-up from Nice Pit.
I mean, just really nowhere to go for Haichao. Wave wasn't even pushed too far forward. It was in a little bit of a neutral position. But, I mean, when you have RA plus Vi able to close so much distance, feels easy to go for. But LGD now doing Herald. Top Esports, I said, I want to see them contest, but looks like they might just go to the opposite side of the map. You had a winning top lane matchup. We saw Knight finding success in mid. And, I mean, the fact that LGD are getting an objective pretty much for free, just feels like TS wasting a little bit of time just trying to find their own jungle camps and looking for those resets for items.
Yeah, looks like Jackalov wants to stick around this bottom side, put some pressure onto Assam here, and maybe look to find some plates. But look at this, TN. Not going to waste time completely as he moves into the jungle. Fairness taking a bit of a chunk from Wayward, but now he's on the range side of that matchup. He gets to chase Wayward down a little bit, turning into that Mega Gnar, but won't really find an opportunity to all in on the top side. I want to look at this jungle, yeah. TN, Knight, Jackalov, and Mark all moving in. Red buff taken here. A rocket flying out from Assam, trying to steal away the red buff. Won't quite happen for them, but surely Drake is next on the menu.
I wonder if they're going to go for it, because with Drake becoming so much tankier, I feel like in these past 2 days we've seen teams be actually hesitant to take early Drakes, despite the fact that the buffs are larger and, you know, Riot, we're wanting to promote more action. It just feels like it could be a little bit of a gamble. You started up, you're giving the enemy team so much time to react. And with no deep vision in the enemy topside jungle, yeah, we're not going to see it happen. If they had some wards down and Kanokwe was up here now, or that the lanes trading sides was coming through, they could go for it, but not going to have that information.
I just want to quickly take a second here, Lyric. You know, we see LGD get that Herald, but in the meantime, we were sort of criticizing Top Esports for not getting anything done. What they've been doing while people were moving around for Herald and all of that is just get an advantage in every single lane. Like Wayward, 15 CS up, plus 2 plates. You've got Knight, who's 10 CS up. You've got Jackalov, who just got on a reset, so he's about to catch a wave, so he'll, build that lead back up to about 10 once again, like it was before. Feels like Top Esports, while not ahead in any neutral objectives, you can see in the gold difference, only off of 1 kill, over 1,000 gold ahead. Tien, though, might walk into an ambush here. You can tell he knows something's up. He's real suspicious of this one. Jackalov going to move forward with that spell shield, and played beautifully by Top Esports. Honestly, Top Esports of last year, Top Esports of spring, would have just face-checked that brush and died to it. Not anymore. This is a reserved, smart team now. It's kind of weird to watch, honestly.
The discipline, coordination, and communication on a small interaction like that does show a lot, though, right? Like, they were aware that they didn't control the space, that they didn't have vision up in the top side. That could be there as Jackalov.
Here's an all-in opportunity onto Jin Zhao. Big damage from the Boomerang Blade. One more or two. Can't quite get enraged. The bounces on the Ricochet are scary. It's not enough to get a kill, but crucially, it is enough to crash another wave and look for plates on the top side for Jackalov.
And this is how Top Esports are finding the leads, right? Because you hit on it. I mean, it hasn't really been through neutral objectives. I honestly still feel like they could have contested that Rift Herald and won out, but it's just been through these, like, small little kind of nuances in laning phases, enforcing these trades, being able to chunk down turret plates, and from what has been a pretty slow game, right? I mean, TES have built up about a 2K gold lead out of nowhere.
It's kind of insane, honestly. And look at this. They're waiting to see where LGD go on the map. They're just following Assam and Jin Zhao. They will not let them escape this matchup. They will not let Fairness escape his matchup either. And they're leaning towards this bottom side. They haven't yet spotted the Jinx on the map, which is about to walk over a ward. And there you go. The change in position from Jackalov immediately starts pathing up towards the top lane again. And
Fairness.
Oh no. Oh dear. Oh my poor dear Fairness up in the top side. He actually almost got solo killed there, but Tien comes in just to finish the job. Nicely done here by Top Esports. And once again, you get an opportunity for Wayward to get onto those plates. Herald does get the charge on the top side. Assam getting a bunch of gold there. Jackalov being zoned away by Quay and Jin Zhao, but unafraid in a 2v3, uses the cleanse, gets knocked up. Knight moving on in. Jackalov low on HP though, and taken down. Too aggressive from the side of Top Esports. The kitty taken too, as Knight looks to answer here. Big damage onto Quay, and he ain't backing away. Nobody afraid on the side of Top Esports as they continue to scrap here. Knight in a 1v3 going forwards, gets under the tower, trying to clear this wave. But LGD will finish this.
I was going to say, like, no one at Top Esports is afraid, but they definitely should be afraid. I love LGD not backing off, not getting timid in the face of Top Esports, kind of playing over-aggressive. Hai Chao's able to show up. They're able to get good chunks of damage down with these seismic shoves. And after, you know, a day of praising Jackalov, kind of not having these moments, we see it come through. And great job by LGD to punish and take advantage.
Yeah, Jackalov going way too far forward on that one. And, you know, it says a lot about the expectations of these players, doesn't it? That you see Jackalov doing this and you're like, wait, can he actually pull this off when he walks into the play? The answer was no. Just gets CC'd like crazy and taken down. It was a 4v3 here, and A little overzealous from the side of Top Esports. And again, Knight, I'm surprised that he kept on going for this, trying to finish Quay.
I mean, he still had charges of the Spirit Rush, right? Still had the Flash, so at least knew he wasn't in any, like, threat of going down himself. Could be risky in terms of, you know, if he does go a bit too far forward and has to blow Flash, but it's at least the risk versus reward of maybe he finds the kill there, the threat of that forces people to back off the turret, and for TS, right, going for these aggressive plays, they at least know they're still in a good spot in terms of having map control up. Second Rift Herald will be up soon, though. And TS obviously didn't contest the first one, but with the level of pressure, it feels like they should be able to get this. If LGD want to circumvent that, they still have the Grand Starfall for Quay, and you can look to try to find a pick on sides. We see him pathing towards that bottom side right now.
So we do. Damage onto Chao as well. He's desperate to try and sweep some of these wards, but punished heavily for that fact. As you say, Herald on the top side of the map here. High Chow trying to back away from the players. You see Tien and Knight moving in towards the blue roof, just buying so much space on the map. You see Quay on the bottom side. Could Starfall up to try and make some kind of Herald play, but this feels like a lost play already for the side of LG.
And I like that LGD have backed off, right? Because, again, TS have complete control. I feel like what they were hoping to do was move Quay down towards the bottom lane and try and find a pick onto Wayward. But once Wayward wasn't showing on the wave and started to move up, that's why they're kind of hovering around mid, seeing if he's going to make an appearance and try to find a kill there. So they at least have in mind that they are looking for other plays, but sadly not able to find it because Wayward circumvented by not putting himself in a position to be punished.
Yeah, and you see Top Esports moving to finish the tower on that top lane. Tien holding onto the Herald, obviously, did not need to use that one. I want to quickly take a look at the scoreboard as well, Lyric, because, you know, that 2,000 gold lead coming from really not a lot in terms of, like, kills or anything like that. It's not really been action. It's just been those individual differences. But it's Tien that did pick up a couple of those things. His individual lead has come from that. You can see the chainsword, you can see his tier 2 boots, and headed towards his mythic as well now. Perhaps looking for a pick onto Jin Zhao. The rest of the team just finished resetting. Forces out a flash. Is he going to commit an ultimate? I think he's happy with just the summoner.
Yeah, great job by Tien to be able to get that. I also want to hit on, I mean, like you said, Kempunk Chainsword was one of the things that got hit on this patch. The cost was increased, and the whole selling point of that item and why everyone's been buying it first is because it was 126% gold efficient before. So I'm kind of curious to see if the Pariah will take a hit once teams get, you know, more games, once analysts go through the math and see, like, hey, you know, is it just better to go towards a Divine Sunderer compared to just getting the faster power spike in terms of raw numbers that has been hit a little bit?
But while we work out the numbers on Kempunk Chainsword, Top Esports are working out the numbers on these tier 1 towers. That's all 3 down now. And that is a terrifying moment for LGD. Oh, this is a terrifying moment for Fearness, because my God, he does not get to move on this play. That's the power of the farm.
TS just, I mean, stock and standard, hovering around mid, guaranteeing that they have push, can make this play towards bot, but Quay coming in.
Oh, dear. Yep, Jaggylove just popped. Hey, he didn't even use his ult. That was just zoomies. Oh, days. That was...
not much. LGD got Prio, though. They can potentially take this tower.
Oh, TP? Is this actually going to finish? No, it's not. Yeah, I thought that was a little overzealous on the TP there. Wayward's TP on cooldown. Trading a tier 1 in the mid lane for LGD for the tier 2 down in that bottom side. Not really ideal for LGD, but at least they got something.
Yeah, because when you are behind like this, right? I mean, realistically, finding an opportunity to take mid turret will be hard. TS still in control. TS are trading up. But the fact that LG are getting anything is a win for them. But now TS going to be looking to force their way into bot side river and start getting some more vision down. There's some pretty good deep wards like we can see in the jungle. They're actually going to spot out Fearness right now. But at least having the information, they can try and bring Knight in with TP and, you know, look for an aggressive flank coming through.
Everyone stack it up forward. Drake.
Oh,
We're just going to have a fight. Boomerang's flying around, though. Keep your eyes on Jackylum. Shredding through the support currently. Quay on the front line as well. Oh, big nod from Fearness. Jackylum flash out to the backside of the play as Knight gets into the mix as well. Resets for days on the Ari. And LGD annihilated.
And we saw LGD slowly get whittled down by the ricochet from Jackylove. Once Knight's able to get into the fight, it is a done deal for TES. Now they're going to be able to pick up Dragon. We can see their bot lane already pushing in mid, can potentially get some chunk damage down there. They're forcing in a wave top. We don't even get time. We're going to go straight into the replay. Is LGD wanting to force before Knight can get here because they have numbers advantage? But look at Jackulov on the back. Like, sure, he just got ulted in, but he's already done so much damage to both Haichao and Quay. And then once Knight gets in and is able to start finding these charms, it really just sealed the deal for the side of TES.
Look at Knight's build. Oh, I can't look at Knight's build because look at the damage.
Exactly.
Jackulov, 5k damage in that fight. That's more than we see for entire games of AD carries half the time in LPL when a team is falling behind. But look at Knight's build, man. Everfrost into Lichbane with a 10-stack Medjais. We're 20 minutes into the game. How does he have this much gold?
I don't know. He's going for... I'm definitely going to be able to trade and be able to burst people down in these side lanes. Going to get a lot of value out of that Spellblade passive as well if anyone opts to trade with him. And I like TS to just keep defaulting to answering sides before looking to make these plays. I feel like this is one of the problems that TS had before, was kind of mismanaging or not being able to play around their sideways correctly, but doing so now. But LGD looking to be cheeky.
Yeah, and they go. Jinchao the target to start this one off. Quay as well there. Jackulov forced away by the depth charge. But on the other side of the fight, so was Haichao, and he's taken down Fairness. In Mininar, just TPs in, has to hop out immediately. Knight, in the meantime, has found Assam and using that Lichbane to great effectiveness. Quay next on the chopping block, and it just feels like Top Esports will not stop. That's a nice nab from Fairness, but it ain't anywhere near enough as Knight sweeps up another. And Top Esports, they just make this look like child's play.
Top Esports were playing slow, finding their lead, being tempered, knowing they could build up those advantages just from their laning phases. But once they have found this significant lead, they're just completely bursting onto the scene, finding tons of kills. And again, they're just so smart being able to spot out these plays. I believe they had a warded enemy jungle to spot this out. So they send TN in, they instantly lock Haichao down, Wayward not too far away to be able to follow up. Somehow Knight able to get to the back line as well. Assam, sadly, the Chopper's not able to do enough. You already hit on his build earlier and how far accelerated he is, and they're just very easily able to run down the members of LGD. Feels like the MVP in this play was just the vision spotting through and then, you know, being aware of where they were in that topside river.
I mean, like, the damage that Assam took from Knight there, Orb of Deception missed. The Q, the big damage ability from Ahri, didn't even hit, and Knight still just one-shot Assam. That is terrifying. And we might end up seeing this build a little more often if you can do that kind of damage, because Ahri has not been a damage champion for most of this split. Hang on, I'm going to hold that thought, because Knight might not be a damage champion for much longer as he's getting chased down by 4 people here. The big play out from LGD onto Assam. Goes Knight. Spirit Rush on out. Depth Charge is there. Weaver's Wall to lock him down. Can they finish him off? Assam survives! They've done it! Raid Boss Knight is down! But at what cost, Lyric?
Exactly, TS able to force in through the mid lane. I get what LGD are looking for. You have to commit numbers advantage somewhere, but they're giving so much leeway to the other members of Top Esports. 3 turrets off that play. They also get mid inhibitor, and looks like they aren't going to slow down.
Good God, this is brutal. This is absolutely brutal. They just dive. Assam is gone. See ya later, LGDers. Top Esports happy to tank this tower up. Jackulov just free firing, untouched the entire play as he finishes them all off. A quadra kill on top of a dominant game. And I think Top Esports is just going to end.
2 quadra kills in a row in 2 different Sivir games. And Haichao having a tough job ahead of him of stopping this push.
There's no way they don't dive the fountain. Haichao gives it on over. The pentakill for Jackulov.
Jackulov with an insane performance on the Sivir. This is why we highlighted this guy coming into the day and making this game just look so easy from start to finish.
A 24-minute win here for Top Esports. Like, you know, we all knew there were favorites coming in today, but my goodness, the team fight, like, the thing is, nothing significant happened for like a solid 15 minutes. Then there's one fight at Drake where Knight gets a great flank, Jackulov's free firing, and the game's just over. They just they just take over the entire game from that point. They take every objective they could want, and they just finish things off within 10 minutes. Like, how insane is that? When top esports get a lead, there's just no stopping them.
And that's why coming into the day, when we asked about who's favorite for LPL, like in my mind, again, an argument can be made for any of like the top 3 to 4 teams. But top esports, I think, are like the most consistent right now at just playing to this high level. I do got to give a special shout out to Haichao for being a bro and just giving that last one over. He wasn't sitting in Fountain, was just sitting right next to the Nexus and was like, hey, you got a pentakill the other day. Let's do it once again. And I mean, looking rough, right? We said coming into the series that if LGD lose, they are just out. I mean, 2-9, 2-10, like they're out anyway. But once it's official months, there's no coming back.
No, absolutely not. They've got one game left of playoffs contention unless they can get that win. They need to find a win. Jagelov, 20k damage across the course of this one. And remember that team fight at Dragon? He did 5,000 damage. That's more than 3 of the players on LGD did in the entire game. That's more than his support did in the entire game. Granted, you know, Mark is playing Yumi, so it's not that surprising, but still cool.
Let's remember that fight as well. Like, there was nothing showy about it. He's just sitting in the back. He presses W, throwing out the autos. No one able to reach him. And by the time Fearness does reach him, it doesn't even matter because both Quay and Haichao are pretty much already dead, and then just nothing LGD is able to do. But the thing I really loved coming out from Jagelov and Mark this game was something you highlighted in the game itself, was they were just constantly following around LGD's bot lane. Because when you're the team in a position where you can keep forcing your advantage, right? There's no reason to give them a free pass in trying to cross map and get free farm on their bot lane when you can just constantly match. Like, sure, you'll be slightly behind in tempo, but you're making it much harder for LGD to get any gold onto the carries that they need to get big to take over the game.
Yeah, it's so beautiful, honestly, to see the way that Top Esports plays the game, to see the way that they play the map. And, you know, when you're dominating every single lane, every single game, it's probably pretty easy to turn those into wins, but the speed at which they convert it is the crazy thing, right? Like I said before, that one fight at Drake, and then the game's just over. It feels like they go from like 1,000 gold lead from the laning phase to just 10k in the space of about 4 minutes. Like, I wish that we had some kind of statistic for like gold lead acceleration or something, because my God, Top Esports would be miles ahead of the crowd. It's unbelievable. We're going to jump into a break, then we'll find out if LGD can get back on this horse or if Top Esports are just going to finish this series off in style. We'll find out shortly.
The crownless are finally king!
The LPL are king again!
Stand strong! Nothing can break us!
Oh boy, yeah, he needs to be so careful. That's just a bit of a mistake, but a fantastic capitalization from Summit, who's already starting to become that self-sufficient top laner that I was talking about.
I really should have stretched first. Oh well.
Okay, I'll admit it. When the producers told me that this week's match of the week is FPX versus Weibo Gaming, I was a little unsure how I could possibly sell this one. But after thinking about it, it kind of sells itself. Allow me to explain. You remember Summit. Of course you do. He joined the LCS, became MVP, and disappeared into the night. Well, he's back, in a slightly harder region.
But ZDZ doesn't have the damage. He's gone too deep as well. It's pure chaos in this fight. As Jojo throws a lick towards Care. There's a root as well. Can they get the place back? Doesn't look like it, because Summit is here to clean house. The boomerangs are flying, and it's an easy kill onto Jojo.
And what better way to prove yourself than versus the Shy? Because at the end of the day, it is the Shy's world. And well, we're just living in it.
So it's going to be hard for them to really make this one work. UCal look to try and trade solo players, but they get themselves at the top of this one. This is ongoing in, but a curse of Sam Mummy into the explosive cast, and they're able to get the GA immediately. One Fong, though, still doing well. And the Shy with a slicing maelstrom right onto the backside. Kevlar knows he needs to do something. I will say that Beishuan's doing some significant damage, but can they kite this one out? They cannot.
This is what the future looks like. Feel free to give up now.
And the flank from Angel, he goes golden to dodge out of the Moonlight Vigil. The Shy has found Cream on the side. They are picking apart OMG. 1 by 1. Abel is left but dead.
I feel so alive!
Kanji coming down. The Shy is doing so much damage with the needleworks, and he just eviscerates Aki. Snip, snip goes your life.
The Shy, once again, looking unstoppable.
I remember the time you said could things be harder, said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. Or something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they sing it too. It won't be long before they sing it too. Look out my window and all I see are flowers blowing on empty streets. Sometime soon they'll be alive. Hope when they do, they sing with me. It'll be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. Or something tells me that if we keep singing a
金角选手的话，他刚转辅助的话，他在 rank 里面也有经常遇到吧，他转辅助感觉转的还是蛮成功的吧，就对线这些也挺厉害的。面对他们下路组合的话，我杰克拉维就是对线的时候小心一点吧，他们挺喜欢 all in 的。
All right. Jackie Love and Mark trying to not get killed during lane as Jin Zhao. Apparently a pretty good laning support, according to Mark at very least. I'm joined by Lyric himself. I nearly called you Jackie Love then. I don't know why, but my mind went blank when I was trying to think of your name, and it auto-filled Jackie Love. I was like, that's not Jackie Love. I'm sure it's not Jackie Love, but I can't think who it is.
I'm just saying, please get Jackie Love on the English broadcast. I don't know if his English would be able to do it. Probably not, but it would still be great.
I would love to cast with Jackie Love. Look, LPL producers, if you can make it happen, make it happen. Like, set me up with my boy. Anyway, let's talk about our MVP. It wasn't Jackie Love in that one. It was TN on this Vi, setting the pace of the game, setting up all of those early plays, and setting his laners up to take over.
He was just so aggressive, right? There were so many times he was just forcing the play at the right time when needed to be, constantly hovering around his laners when they were going for those lane swaps to match the opposing bot lane. Even in the end, after Knight died and LGD got the recalls off, TN didn't care. TN's like, we are diving. We are looking for the end right now. And honestly, I think TN is one of the lead MVP candidates for the split. I feel like TN has just been so stellar. I feel like him and Kanavi really have been the standout junglers of the season. And it's just great to see, right? Because TN, I feel like looking at the past few years, overall his seasons were good. But because of the times when he slumped, like being at finals, just looks so bad on the year as a whole. So the fact that he's been able to keep it up so consistently so far is great. And the thing we're looking at for TN going forward, right, is him being able to keep that up going into playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. Can he maintain that performance? Because also, there's kind of the other side of it, which I don't want to be negative on the guy as he's grabbing an MVP, but it's easier to look good when your lanes win every single game as a jungler, right? Like, I feel like that sort of goes without saying. But his pathing has been very good, and crucially, his cross-map play in that game number 1 was very good, right? Seeing what LGD were doing and answering it. And I feel like that's true of the whole team for top esports, right? We saw that with Jackie Love and Mark. The swap up to the top side from Jin Zhao, so they move up to the top side. Then they go for the reset because they're not sure if Asam and Jin Zhao are going to swap back bot, and then they kind of hover in the mid lane, waiting to see where the other bottom lane goes. So feels like top esports really, really good on the map play in game number 1 against LGD, and so much of that down to TN in the jungle. Let's take a look at the draft though. It's LGD on the red side this time around. I'm curious what top esports will change, but still choosing to ban that Kalista. Interesting.
Yeah, not wanting to give that one over. We kind of highlighted one of the differences in LGD's roster swaps is that Eric definitely leaning heavier into pretty much playing only these like hyper carries, to where Asam able to do both and very confident in doing both. The one swap up for the side of TS could be not having to ban that Lucian and potentially open themselves up for something else. My only thing is, like, what do you really need to ban? I mean, I guess you could look to ban jungle. You could look to take away maybe something like a Viego or a Wukong, and then like position yourself on 2-3 to get one of the other ones. If LGD, maybe have to look to answer like mid or bot if your first pick would be like a Talia or an Aphelios. But definitely going to be interesting to see is LeBlanc coming through, and I didn't even notice that we had a missed ban on, ban number 2 for LGD.
Yeah, kind of a weird one. I wonder if we'll get a message from production any second and tell us what happened there, or if that was just a missed ban from LGD. That would be, not ideal for LGD. The Talia taking off the board here. Silas open for Knight on blue side. That's, that's game. Good job, top esports.
Hey.
Okay,
so
they don't go for it.
Yeah, they don't. So much they don't want the game, but Knight looking incredibly happy. I like what they did with that last ban as well. Banning the LeBlanc, which kind of signals to Talia, forcing LGD to ban that, and then giving yourself the kind of priority choice of the other 2 like high priority mid laners left open. Now for LGD, we still have the Zeri, which we didn't see come across in game 1. You hit on that it has been nerfed, kind of like small nerfs to her damage across the board with the uncharged auto, and then some of the bonus damage you get from when you cast your ult. But teams not wanting to go for it, and Asam throwing down the gauntlet, picking up the Draven against Mr. Draven himself.
This is gonna be something special right here. Awesome. As you say, the gauntlet has been placed down, and I want to see what Jackie Love takes to answer that play in the bottom side. See, hand on the chest, looking a little pressed there. Jackie Love knows he's going to be in for an aggressive laning phase. I'm curious if they'll still go for a defensive lane. You could still pick like a Yumi Sivir kind of thing and just try and clear waves, but perhaps they just leave the AD carry picks and see what gets back.
So they are going to do that, right? I feel like if you're TS, especially going up against a Draven lane, you feel like, okay, well, they're going to be looking to be aggressive. They're going to look to have prio. It could be tough to find, like, bot lanes that can actually go toe-to-toe in the 2v2. And if you're just going to end up having to play the longer range, you're fine sitting back and farming. Jinx is still open. Aphelios is still open. We know Jackie Love has loved the Ezreal. And, like, all of these things could be tough if Draven gets going, but you're fine as long as you can get a strong top side and play up through there. So TS have leaned into that. LGD looking to get the Gnar before it is banned out. Opens up for TS to potentially ban out junglers, but no. Instead, putting more respect onto that Draven lane. They don't really care about whether it's Viego or Vi going over to the side of LGD.
Yeah, trying to remove some of that stuff. Certainly, I mean, I will say, LGD, from their perspective, sticking to the law right now. Senna and Lucian, if you're going to ban one, ban the other. You know, let them be banned together. That's the most important thing. We mentioned the Graves from Quay. I think I've just been baited, though. I don't think they're going to go for the Graves, are they?
No. Viego, I think, is a standout. Xin Zhao's another one who I think would be pretty solid into what TS have. In the fact that, like, having more frontline would be quite nice. But just kind of knowing how these junglers have shaked out, the Viego is what is locked in. And now we get to find out for TS, where do they go? Aphelios, Jinx being the two that we've highlighted. This is a Jackie Love pocket pick, and I'm only hitting on it because I actually wouldn't be surprised to see Jackie Love lock it in. But, much. We've been baited too many times. He's done it before. Kind of depressed.
Yeah, not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. It's just one of those days. Just one of those days, mate. We've been baited multiple times in this draft. It's going to be the Zeri and Braum down at the bottom side. Braum, always very good into the Draven. Oh, do it. Do it, Jin Zhao. Lock in the pure aggro lane. Make my day. Let's see a 2v2 to remember from LGD. This is your last game. If you lose this, you're out of playoffs contention. Show me the Pyke. Show me the aggression alongside the Draven. And show me that you want to win this lane.
LGD are definitely like, hey, if we're gonna officially go out, we're gonna do it in style. Like you're saying, they're looking for the aggression, not only in that 2v2, but obviously Pyke bringing the ability to move around the map so quickly, potentially link up with Haichao, find an advantage through mid-jungle support, then bring it back down to Draven. Point is for LGD, right, it's all about that early game, getting the snowball going, because if we get to mid-late, I feel like TS in a pretty solid position. The amount of frontline they have the peel coming out from the Braum. We know, even with some like subtle nerfs, pretty much every patch coming out for the Zeri, that her damage is still quite insane, especially if you are landing that W. But ball will be in LGD's court. Can TS manage to survive? We will find out soon.
We certainly will. I think I know the answer already, and it doesn't really involve compositions, but that's a whole different story, because LGD, look, win or lose, I don't really care at this point. Look at this comp they're bringing to the table. Haichao's taking Silas in tonight, Asim is taking Draven into Jackie Love, and then Jin Zhao locks in the Pyke as well. Like, if you're gonna go out of playoffs contention, you might as well go out in style. I love this from LGD. All or nothing for them, and all or nothing in the draft as well. I'm hyped. I'm ready to see what happens in game 2.
Yeah, and, you know, I'm excited for the drafts. I like the Draven. The Pyke's exciting. I will say, though, bringing, like, Pyke into a Braum lane is something that, like, matchup-wise, I'm not a huge fan of. You're going to hook the Braum. He actually could then just out-trade you. Always has the W to get away. And TS's side overall, very tanky. So, Jin Zhao will have to be on point with these Qs to actually be able to find Jackie Love and manage for LGD to be able to get these kills and find value in the pick.
It's worth mentioning as well, for people that don't know how the interactions work with Pyke and Braum, Pyke's dash, the stun that comes across, does count as a projectile. So Mark can block that in the same way that Brom can block Ornzul, right? So the stun can be denied by Mark on the rest of the team. Obviously, Mark will still be stunned if he does block it with the Unbreakable, but can protect Jakilov from the stun on the dash from Chinjiao. So we'll see if any of those kinds of interactions do come out throughout the laning phase. So far, though, junglers looking to start on opposite sides of the map.
Yeah, we can see right now, Quay, when you pat down towards the bot side, I think makes a lot of sense when you've drafted such a volatile lane that needs to get ahead. And for TES, the fact that they picked up their whole top side, their first 3 picks, they're playing around this top side. They have a Braum down in bot. They feel comfortable that Jakilov and Mark can be able to manage. You know, once you get back around the spot side, around that like 4.5 minute mark, you can look to cover and make sure it doesn't go down too badly. But I'd love to see TN playing a lot, especially around Knight this game, linking up in that mid jungle, and then looking to be a nuisance in Quay's face, set him behind, and then leave it so, hey, LGD, your laners have to be able to find these advantages on their own.
Top Esports going for some trades onto Jinjiao, hooking them. But crucially, buying a lot of space for Asum to just clear this wave. And it means that LGD are likely to hit level 2 first. And it means that Top Esports won't necessarily be able to trade for a couple of minutes here. They probably should just be forced away from the wave. There should be much they can do about it. At the end of this, however, they are about to hit level 2 as well. There's a hook onto Jakilov. Mark trying to protect here. The level 2 now hit on both sides. Unbreakable comes out. Still a very positive trade for LGD. Jakilov's flash now burnt.
I mean, flash for flash, LGD are going to be feeling good about that one. Jakilov's definitely a lot more valuable than Jinjiao's. And I just love to see the onus coming out from LGD's bot lane to try to force these aggressive trades through. At the end of the day, though, I mean, we expected Jakilov and Mark to be feeling the heat, feeling the pressure. As long as they don't fall too far behind in terms of CS, they will be doing just fine. But this is even more incentive to bring Quay, to bring Haichao down to the spot lane.
Certainly is. And see, Quay is on his blue buff. He's making his way in that direction. The one issue for Quay is that, obviously, the wave is extremely pushed right now towards Top Esports, so it's difficult to make a gank happen unless it's a dive, which, you know, not ideal. I don't know if you want to be diving this early on into the game against a Braum. Braum can be very difficult to pull a dive off on. Jakilov takes another chunk, though. Asum answered slightly, but Jakilov, I don't think those are trades that you should be taking. Going in for extra autos against the Draven. Never going to be fun here. Another hook from Jinjiao, but blocked by a minion.
And we can see Quay coming down for the dive, because they could look for it, but you need to find those heavy trades. Could be hard when you're an all-in bot lane like the one that LGD has. So the fact that Jinjiao landed the Bone Skewer to make sure the heavy trade comes through is huge.
Oh, and look at this. Top Esports, full respect, just legging it from the play. Mark might have to sacrifice himself. Will walk away. Doesn't even actually have to use flash at the end. So the dive doesn't come through. Jakilov and Mark do survive, but crucially, losing a ton of CS on the bottom side. Top Esports tried to answer on the top side, but Haichao pops the teleport to deny.
So we have a bit of a trade coming out, right? For the side of LGD, what they were able to do was deny farm on a Jakilov and at least find Asum a bit of an advantage. Gonna get a base off and at least have superior items coming into lane. But for TS, able to get the TP out of Haichao, so potentially won't be able to cover the same repeat play coming through, or won't be able to look to cover or enable the rest of his team. So I like what Top Esports were able to do, acknowledging the state of the bot lane matchup coming in and really looking to capitalize elsewhere.
Absolutely. Jinjiao, though, he's the one that wants to capitalize now, moving up towards that top side. Wayward could be in a little bit of trouble, and he's just used the Shroud. He's just used that Hallowed Mist. So Wayward, his W on cooldown. Jinjiao in the area, but looks like Jinjiao deciding better of the play, moving down towards the rest of his team. Will be spotted on that ward. So now Top Esports, full information of the fact that Asum is alone in the bottom side. They'll be able to just push this wave in.
TS now having a lot of breathing room. TN even back up towards that top side if he did want to try and set up any kind of repeat play. And, I mean, one of the things about this matchup coming in, right, we said the ball's in LGD's court. TS actually don't really need to do that much because they do have a strong mid-game coming through. So we need to see these plays from Jinjiao actually be able to pay off.
Yeah, we need to see LGD finding an early advantage. Game number 1, we saw actually a relatively quiet early game. It was sort of the mid-game that Top Esports really came alive. But LGD can't really afford for that to happen again. can't afford to go into that mid game on even footing. Fearness forced away on the top side. Wayward will get all the time he wants. Look at the CS difference already. 15 in favor of Wayward. And that's only going to get worse with Tien influencing this matchup. A plate for Wayward as well. He'll be able to turn that into 2 if he likes. I mean, it's a tough situation for Fearness to be in. At least he has TP to get to this wave, get some of the CS, but he's 20 down currently.
I think the biggest thing for LGD is the fact that they weren't in a position to cross map, right? They were actually hovering up towards top side to potentially try and match the play. They have made their way down to bot now, but you can see on the minimap, it's given Knight time to respond. Tien still decently far away, and actually looks like he's just gonna not come at all and just opt into his wolves, but gives time for more members of TES to be able to look to cover. So overall, kind of just net positive for the side of TES. Jackie and Mark not even really zoned off the wave.
Nope, able to move back over, clear a lot of it up. Still 10 CS down, it's still a lead in the bottom side for Asum and Jin Zhao. Don't want to take that away from them, but like you say, comparatively to what's happening in the top side, it does feel like a bigger lead in favor of top esports. However, Quay moving into the jungle. Tien alone here. Hai Chao has moved over as well, but Knight on his way. We could have a 2v2 here. Top esports bottom lane moving over quicker. Tien should be able to grab that red buff, but JackieLove now caught, dashes over the wall, uses the laser, trying to get damage over, but Asum flashes after JackieLove, looking for the cash-in, and LGD come alive in the early game. Quay flashing forwards, Hai Chao there to follow up. Knight has to Spirit Rush to survive the play. Quay with the Unbreakable means that the rest of top esports cannot follow up.
Just great play overall coming out from the side of LGD, pincering TES in so they have nowhere to go. Willing to liberally use those flashes, so even if members like JackieLove can dash over wall or Mark can flash away, they're still guaranteeing that those kills go down. Blood straight into the replay, and again, they got pincered in. LGD were able to move first from mid-jungle. Their bot lane comes through, and we can see Braum locked down. He's going to be able to fall once Hai Chao picks it up. And then I love Jin Zhao flashing over, getting that E off onto JackieLove to make sure that one follows through. And then Quay knowing he still has that dash available, we can keep looking for these aggressive movements.
Yeah, Quay using that Unbreakable crucially, stopping Knight being able to get any significant damage returned. I feel like there maybe could have been a return kill from Knight if it wasn't for the fact that Quay was essentially playing Braum during the play. Now top esports considering a dive onto Asum. He's got an Essence Reaver. This is a Draven. Mark blocks the Whirling Death though, and now with the stun on the tower, JackieLove isn't here just yet. This is dangerous. Mark goes down. Asum gets away with a kill.
Asum getting a kill. LGD picking up Rift Herald. Honestly, getting more than they should have, but LGD might actually be able to finagle this early game into a strong mid game and keep their hopes alive. Great to see the punish coming out from them. And now, where do they go with this Herald? You would assume it should be down towards that bottom lane and keep all inning on your Draven. We can see now Quay keeping up the aggression towards the top side.
Tien trying to get the blue buff. We'll be able to grab it. Jin Zhao can't go for the 1v1, and he is not happy about that one. The little Addy emote coming on. And the reset from Tien here. JackieLove dashes out to safety. Avoids the stand aside there. So I feel like we need to kind of take stock of the game. LGD, we said they needed to be aggressive, and they have been. Asum with a crucial play in the bottom side, maintaining this almost 2,000 gold lead for LGD.
Just look at the item difference. I mean, that Essence Reaver compared to Noon Quiver and then the Crit Cloak coming out on the other side, Asum just going to be hitting like a truck. And now for LGD, I think the win condition is just obvious. I feel like you just keep hammering down on the spot lane. The Herald definitely should be used to just guarantee more gold onto Asum, and then set up for these 5v5s to be taken strong. Fairness doing fine, just kind of surviving up in topside. Doesn't really matter that he's down. He'll be able to serve as a front line once he hits that Mega Gnar. And just Hai Chao and Quay need to keep their foot on that gas pedal and keep letting Asum do what he needs to do. So I like what Jin Zhao's doing right now. Keep pathing towards mid when you're coming out from resets. Opens up potential for Hai Chao to look to be aggressive and set up picks onto Knight, which could then be used to get numbers advantage down towards that bottom lane.
Tien moving down, trying to get some vision on the bottom side of the map here with the Scuttle Crab. Jin Zhao moving over, but it'll be too late to contest on the Crab. Look for Tien anyway, but just a bit of damage there. Tien has to back away. Needs to move away from this one. Nice little clear on the ward. Control ward dropped to a little too late, actually. Wasn't even needed as Tien got the auto reset here. Top Esports grouping up. They really want to go for this straight, but Haichao on the top side of the play. I feel like LGD could definitely contest.
LGD are in a good spot. TS will get back to lanes first. We can see Knight already there. And, I mean, once they push these out, right, they'll be able to get back into River and try to contest some more control of the vision that it looks like LGD are reasserting right now. But Tien actually looking for a bit of a play himself. I believe he was spotted on that ward that we can see members like Mark and Jacqueline already walking over.
I think he went straight through River here. And Tien goes in onto Assam immediately. Looking for the knockups here. Looking for the damage. Assam will fall. And Top Esports turning one kill into maybe more with an Ignite down. A double kill for Jacqueline. And the big lead for LGD might have just got into the toilet.
And you called it, Munch. I guess Tien coming from River wasn't spotted out on that ward. So LGD's bot lane not having the knowledge. And then Jinzhao not able to escape. Haichao not really going to be able to find too much back in terms of getting an advantage somewhere else. But TS not going to let LGD just run home through the spot lane, getting a counterpunch of their own. And now look, Immortal Shield Bow picked up for Jacqueline. Will have a better time surviving in this matchup. And even Wayward coming back to lane with that Mythic. So Top Esports hitting some crucial power spikes. We're going to go into the replay, right? But it feels like the critical thing here was Tien finding his way into that brush, not getting spotted on any wards, gets the knockup to come through, so Assam will go down. And then, I mean, Braum passive, yep, comes on through, and that's why Jacqueline able to pick up the second kill.
Man, Jacqueline doing a lot of damage already, just on the shield bow and the boots, but thanks to that ultimate, able to do huge damage. Will just be the plates taken by Quake. I don't think Assam got any credit for those ones, but Herald still used. There's now a play on the bottom side. Tien in trouble here, CC'd up. They can't quite finish the kill. Jinzhao, wall, not gonna go for the ultimate. Jacqueline just runs at him. Not afraid in the slightest.
I'm surprised that LGD weren't more willing to pull the trigger, instead just wanting to try to enable LGD to get the spot lane turret first. With how much time they're buying, Assam's going to be able to do it.
Yeah, tower taken. Assam with a massive influx of gold. That's the first tower of the game. All of the local gold given over to Draven as well. And remember, plates were still active. So 600 plus gold there into Assam's pocket. Very nice for LGD as they try and maintain control. Oh, Fearness is in trouble. Needlework comes on out. One more hit would do the trick with the flash from Fearness. He will survive, but again, Summoner's burnt.
And now he's going to get a lot of alone time with this turret. Fearness is going to stick around, but I don't think Wayward needs to feel all too worried. Looks like he will show respect for the fact that backs have come out from the bottom lane. So at least expecting the fact that Jinzhao can be able to get here, gets his own vision, now knows he can look for these aggressive plays and try to get this lane pushing once again.
Fearness does have TP, so you can anticipate maybe Fearness will just go for the reset here and return to that lane once more. You can see, though, 2 plates remaining on that top side. That wasn't Herald interference. That is just Wayward dominating that lane. You can see a 30 CS lead up on the top side. The 3 plates as well. Now 9TN moving on over. They really want to find a pick onto Fearness. He will spot TN here in the jungle. The Krugs trying to be taken by the LGD top laner. He knew he couldn't walk up there. And LGD will answer with a Drake on the bottom side.
Yeah, we can see teams cross-mapping once again, right? Top Esports giving 4 members towards his top half of the map, with Jacqueline covering in mid lane to make sure they can get this, send Wayward down to bot side. And LGD going to take advantage of it. They have a nice vision line in the enemy jungle, like we can see. So they're going to be able to keep up a lot of pressure in mid and try to rotate between mid and bot to be able to find these kills. But with Rift Herald coming up, it'd be nice to see Haichao start moving up, getting your vision around top side, and making sure you can look to contest the second Herald while you're still strong.
Tien might have gone too far on this one. Needs to use the clone effectively here, but actually not leaving. He just goes in for the knockups instead. Tien using that clone to burn cooldowns on the side of LGD. Now on towards this red buff. Cyclone has been used. This does make the play a little dicey, and I think Top Esports realizing, oh no, Mark, he's been abandoned. He's okay. He walks away. I thought he was going to be doomed there.
Mark at least has flash, but TS showing the respect because Wayward's still pushing down in bottom lane. He doesn't have TP up, so it looks like, once again, Top Esports might just opt into looking for a bit of a cross match, saying, hey, you have the Rift Herald, Gwen will be able to take this turret bot side. Not going to be able to give too many more resources there, because even if they start bringing more members down, LGD still have their vision line around that bottom half of the map, but Wayward will be able to get this uncontested.
Oh, but Tien wants to contest the Herald on the top side here. Big numbers advantage for LGD. I think Tien finally realizing that that is not a play he can make. But crucially, Top Esports essentially just saying, look, you can have the Herald, we'll just take a tower. That's exactly what you're going to get out of a Herald anyway. We're just going to do it proactive.
TS right now sitting 1k gold up, so don't have to worry about too much about that gold, a gold lead being generated for the side of LGD off a Herald play, right? Like, maybe LGD can catch up and find a turret somewhere. We need to remember that second Herald was buffed, 75% more HP once it is dropped, so you should at least be able to confirm, you know, a charge coming through, even if you do mismanage where you place it, and then looking for momentum off that. But it feels like LGD have kind of slowed down a little bit since we've gotten to mid-game in terms of looking for direct confrontations, right? They've still been finding objectives and advantages through cross-mapping, but it'd be kind of nice to see Jin Zhao, Hai Chao, and Quay starting to link up and starting to find more picks with this pipe.
Over the wall, but he's spotted. There's a ward there. Jin Zhao spamming some emotes as well. They know what's going on. Everybody is clued in on the play as the spam comes out on either side. I feel like we've got a little bit of quiet time ahead of us here with no objectives coming up for the next couple of minutes here. Top Esports still posturing. I feel like all game we're going to see posturing, though, because it's a Pike and a Draven on the side of LGD. Like, if you're not posturing, you're not trying to win the game.
Yeah, they're always looking for opportunities to come through, and TS very conscious of that, constantly keeping Tien around his bot lane duo. Oh, no. Are we just going to hit a world of ping-ponging waves, Munch? We're going to ping-pong waves?
We may. We may. Top Esports moving to the top side, but they decide against it. We're going back to the ping-pong. I want to bring something up then, if we've got a couple of things here, Mr. And that's Jackie Love's pentakill record. Now, in competitive play, Jackie Love, for a very, very long time, only had one pentakill. It was in regional finals back in 2019. He got that versus JDG on his Kai'Sa. But then, for a very, very long time, Jaggedov just basically didn't get pentakills until a couple of weeks ago, where he got his pentakill against TT on his Jinx. Since then, he's now got another one. Literally, in the last series, the last game of this series, managed to get his third penta of his career. 2/3 of his pentas across his entire career have been in the last 2 weeks of gameplay.
Jackie Love is getting pissed off that Gal is becoming the pentakill prince and is wanting to take that title for himself. Still has a bit of ways to go. Is Knight finding a nice trade onto Quay, but they have Rift Herald, and they're actually surprisingly not going to drop it. You look at that in his inventory, they don't have much time left on that Herald.
No, they absolutely do not, as they need to be a bit proactive on that one. I just want to quickly continue talking about pentakills. Photic actually had, in 2020, the same amount of pentakills as Jackie Love when he was replaced by Jackie Love. Photic played against JDG, got while he was on Top Esports, remember Photic used to be on Top Esports, he got a pentakill before Jackie Love joined Top Esports. Now he's had 3 this split. Oh, sorry, 3 this year on B5 as well. So, you know, Gala the Penta Prince, I feel like Photic's making a reasonable argument for himself as well. Herald finally used in the mid lane here. Tien here to try and defend. Mark will be able to hit the eye and finish that one off. Drake coming up in 10 seconds. Lyric, I think we might finally get the action that we were promised with this draft.
Yeah, TP coming out from Knight. Fearness has his TP as well. So maybe finally going to get that action to come through. I feel like TS should feel very confident in a straight-up 5v5, considering you have the Braum Wukong ability to lock so many people down, create so much space for Jackie Love to go off. LGD, I'm looking at members like Hai Chao.
Oh, they're just going in. Hai Chao with a good Everfrost to stop the advancement from Top Esports. Wayward is on a flank. Look at him hiding by the blue buff. He can jump over the wall. Has Needlework, has Ghost available. A big laser onto Quay. Top Esports desperate for the fight. Can't find the knockup though, as Mark pulled into the fray, but backs away once more. A lot of ultimates used here, but Top Esports, even if they don't get a kill, will finish this Drake off. It's traded for a tower in the mid lane. The Whirling Death is a little optimistic, I'll admit, as Quay getting chased down here. The Lightning Clash used. Fearness about to turn Mega, backs away into the brush.
Munch, how after all of this do we still end up with no more kills on the board? How does no one go down in this situation?
I just want blood. I just want to fight. LGT, come on, guys. This is your last chance. If you lose this, you're out of playoffs. You've drafted Draven and Pike, and yet you won't give us the fight. You won't give us the blood that we all desperately want to see. Knight will grab his blue buff. Top Esports do get the Drake, though, crucially, and maintain their minuscule gold lead. I will say, we wanted to see LGD coming into the mid-game with a gold lead, which they haven't quite been able to do, but hey, going into the mid-game even against Top Esports, that's no small feat.
No, but at the same time, right, you know, I'm actually usually fine with, you know, having some slower LPL games. You don't need 100 kills in 15 minutes every game. But when I do see things like Pyke Draven coming out, that's where not only the expectation, but also just what you need for the champions to be able to succeed, right, is keeping up that aggression early, finding that lead, or Top Esports kind of getting a free pass to allow champions like Zeri to get incredibly strong, to allow Mark to be able to do what he's going to do. But at least LGD have been trading up every time, right? Like, maybe not trading up, but trading. Losing Drake, but getting turret mid, finding some gold, and making sure that if a member of Top Esports oversteps, is nope, actually, Fearness didn't even overstep. Yeah, Fearness just getting pretty much gold on that side.
TN may be the answer, though. Uses the Cyclones to try and survive, and will have to flash away. But survive he does, and a tier 2 taken in the bottom side here. LGD, they get a tier 1 for themselves, but I don't think it's worth it. Yeah, Wayward's just keeping going. He's on an inhib tower. Aston being threatened in the mid lane as Knight was moving over as well. The reset's finally coming through for LGD. They've traded a tier 1 top lane tower for a tier 2 and an inhib tower in favor of Top Esports on the bottom side.
Top Esports is going to have so much pressure now. It's going to be so hard for whoever on LGD opts into pushing out the bottom wave to be able to walk up.
Cap. Wayward's got death cap second item. He just picked up a Blighting Crystal as well. My god, Wayward is terrifying.
Wayward is huge. I mean, even look at the CS, right? Sitting about 60, almost 60 CS up over Fearness on the opposite side. We're seeing the replay here. I mean, isn't all that far from his turret, right? But still, Top Esports committing the resources there when they see LGD up towards the top side. And this is going to be rough, right? We were already hitting on how for TES in 5v5s, they should feel very comfortable going against LGD's composition. Now with Gwen this huge, I mean, I don't know how anyone on the side of LGD could break through because they're pretty much all burst, not a ton of consistent EPS coming through.
At least for the time being, TN could be caught though on the top side once again. Spirit Rush out from Hai Chao here. The clone blocks away the Bone Skewer. Can TN escape, surviving as long as he can, but finally going down. Top Esports don't want to let him go down unavenged though. Knight moving forward. Wayward here with the need of work, but can't quite finish it off. Jackie Love's turn to move on in. They're taking it in turns to pepper down LGD in full retreat here. And they won't be able to turn and find anything, but Top Esports, crucially, do not answer the pick.
Right, LGD found the kill onto really the only engage coming out from the side of TS. Like, sure, Knight can Spirit Rush in, try and find a charm. It's only one member, but if that charm doesn't hit, it's just gone. You need the Wukong to be able to force fights onto LGD.
Wayward's on a ward here, caught by the Bone Skewer. Will be stunned up, and everyone just climbs on board. That's going to be a dead Gwen, and that's crucially a cash-in for Assam. We said we needed LGD to be proactive. Finally, they show us a little bit of that proactivity. Starting the Baron, but they decide better of the situation.
Yeah, thank God they back out. We also saw Knight use the TP, so they saw him back off. They know multiple members are coming. Almost everyone was half HP on the side of LGD, so I don't think that would be a good one, especially since TN does still have the Cyclone up because he died before the team was there and even got to use it. That is the most critical tool for the side of TES. Wayward will be up in time to contest the next Dragon as well. And now I'm curious to see if LGD opt to contest because they still have their ultimates up, but no flash on Assam, no flash on Quay. It feels like you can very much be punished, especially your Draven, if TN or Knight can find a way to get on top of him with no flash.
Yeah, absolutely. If they can find the way to close the gap and punish him. And remember, having a Pyke, not exactly great for surviving. Not good for peel. Good for finding pigs. Oh my days, so is that laser, apparently. Jesus, that's some big damage. You see the cry and a boo-boo come out from Jin Zhao. I've been enjoying watching Jin Zhao this game. He's kind of matching Wayward in terms of emote game today.
Oh, yeah. And, I mean, heck, we saw Mark compliment him, right? Mark's been having a stellar split. Like, a compliment coming from Mark. Definitely no small feat, but TS, knowing they should be in the driver's seat now with that no flash on Draven, are going to force their way into River. LGD, I expect to just give this one up. You can already see Pinks coming out towards top side. And, oh, they're trying to pull TS over with the threat of Baron.
I like this. I like this a lot from the side of LGD, forcing Top Esports into a play. TN the one to face check here as they move on in. Knight looking for a flank. Jinja out the target, forced to flash away here, and he's gone. He's gone already. Jackulov getting the damage out, and has some balls. Top Esports, you step an inch too far, and they will destroy you.
Yeah, I mean, the standoff there coming out from LGD was a little too much. They're going to go straight onto the Baron. Quay is up, and Quay does have Smite on the table. This could be a steal.
Could be Quay trying to go for this one. It will be 50-50 if Top Esports commit. There we go. The Scry's Bloom onto Quay, forced out by Wayward. Baron taken by Top Esports. At least there's a dragon on the board for LGD, but it is very much a consolation prize here.
I'm just happy to see TS actually marking people on the other side of the Baron pit. It looked like they were to keep everyone in. It was going to be a 50-50. Like, sure, TS could still pull that through, but just send someone over the wall, make sure Quay can't be able to get in. And now with the gold lead that they could hopefully generate from this Baron, it could put them in a great spot. But we'll see here. I was surprised to see TN going on to Jinzhao. They're able to just burst him out outright, but as him there, I am so, like, perplexed why he's walking forward. You can see where Viego is on the minimap, really no position where he's close to going down, and your support just died.
Yeah, that's some, you know, we call it Draven Break, where you just want to throw axes at things. I respect it, you know, he wants to throw axes. Let the man throw axes. Unfortunately, not optimal axe throw here now from SM, because they're going down. Top Esports now can just pressure every single lane. Remember, they took an inhib tower not too long ago down in that bottom side, which means they can very easily shift over to that bottom lane and finish an inhib off. They're playing for a trap in the brush. Fairness, though, that sweeper saving his life. But crucially, the space bought now for them to push in that mid lane. They take the tier 2 tower. Mark pulled back in, but he'll be all right.
And it's one of those things, right, of like, sure, the Pyke pick is exciting, but also just picking Pyke into Braum, like, okay, you throw the hook, Braum blocks, and now realistically, what do you do? Even if you try to kill the Braum, it just takes so much time. It allows TS to get into a fight.
There's TN. They thought that was the clone, I'm pretty sure. He pressed S and just took a bunch of damage after the CC. And they all backed away, but it wasn't even a clone. He actually just took the damage, I'm pretty sure. As the pressure continues. And Top Esports, the thing is, like, they obviously, if they can take an inhib tower here off the Baron, they will. They've still got a minute on that, but ultimately what they're buying with this Baron buff is just complete and utter map control. So when the Baron finishes off, they can reset and still have control of that map. It'll be LGD just trying to fight for some vision control of their own jungle, never mind future neutral objectives.
And when we look at TS's comp, right, very short range, like very brawl and melee heavy, it's very hard for them to brute force their way into Top Esports, into LGD's base. They need to pull LGD out. They need to try and find picks like they're doing, or force a team fight to be able to get in that base. So I like the amount of respect and patience they're showing, because if they did brute force their way in, would be a little bit of a gamble. LGD aren't all that behind in terms of gold or where the state of the game is. So, yeah, don't want to go for anything too risky to give them that chance back in.
Which, again, we've talked about it a lot this split, but that is the big difference between this Top Esports versus every other Top Esports we've seen for the last 3 years, right? Is the Top Esports that we know from 2020 and 2021, they would have made that gamble. They would have just flipped the game on trying to dive the base. Not anymore. This is a much smarter, much safer team than previous iterations of the roster. Jinzhao taking some big damage. I mean, Jackulov, like you say, he's had time to scale up, and he is not missing these lasers.
No, Jackulov has been on point, and let's remember that Top Esports bot lane had it rough. LGD put a lot of focus on it. LGD were playing extremely aggressive. They fell behind early in terms of CS, but on making his way back and actually finding all this damage has been huge. You know, much going forward. I've got a concern if LGD don't really give a window. All TS can really do is wait for the next neutral to come up, right? Wait for the next straight, play for that, wait for Baron, try to push more aggressively with it next time. Maybe play through 3 lanes instead of 2, as we did see them look for a 2-lane setup, pull more members apart. Then you could look for an aggressive dive maybe with the Wukong. But until then, I mean, LGD showing a lot of respect, not giving TS a pick over to try to force into the base.
Do you know what the play is for Top Esports? Use these control wards that they have at Wolves and just let the next mid-wave push out and just wait. See if anyone from LGD comes to farm. It assumes that the recalls will come on through. And just look for the big play. Wayward Going to Fearness here. Fearness has got to be a little careful on this one. He's a level down. Wayward has 3 items and needlework available, but you can see that Quay and Jinjiao were moving on over, so Wayward respecting it for the time being. Drake coming up in 45 seconds, Lyric, and we've waited patiently, and as you say, that neutral will be the next point of contention.
Yeah, and kind of taking stock of what we can see in this fight, right? All summoners up across the board. We even have Guardian Angel now being picked up for Jackie-Love, who is the big damage dealer on the side of top esports, so that'll be useful. And just across the board, right? More defensive tools coming through. GA, 2 stopwatches now picked up, so TS can be able to survive the initial burst coming out from LGD, and that might be the difference maker. Because you already hit on earlier that there really isn't any peel for the side, for the Draven coming through. So LGD kind of need to be the ones to force the fight, be the aggressors, take one member out right away, and then be able to just go full steam ahead from there.
Yeah, and we already know that LGD are not going to contest this one because we saw the Whirling Death there used by Asim just as a wave clear tool. The second he's blasting that out, just clear waves, you know that they're not going to be looking for a fight anytime soon. So LGD trying to use this time to buy some space on the top side of the map, getting some deep vision out there. Quay will be able to go for some wolves and things, but it is traded for his own bottom side jungle as well. So, you know, one of those neutral trades in terms of the jungle, but a very positive trade for top esports in terms of that Drake. And now the pressure comes out once more. You can see top esports playing in both jungles here. They're desperate to find some picks.
Top esports are trying, but I mean, LGD just not giving them that wiggle room. And this is what's really going to test TS's patience, right? Because with Baron coming up, I think it's an obvious play for TS. Start heading towards that Baron. Try and bring LGD out. If you get the Baron, though, that to me is where the real test comes in. If TS can create that window to look for the aggressive play, it feels like it would be on-bot inhibitor, but I might not have to project that far forward because LGD finally coming out of the base, not wanting to give this over to top esports for free.
This is scary because we've got a Gwen that's on the flank right here, but it looks like Wayward moves back towards that bottom lane. What I wouldn't be too surprised to see is top esports try and threaten the side lane pressure, right? Fearness cannot 1v1 Wayward. Like, that's never happening again this game. So Wayward can put a lot of pressure on that open init. Remember, they took that tower earlier on. So the second Wayward is left alone on the bottom side, he will take a tower. And in the meantime, top esports can threaten the Baron. Whirling Death used just for vision here. 10k on the Baron, but it's TP out from Fearness here. Top esports 4v5. Still no TP from Wayward. There it is. Now the Gwen going to enter the fray. Charm flashed away from as here comes Jackie-Love stacking up on this Zeri. Everfrost goes wide. And again, LGD deny the play, but look where they are on the map. They're on the wrong side of the rift.
I feel like LGD are doing such a good job of dodging TES. TES are trying so hard to find a fight, but LGD aren't giving that opportunity.
And just go mid, surely.
Oh, they're going to wait for LGD to start this one up. We still have Cyclone on the board for TN, and he has Flash as well.
Oh, there it is. Flashes in for the Cyclone. Big damage out of the laser. And top esports start as they mean to go on in the fight. Finding one, finding two. And now turning onto the Baron. Quay is down. Fearness tries to face check, and his face is removed. Jin Zhao looks over the wall, but he's a little too late on this one, and it'll be a bonus kill into the pockets of top esports. Wayward should be the one to finish that one off, and my god, that was 3/4 of his health in a single snip. Top esports, they were denied for so long in this game, but at the end of the day, top esports take what they want.
Man, I feel like we were watching a game of hide and seek. Like, top esports just could not find the engage on LGD for the past 15 minutes. They finally managed to do it. Flash, Cyclone, thank you so much. And now they're going to look for the end.
Yeah, it's like hide and seek, except top esports are the dude from Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And the second you get found, it don't look pretty for LGD.
Oh, God.
The Nexus is bare. LGD desperately fighting for their lives, but that is it. Top esports 13-1, a 13-win streak. And LGD now knocked out of playoff contention.
Yep. Goodbye to LGD. Again, we've known that they've been, out for a while, just waiting for that to be able to come through. But you can already see it seems like they're trying to angle for next year with some of the roster musical chairs that they have been playing. And for top esports, I mean, just coming in and meeting expectation. And when the expectation is so high, when the expectation is to dominate teams at this level of the standings like LGD, the fact that they can keep it up so consistently, the fact that they don't have those games like RNG or like JDG where they just drop a game and you're like, okay, guys, why are we doing this again? It does just fill you with a lot of confidence watching top esports.
Honestly, I still can't really believe it. I feel like we're going to get into playoffs and they just start doing crazy things again. You know, like, it just doesn't compute in my brain. Top esports and playing very seriously for a full series. Like, it doesn't seem to line up for me, but, well, it's happening. I'm going to have to start believing it because they're on a 13-win streak, and it's kind of insane. It's kind of insane to witness, but crucially, their next opponent's V5. That's where we'll really see that tested.
I feel like a lot of it probably, too, is like, I feel like a lot of these players probably have a chip on their shoulders, right? You look at, like, Knight and Jackie Love not really being able to, I mean, heck, not being able to get up to that main stage last year and, like, have a big performance. For TN, I mean, you got there and just not able to work out. Didn't work out in spring finals, didn't work out in summer finals. At Worlds, you imploded. Even looking at Mark, who, right, I mean, kind of just being all over the place on all these different rosters. Maybe this is the time you come together at the start of the year and, like, hey, like, we got to get this done this year.
Remember as well that, like, Mark is a player that went to Worlds on LGD. Like, everyone thinks of Mark as, like, the new guy. He's been to Worlds. Like, this guy has played internationally. And, you know, it was on that roster that really nobody expected to make it to the World Championship. They managed to beat out IG, the one with Rookie and the Shy, to make it to Worlds.
They went 3-3 in groups, like a respectable performance from a 4th seed.
Yeah, exactly. It was, like, Mark is certainly no slouch. I feel like he's been, you know, kind of underrated coming onto this top esports roster, because I certainly, when he joined top esports, my thought was still like DMO Mark, you know, and he is not that player anymore.
Well,
like, there have been years of experience since that roster.
It's so crazy thinking, right? Because, like, initially on DMO and on Sino Dragon coming in, it's like, cool, Mark and Gala are super hype. Xiaopeng's super hype. And now, like, we see where some of these players have gone. Obviously, Mark and Gala both kind of ending up on really successful teams. Xiaopeng as well, technically, right? Xiaopeng is still on top esports. And, you know, is still also a team now, in a player who's on a team that is in first place. So it's kind of cool to see that way that DMO roster went, how it's kind of split up, and all these players have been able to keep finding success.
It's kind of funny as well how, like, individually there's some really talented players on that roster, but as a 5-man, it did not look pretty. It really did not. As we see the stats flashing up from this last game, obviously great game from top esports. Jackie Love, massive damage. Like, the man just wasn't missing a laser. This is what happens when you give Zeri over, right? At the end of the day, Asim and Jin Chao not quite able to make it happen on the Draven and the Pike. I will say though, look, this was your last game of being in playoffs contention. I like that they brought out some spicy picks and tried to make something exciting happen for their last hurrah, you know?
Oh, 100% right. At least they came in with, like, an idea of, hey, like, we're fighting for our lives. We're going to fight for our lives. We got to find advantages. We have to be the proactive ones. And we saw the signs of that early on, right? The way they were playing out the early game and, like, trying to set up their bot lane and, like, Jin Zhao's first flash in, kind of coming out of nowhere to find the hook, it was great to see. And I definitely feel like LGD have some interesting pieces to build for next year. I think especially looking at AD carry, right? Asim's had some good moments this split. He's had some moments where you looked at LG and, like, okay, they have someone who, if they can get to late game, if they have resources, can actually carry this team, which is something for a long time it felt like they lacked. They relied a lot on just, like, Shadow and Fearness constantly ganking that top side and just hard snowballing through, like, a top side lead, and the enemy team also not being a top team, right? It would be up against an RA or an Ultra Prime or another team in that level of standing. So hopefully they at least are making good strides towards next year to, like, more things that they can work on and build around.
And look, if Mark's story isn't enough of an example, there are so many players in the LPL who have been on these kinds of rosters that haven't looked good. That haven't. Do you know the best example? Anyone's Legend this year. Like, that's a selection of players not dissimilar to the LGD roster, where there is some serious mechanical talent within some of the individuals there, but as a team, it's not working out. Next year, LGD could be that roster that makes the crazy run, that manages to find themselves up towards the top half of the standings and manages to find themselves going towards playoffs in a favorable position. We'll have to wait and see what the years hold for LGD, because it has been a little while since they made it to Worlds, but make it to Worlds they did. Let's take a look at our MVP as we round out our first series of the day, and it was a quick one as well. Top Esports 2-0ing in the end, and TN getting MVP both times.
great to see from Tien because Tien before was kind of sitting right outside that upper echelon of MVP votes coming through. Now he's going to be tied in first, I believe. Sitting at 9. So now up there with Knight, with Kanavi, Doinby, 369. And heck, right, we're getting towards the end of the split. So we're going to have our MVP come out soon and just overall like our top 3 all-star teams. And I think Tien, like I said earlier in the day, is one of the leading candidates for this award.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been looking really, really good all through the year, all through the split at very least. Fantastic too. Just setting up the winning lanes, right? Not even necessarily a winning lane, but setting up a lane to become a winning lane in that bottom side. And consistently, as you said during the game, the hard engaged tool for his team, and more than happy to put his life on the line to make that happen.
That one put a smile on my face. Right before that moment happened, we're like, hey, he's Flash. He's Cyclone. Let's see it happen. You've been waiting for that moment your whole life, Tien. And by your whole life, I meant the previous 15 minutes of that game. The fact that he gave it to us, Munchables, he deserves 2 MVPs.
Yeah, he'd been waiting for that moment his whole 15 minutes. Kind of a crazy coming-of-age story there in the game on his Wukong. Good to see Tien grabbing himself an MVP there once again. And honestly, again, like as someone who has been a big fan of top esports for the last few years, it just brings a smile to my face to see the level at which this team is playing. When you think about the very start of the split, they lost that series to JDG. No one was sure what kind of performance they would have. They barely dropped a game since then. Like very few series did they go to 3. Unbelievable split for top esports. We're going to head over to Wendy though, who's standing by with Tien.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and now we have Tien from Top Esports with us. Congratulations on another 2-0 victory. And our first question, after today's game, you guys was on a 13-win streak. So what's the key for you guys to have such a good performance in summer? 那首先恭喜你们今天又是非常漂亮的2-0。那在拿下今天的比赛之后，你们已经来到了13连胜。所以说，你觉得可能队伍最近表现这么好的一个主要原因是什么呢？
我们前半段的赛程应该是比后半段要难不少，然后我们现在的话就是比较偏向于巩固吧，然后看哪里可以再进步一点。然后我觉得我们最近的状态其实一直都挺不错的，就是打的感觉没有比之前打强队的时候差。
So I think based on our schedule, we have a rather tight schedule in the first half of the regular season. And after that is we have some time to do more practice, to try new stuffs, to try to find out which part that we can make some improvements on. And also, I think all the teammates, we have a very good momentum. We were able to have a rather good performance recently. And I think our level of performance has not been reduced in the second half of the regular season. And definitely we can see that. And especially in today, you were able to get 2 MVPs. So let's talk a bit more about your performance in game 1. In game 1, the opponent's team, they have chosen the Pantheon and Talia, this mid jungle. It feels like they can be quite aggressive with their ultimate from the early phase, but you were able to play a very active role with switching the jungle area and ganking a lot from the early game. So what's your focus in the early game? 那其实说到第一局比赛，对面是选出了一个潘森岩雀的中野组合，我们感觉他们可能会利用大招啊，来从前期就多做一些事情，但是你反而是从一开始，然后是交换野区也好，还是说从前期一直线上游走 gank 也好，感觉你是在前期一直在做事情，所以说你前期的思路是什么呢？
前期的话，因为我们一级比较弱，所以前面就战术性的放弃，然后我们下路就是也去把潘森找到了，然后他们就回归越塔，下路这部分把做得很好，然后后面的话就是6级之后这种找机会吧，然后等到对面6级之后，但是我们中野有主动权的话，就会比较好的。
So I think because we were not that strong in the level 1, so I would like to just do some farmings, and after that we tended to find the position of the opponent's Pantheon and try to protect our bot lane a bit, and our bot lane, they really performed so good, and after level 6 we should be more careful about the opponent's mid jungle with the ultimate, and after that we can just do some skirmishes, we can play more aggressively to seek more opportunities. So that's my early game strategy. strategy. And let's talk a bit more about game 2. Game 2 went quite back and forth from the early game, but I want to talk a bit more about the last team fight around the Baron. You guys were able to have a very perfect hard engage. So how did you manage to find such a good angle to have the engage around that? 那其实说到第二局，前期是比较有来有回的，但是你们是最后一波大龙的团，是决定胜负的一波团战，你是非常果断的冲上去开团，所以说当时怎么找到那波的机会和角度的呢？
当时我们先逼大龙，然后第一波打出了德莱文的闪现，然后后面的话就是他们又去接大龙，然后就我们会比较好开吧，然后就闪现开了。后面的团战的话，其实已经是我们比较好打的，对面也找不到太多的机会。
So in the first Baron team fight, we were able to force the opponent's Draven to use his flash, and after that, they tended to open the Baron. So we feels like it's a very good opportunity for us to make the hard engage, and for the team fight, we can just find a very good angle to make the engage to win the team fights after that. And definitely you guys have shown us a very good teamwork. And in the new patch, due to the change of the drakes, we feels like the frequency of getting the drake has been reduced. And maybe normally we can see the jungler will get the first drake even after 10 minutes. So tell us more about how do you think this will influence you in the actual game as a jungler? 那其实来到新的版本嘛，在小龙上的变化也是比较明显的，感觉现在打野拿龙的频率也有变慢一些，而且是特别第一条龙可能很多时候10分钟左右才会开始打，所以说可能你觉得在这个新版本小龙的话，对于你作为一个打野会有怎样的影响呢？
小龙的话就是小龙前期的血量变厚了，然后它的整体属性变高了，就是它收益比较大，但是风险也变大。以前的话可以找机会偷掉，这边可能来不及，但是现在的话，有的英雄想要 solo 龙太难，所以感觉现在动小龙的话，一定要就是找好机会，不然的话很容易炸的。
In the new meta, the health of the Drake has been improved. Although getting the Drake can help the team get more leads, but this also means the risk of getting the Drake has been increased as well. And also for some jungler champions, it's very hard for them to get the Drake. And like previously, we can just still have some very good opportunity to steal the Drake, but for now it's very hard to do so. So we really need to find the very good angle, the very good opportunity to do something with the Drake. So thank you for the sharing and best of luck for the following matchups. 那再次恭喜你们，也希望接下来比赛都能加油。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thanks very much, Wendy. Yeah, interesting to hear from Tien that he feels like the Drake is much more of a substantial objective, essentially, right? Where you really do have to set it up a lot better than previously. The way he's talking about it kind of sounds like he's treating it in the same way that you would treat a Herald or a Baron, right? Where you really do have to set up. We've seen a lot of dicey Drakes over the last couple of years where teams will just kind of wing it and see if they can get it. Whereas I feel like from the perspective Tien is saying, you're very much setting up for it. It's almost like old Drake back when it gave 190 gold.
Yeah, and I think you can see that, right? We literally see that on our screens that teams are a lot more hesitant to just like start up a Drake and even like kind of prod, hey, are we able to do this? Are we not? No. It's just so tanky now offers so much, they don't want to put themselves at a risk to lose it or lose a fight to the other team.
Yeah, and also just the amount of time committed, right?
Yeah.
People could do things on the other side of the map. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll be doing things on the other side of the map. It doesn't really make any sense, but just roll with it. It's BLG versus OMG following the break. And crucially, this one is all about the standings. This one is all about playoffs contention. We'll dig into the nitty-gritty of that right after the break.
Yeah, not been in good position. And pass the quad out.
Safeguard though, as Rich gets the barrel train, he's buying time. Barrels are gone as he's eaten up. Oh no. Unfortunately, inside of missing is Rookie! Rookie! Every time! He's exhausted, but as he goes golden, JDG waiting for him with a hostile takeover, saves his life. A good ulti though from Yakao. Mid laners coming up clutch. Rookie's bailed out, but can't get a kill. Yakao versus Rookie is stepping up huge.
What a response to come in here.
Oh, never moves great. Tarzan's here once again. The fracture beautiful, but the impale! There it is! Orcs, it worked beautifully because now he's under turret.
forth this top lane matchup.
Oh, that's all.
By
Hang
Bin.
on. Someone's about to go to Mega Gnar. Remember that Bin has flash though, so waiting as he walks in, he out flashes it. The ulti's not against the wall. Bin now has the leap onto Summit. You standard orcs in the reverse matchup. Bin is gone.
Trouble here. Kanavi flash forward from 369 though. Breeze, nice little sidestep there. Won't dodge just yet, but Kanavi comes in and seals the deal.
A lot of damage though when Wei is in the area, so can he find the monkey?
Oh, he's smited. He's got a lot of healing there, but the Cyclone not going to be enough just yet.
Wait a second.
Doesn't
Kanavi
get
wins
them
this.
back into it. Kanavi, can he find it? Kanavi! Solo for the king of the jungle!
Oh, it's too late. It's too late. TT into the pit, but BH1 left alone. There goes the jungler, and TT in full retreat on the wrong side of the map. Yao Yao gets onto Jackie but Mark's there to save the day. Nothing TT does matters anymore, as Jackie Love will clean up. Look at it go, as Jackie Love takes the team and grabs a pentakill against TT.
Come fly away with me. Think how we could be free. Stay up all night. We can last forever. Oh. We'll dance together. Oh. Stay up all night.
OMG 的上单升级选手的话，我觉得他的英雄池比较深吧，所以要注意一下可能会选出什么样的英雄来 counter 我。下一场对阵 OMG 战队，我们可能要注意一下对方可能会针对中下路进攻吧，然后我们就要去防守住他们的进攻。
All right, been worrying about some counter picks up in the top side because he's up against Shanji today. That top lane matchup is going to be a banger. My name is Butchballs. I'm joined by Lyric as we head into BLG versus OMG. And straight off of the bat, I just feel like this matchup is going to be so good. I feel like BLG have upped their game a little bit recently. OMG, though, upped their game massively recently because their most recent series, they beat V5. Like, OMG, I don't even know what to say. This is maybe the best team in the world? Do I go that far?
It's really crazy, too, because if you look at how OMG were going, they kind of had this, like, middle... I don't want to say like downward trend, but like they dropped a game to WE. They're losing to RNG. They were dropping games to like other lower tier teams. So we thought, okay, like maybe OMG's a team that drops out of playoff contention. But no, they've been able to keep up. They've been able to go strong. And like you said, I mean, beating V5, beating AL, beating these other teams that you're competing with in a top team like V5 is just so massive, so important, and so great to see. And I feel like every time OMG come out of the Rift, we say they're one of the most exciting teams to watch. And the fact that they can keep that and up the level of their play has just been fantastic.
Yeah, we've got some clips as well because it wasn't just the fact that they beat V5, it was the fact that they did it in this crazy style with Cold, bringing out the Ashe support in the first game, managing to totally surprise Rookie and set up for these insane picks throughout the game. But then following that up, they managed to win in a much more standard meta style of game as well, so proving that they really did deserve this win.
100%, and the way they did it was just constantly through these picks like we've been seeing, right? No matter what champions they were bringing out, they were isolating members of V5, they were rotating first. I think Aki having a great series, and overall even Cream. Cream was a member for the first half of the split where like, hey, like other members like Abel, like Shanji are stepping up, but where's Cream? This used to be the Cream show, and if he can deliver on all cylinders, then this will be a very scary team to go up against. And who knows, right? OMG might be one of those teams that could be looking at that Dark Horse-esque run in playoffs. And I think a series like we saw against V5, if they can keep that up, that's exactly what they can do.
Yeah, I mean, like, Cream used to be like the man in the spotlight, right? And I feel like that has changed dramatically with Shanji arriving in the top side and shit, like kind of just shaking this entire roster up. Let's look at where they are in the standings though, because right now OMG are pretty much your smack bang middle of the table team, right? They're in 8th place in the standings. They are 7-7, and the game difference is 0. They are on 19 wins and 19 losses as well with a 2-win streak, and their remaining matches are BLG and IG. Both matches that if OMG can beat V5, they should be able to secure wins in both of these remaining series, putting them at 9 wins. That's an incredibly strong finish to the split. And honestly, depending how the rest of the team's series go, they could even tie up with a team like Weibo.
Yeah, and you know, I want to say like they are clear favorites in this series and up against IG, but I do feel like BLG and IG, kind of unlike maybe teams like WE and LGD, like these are teams you definitely have to put respect on their name. You can't take it easy. They have to come in. They have to be vigilant because both of them showing signs of heck. Both BLG and IG also not out of playoff contention, but still, just the fact that OMG are on 7 wins, and then you have teams like TT, FPX, BLG still not there, I think that alone just leaves OMG in such a solid position.
Yeah, it certainly does. Let's take a look at BLG's standings position as well, though, because, you know, they are still alive in the tournament. 5-9 right now. They do need wins if they want to make it to playoffs. They're against OMG today, but then their final matchup will be against WE, so it's possible for them to get 7 wins. The concern that I have, though, if we're talking about schedules, we're talking about standings, well, OMG's most recent series, they 2-1 V5. BLG's most recent series, they get 2-0'd by V5. So,
yeah,
it's quite a visceral comparison right there on the most recent match.
And if BLG get 2-0 today, they are just out. Like, they will be eliminated if OMG 2-0 them. That will be super important. We're going to say it 1,000 times in this series. A lot of people might look at BLG and wonder how are they even still in. They only have 2 series left. They can only hit 7. There actually is even a world where 6 wins can get you into playoffs, considering TT and FPX are at 6. And, like, there's actually a world where TT, FPX, BLG, all of them can like lose the rest of their games. There's no crossover. There's no like crossplay between these teams fighting for that slot. So it's kind of interesting the position we've ended up in. But point is, BLG can't even drop a game today.
Yeah, I mean, the reason that it's lined up in the way that it has lined up is because our top is so top heavy, right? Well, we've got 2 teams on 13 wins, 2 teams on 11 wins. Like, the top teams are just not losing series. So it means that there are less wins available in the pool, essentially. It's an abstract way to look at a round robin, but it is fundamentally how it works in terms of how many wins you need to make playoffs. Let's look at our top lane, though, because I think everyone at home watching today, this is the lane you're going to be keeping your eyes on, isn't it? It's Shanji versus Bin. Both of these guys towards the top of the table when it comes to solo kills. Bin's in 5th. Shanji sitting pretty in 1st place, still 1 kill ahead of the Shy.
And I mean, these guys have both been kind of like solid pillars for their teams. I think they index into slightly different areas, like solo kills and damage is there. But you can see for Bin, it is still just about that aggressive 1v1, being able to find those CS advantages, but not being as linked up or on the same page as his team, which, to be fair to him, no one on BLG is really on the same page as the other. To where Shanji, like, he's finding those solo kills. He isn't necessarily finding these, like, huge lane leads off of them, but he's much more of a team player, always linking up. That's why he has these picks like the Shyvana that, like, you get into the 5v5 and you see him charging ahead with that ultimate to lead the squad. So I think this one will definitely be fun. I'm curious to see how the solo kills pan out between the two of these guys, and I think it'll definitely be an explosive matchup coming on through.
Crucially also, if we see solo kills, because Bin has been much more willing to play a safer game, and, you know, he was talking about how it's likely Shanji has some crazy counter picks for him in that top side. So we'll see how safe Bin is likely to play, getting a solo kill there on the Aurelia, solo killing Summit here on the Jax as well. Bin has been really on point, not just in terms of finding picks, but just in laning in general, both in CSD, in his solo kills, etc. Whereas for Shanji, most of his solo kills are actually not necessarily during the laning phase.
Yeah, he's actually finding a lot of, like, solo kills outside of lane, whether it's, like, 1v1ing the enemy jungle like we see here against Squid, finding an AD carry, going off into sides. He definitely still has the solo kills in lane, but a lot of it's about how he's playing the map, how he's roaming around, how he's, like, using the vision his team's getting down to be able to get these leads. And I think that's also why in the stats we saw, like, the CSDs aren't exactly, like, aligned on the same page, right? So I think it'll be interesting to see if Bin comes out with that same level of aggression like we saw in that clip against Summit, and he's trying to run Shanji down, or if it's like the interview, he's playing safe. It's going to be like when he was on RNG and MSI. He gets the breather, he chills back, and you rely more on your team to be able to link up with you and do some of the heavy lifting.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I will say, at MSI, he still had some pretty big pop-offs. Like,
yes,
he's still got the finals MVP. He still had massive moments. Like, weak side for Bin is not necessarily the same as weak side for a lot of other players, because Bin is still a man of his own that wants to just make things happen. So I'm really curious how these two players match up stylistically, because I feel like if Shanji goes too far forward, Bin is going to punish him. I 100% promise you that's going to be the case. But Shanji, I feel like, has a much better team environment around him. Like, OMG feels like a team that is much more likely to play towards Shanji if the game leans to it, or opposite from Shanji. But quite often what we see from OMG is they actually play towards the bottom side, and then Shanji wins lane anyway. That's kind of the crazy thing about Shanji, is that it feels like the majority of the time the team doesn't play for him.
No, definitely not getting as many resources as, you know, other top laners in the league. Very self-sufficient, even just champion pool, right? Things like the Shyvana, things like the Sejuani. These are champions that can very much function on their own. They do present opportunities to play around them, especially post-6 when they look for all-ins, but they don't need to be babysat like some of Abel's champions, right? Abel pulling out things like the Samira, you're going to want to play down towards that bot lane and make sure this champion is getting ahead, that it's not falling behind and just becoming useless later on. And I got to say, Munch, I still don't expect us to see Neela. Feels like maybe just, you know, in early laning, it's too abusable. But you said it on our last cast the day before yesterday. If there is any AD carry who would pull out something like a Neela pick, it does feel like it would be Abel. So I'm going to at least, like, you know, like stoke your hopes a little bit.
Yeah, I will say, I don't think we've seen even a single Neela ban yet since 12-14 came in. So I don't feel like the teams are confident that Neela is a strong pick right now. But
It was before the hotfix nerf, right after it came out.
Yeah, well, that's a whole can of worms, isn't it? But yeah, I don't know. Maybe we see it. Maybe if OMG wins game number 1 and they win it in a dominating fashion, maybe they bring it out game 2. Maybe we get a little treat for ourselves. We'll have to wait and see. I am curious though how that bottom lane is going to go, right? Because BLG, it's fair to say, have had their share of issues with the bottom side, you know, going for substitutions on Doggo. Like, Doggo has had some pretty rough games across the course of the split. I feel like Abel and Cold, very willing to bring out kooky picks in the bottom lane, very willing to be super aggressive as well. And it does concern me a little bit for Doggo and Chris, but they might struggle during that 2v2.
I definitely think it's possible, right? Because, like you're saying, I feel like we've seen both bot lanes be hit or miss, but for OMG, this split, that really hasn't been the case. A lot of that, you're thinking back to spring, you're thinking back to last year, to where BLG's definitely still a little bit up and down. They're willing to be a bit aggressive, like we've seen Doggo and Chris find 2v2 kills, but we've also seen them kind of fall prey to getting 2v2 themselves. I'm definitely feeling more confident about OMG's bot lane coming into this, especially for the fact of something you said earlier. The big difference maker in this match to me is the fact that OMG just plays like a team. They're transferring pressure. Aki's like linking up with his lanes, working together. You can see him and Cream roam down to bot side. Shanji is very much willing to move if he gets pushed, lean into Fog of War, lean towards your mid lane, give Cream more windows. For BLG, they just don't do it nearly as much as they should, right? They've been using Icon recently. He definitely is more willing to look for these plays than Fofo is, but it still doesn't really feel like it is enough.
Yeah, BLG, I will say, like, in defense of BLG, and that's not a sentence that I've said many times across my life, over the last few weeks, they have had a really tough schedule. Like, they play in week 7, RNG and JDG. They managed to take a game off of JDG there, which, you know, is JDG. A lot of teams taking a game off of JDG, but they then managed to beat FPX 2-0 and then having to go against V5. Like, 3 of the top 4 teams within their last 4 series. Like, yes, BLG have not looked the greatest, but when you consider the opponents they've been up against, I think that's fair enough. I think most teams would struggle. And then the one series where they weren't against the top 4 team, they did manage to win 2-0. And in the V5 series, they did manage to have a few good moments as well. So I'm cautiously optimistic about what BLG might be able to bring to the table here. And I'm hoping that, you know, going against those top 4 teams has given them like key learnings to improve on coming into today.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, I mean, even going back earlier, like we've seen OMG also have some slippery moments earlier in the split. So not an impossible task for Billy Gaming to be able to pull out the win here today. We're getting the rosters on our screens, both Weiwei and Icon starting, Doggo being back for a little bit as well. So getting, I guess I wouldn't say the like expected BLG lineup in terms of the one we started the split with, but getting a lot of the familiar faces sticking around.
Yeah, absolutely. Feels like we're almost back to the one that we started with, right? That feels like the position we're in. But certainly, this is a roster that, if it had started the split, you wouldn't be necessarily surprised to see these 5 players as your roster, right? So we'll see how it's going to work out for them today. Certainly, a lot on their shoulders, I think it's fair to say, for the side of BLG. A lot of expectations on them. And a lot of pressure to win this series. If they go 0-2, they are out of playoffs. OMG, though, on the other hand, stepping in, they have not been making roster changes. They have been very happy with this squad. We did see, I think, 1 series of Jerry, maybe 2, instead of Cold. Cold is back, firing on all cylinders. His Ashe support in the most recent series against B5 looked absolutely glorious. And I cannot wait to see what the mad scientists of OMG have cooked up for us today.
Yeah, you know, it feels like some of the roster substitutions they had earlier in the split maybe like reinvigorated some of the players, right? We had Jerry come in for a little bit. I don't know if you remember, we also had 0909 play a couple of times this split instead of Cream in the mid lane, which just feels crazy to say out loud that Cream got subbed out. But since Cream and Cold being back on the roster, being the staples, OMG really just have looked good. And now going into this, I mean, just like you're saying, champion diversity, right? We've had the Lilia, we've had the Shen. Shyvana is his 2nd most played champion this split for Shanji up in the top lane. It really just feels like we can get a little bit of anything when OMG are coming out. I like the Pantheon, right? Making waves in the past few days. Definitely feels like a champion that Aki would look to go towards, especially with some of his aggressive picks earlier in the split, right? I remember he started off the season playing Zed and Talon. Like, this man will go towards anything.
I have to say, when I saw the 12-14 patch notes and Kiana was nerfed, that hurt me. That broke my heart. Well, that might be 12-15. I forget which patch it is. There's a Kiana nerf coming, and while we haven't seen the Kiana this split come out from Cream, that was one of my favorite of his picks. I am curious though, what on earth kind of style we see from OMG, because that's the weirdest thing about this team to me, is that when you think about Cream, you think of the Assassins and stuff, and yes, he's played a lot of Silas, he's played a lot of the Akali, but he's also played 7 games of Corki and 6 games of Victor, right? Like, it's not like that's been the one style that this team has played this split. And like when you think of Abel, you think of the Samira, you think of the Tristana, but he's also played 5 games of Ezreal. He's also played 11 games of Aphelios. This does feel like a team that is very willing to pivot the style of gameplay that they're going to bring to the table.
I will say for the Cream point, though, I think in lane, Cream looks like super comfortable and solid on these champions. He knows what he's doing. I think it's in mid-game where him plus OMG as a whole look a little bit more confused when he isn't someone with like the agency to make something happen by himself. So kind of like one of those weird scenarios where, hey, he can like pilot the champion mechanically, maybe understands like the trading windows and how this works, but definitely feels like OMG look best when Cream has a pick with agency. The fact that Silas is his most played champion this split, when it is a champion that has only more recently started to pop its head in as like, hey, we're first picking this, we're banning it out, is kind of a testament to how much OMG have liked to lean on this in recent times.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very much about the opponents that you're up against, right? How much they respect you in those drafts as well, whether or not they are going to find away some of the things that you have been leaning on as we're headed towards the draft here. And again, tense moment for both of these teams, right? OMG looking for seeding in playoffs, not just about making it to playoffs at this point. They're pretty much a shoe-in. They're pretty much guaranteed. They're already on 7 wins, right? I feel like the odds of OMG not making playoffs at this point are minuscule. But right now, they are in a position where they could tie things up with Weibo if Weibo have a bad end to their split. So OMG, every single game matters because they're looking at game difference if they want to try and snag a top 6 spot. Whereas for BLG, they're looking to survive, and apparently they're looking to survive in the bottom lane with Samira and Tristana, both respect that.
Yeah, I love it. BLG coming with very targeted bans. Taking with the Silas, which we just said Cream has been leaning on a lot recently as well. So not going to let any of these kind of flavor of the month pocket picks come through. OMG with their last ban on the board. We saw Zeri get left through in both games of our previous series, and that is going to stay true. I'm interested to see where BLG go with their first pick. Considering you put such like a heavy investment into bot lane, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe you want to look towards something for Doggo first if they did want to grab the Aphelios. But obviously Wukong being left open, I think Ari being on the board as well when you're going up against Cream, another pick he's very comfortable with. Like, any of those make sense to me.
Yeah, absolutely. The Wukong comes on through in the end. Zeri, open and available. If Abel wants to go for that one, it's a pick they've been more than willing to go through across the course of the split. And whether or not they go for a wacky support is the question. Like, Cold is more than willing to play things like the Nautilus. But, you know, we saw the Ashe support. We've seen kooky stuff out from the bottom lane. But you could also go with a priority in one of the other lanes as well, if that's something that you fancy.
Yeah, we already hit on, right? Jungle still being pretty much wide open. Viego, Lee Sin, kind of the standout. Xin Zhao, obviously, we've been seeing a lot more of recently as well if they want to hold off on support pick. And I feel like for their soul laners, I was going to say, other than the Ahri, a lot of Cream's champions are like counter pick champions. And we know from Shanji's champion pool that he typically likes to wait and see what the opposing laner has as well before he commits, because he has so many champions he's willing to bring to the table.
Sivir comes through for Doggo here. Yuumi available if Chris wants to lean into that kind of Enchanted Sivir combo where Sivir just has the wave clear, so Yuumi not as diveable as historically was the case. But could also just go for a hard engage support, right? It is something that we do still see some teams going for, but looks like the Yuumi will be the decision here. So this Sivir Yuumi combo, incredibly strong. It looks like Chris, a little bit of a grin there as it's locked in.
I think it's the right choice because you still have enough mid laners left on the table where it feels like they should be able to get what they want. I wouldn't be surprised if we see mid lane like target ban though. Obviously, still having things like the Talia, Azir, which Icon likes playing up into the RA matchup, Lissandra. Definitely things you can go for. OMG now though, we hit on some of the jungle choices earlier, but wanting to go straight towards this Vi, trying to get some guaranteed lockdown onto the Sivir, but could be quite rough. I mean, a lot of ways for Sivir Yumi to just kind of keep distance, dodge out from the engage coming out from Aki.
Is this the exact same composition we saw from Top Esports earlier, or am I conflating the two games of that series together? Certainly, champions we saw from Top Esports in the first series. Lissandra banned away here by Icon, trying to remove some of that roam potential from the side of BLG.
Yeah, you're mixing them up a little bit, but I also did as well. I just checked. We had the Ahri Vi with the Sivir Yumi when Top Esports played it. But hey, close enough, right? We've seen all these champions today. We're going to see them all in the next game as well. But now coming into bans, right? We hit on mid lane, probably going to be the target focus for the side of OMG, taking away two of those options. BLG, though, still having both the Talia and Azir on the table. Like, Cream would feel comfortable in either one of those matchups. Azir will offer you like a little bit more in terms of the 1v1, but wouldn't be surprised to see them go towards Talia, give them a little bit more in terms of agency once they hit the mid game. But now for OMG, wanting a support pick on the board, Cold right now, hovering towards this Lulu. They already have hard engage in their composition.
Cold, really not afraid to mix up his champion pool this split, is he? That's going to be his second Lulu game of the split, and he's played 7 different supports one single time. That will now become 6 as Lulu picks up a second game for him. But Cold, a man of many talents down in that bottom side. Over to BLG though. They've got big damage out of the Sivir in the bottom side. Azir available for the mid lane. They need to lock in both solo lanes here. How much do they play towards Bin here? How much do they try and set him up on the top side?
Yeah, I think the Azir makes a lot of sense. I wouldn't actually be too surprised to see the Jax locked in, despite the fact that we have things like Gnar still left open, which are obviously very blindable, just because of the champion Shanji's been willing to show he can pull out, right? Things like the Sejuani still being available, things like the Shyvana, maybe going towards this more comfortable matchup, and then having this champion that can play side lanes, opting into the 1-4 strat, just looks like BLG getting a lot of comfort across the board, on top of, you know, a lot of strong champions like the Sivir Wukong.
Absolutely. We'll see. Oh, Kennen. Kennen could be the answer, right? We've seen it from Shanji a few times. Does well into the Jax. Does well in the team fights as well. And I feel like OMG's team fight actually looking pretty good, as well as their pick potential looking pretty good. I feel like BLG do have the... Oh, okay. It's not going to be the Kennen anyway. It will be the Sejuani. I feel like BLG do have the fundamentally better team fight, right? With a Sivir and an Azir with a Wukong to set up your hard engage. Like, there's a lot of just... Go in, CC everyone, just one-shot them with your sustained damage here. But on the other side, OMG certainly plenty of pick potential.
Yeah, and when I look at these, I mean, I think it's very clear that BLG just have the superior scaling coming out, especially in terms of just raw damage numbers and the amount of DPS they'll be putting out later. If BLG can survive the initial engage coming out from OMG, which, I mean, heck, you have Yumi ultimate, you have Sivir ultimate, you have the Emperor's Divide coming through. Like, you should be able to push them off if they find the engage. Then BLG will win out. OMG need that engage to connect. They need to be able to find those picks. And I feel like you're relying heavily on both the Vi and the Sejuani to actually get things going. So might need to see more play around vision and finding interesting angles coming out from OMG.
Yeah, we'll see if they can find those angles. They certainly have in the past, right? This is a team that have managed to find ways to win games that you wouldn't necessarily expect before. And I mean, looking at the lane stats across this one, OMG certainly in a very good spot in terms of that one. I want to see BLG's game plan though. I'm keeping my eyes on Weibo in this early game, how he's able to influence things, because I feel like he's got to focus on that top lane. Bin and Weibo trying to shut down Shanji.
Yeah, for the side of BLG, I feel like it's a lot about covering for Weibo, making sure his lanes are comfortable, getting like a neutral line of vision down in River, and just spotting out anywhere that Aki goes. But I think you could expect some aggression coming towards the top side, especially post 6 when the ultimates come online, and Jax not being the most durable champion, despite the counter-strike and the ultimate able to come through.
All right, we're on to the map here. It's playoffs on the line for OMG. fighting for seeding. There's still the potential of a top 6 spot for them, but for BLG, their lives are on the line right here. They are desperate to make it to playoffs, and if they lose here 2-0, they will be eliminated. OMG wanting to finish this one off quickly, and already look at the bottom lane here. Both AD carries going with a cult to start this one off.
So both acknowledging going to be a little bit of a slow one, right? Neither actually having a great way to force 2v2 action early on anyway, even if they wanted to, right? No engage coming out for them. And we've kind of already hit on that. I feel like a lot of action wanting to come around your top side. OMG having a little bit more options considering you have the Ahri, so having things like Charm for setup if you did want to look mid, but Azir, of course, very safe. And then I think top lane could be the match where, I mean, for Sejuani, wanting to look for these quick burst trades, then get out before some of the sustained damage from Jax comes through. And for Bin, it's about being able to connect it. So both junglers maybe going to be looking towards there, but actually Aki pathing down towards his bottom side to start things off.
Yes, it's Cold and Crisp going to be trading on the Enchanters, just getting the Spell Thieves off for both of them as Abel and Doggo fight over priority in that bottom lane. Wait, moving up to that top side though, and I'm curious what Shanji will be able to do about it. If there is a lot of pressure coming out, Bin, we know, an aggressive laner, right? Like this guy, when you give him a single opportunity, he will take control. He will take over a laning phase. So Shanji will have his work cut out. And crucially, we mentioned it before, right? When we were talking about the way that these two top laners play, with Bin, it's very much about dominating that laning phase. But a lot of the solo kills that Shanji has found this split, even though he is the solo kill leader, you can see that on the stats that have just popped up, a lot of those solo kills have not actually been during the laning phase. So we'll see how these two match up.
Yeah, gonna see how they're able to do it. Not too much action coming out so far in terms of like junglers posturing towards any lanes. Both just kind of opting into these full clear setups so far. There's a potential opportunity for Aki in bot side, considering that Doggo and Crisp are pushing out. They do have some shallow vision, right? But by the time Aki would get in a position to be where the ward is, you'd feel like a gank should be able to come through. But looks like they won't opt into it. And Munch, I have a feeling this series is gonna be quite different from our first one, which did have slower early games. But once the action came and punched, it punched hard.
Oh, yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. We had a slow build, but then once we got into it, it was an absolute bloodbath, honestly. Just pure carnage. And to be fair, it was very one-sided carnage. Top esports kind of just taking over. Well, that's not quite fair. LGD and Game of the Team did have a good showing, but it never quite felt like LGD were going to win, you know?
Sorry, I thought there was going to be like a follow-up to like build up LGD or something, but yeah, LGD definitely never in a spot to be able to take down TES, and OMG probably not in a spot to be able to take down Icon. OMG were the ones that we highlighted kind of having more potential opportunities with the draft that they've gone for. And you can see Aki looking to maybe potentially cheese Weiwei right now. He needs to be careful, though, considering that Icon's the one that has pressure in mid and bot.
Yeah, well...
Oh, he just missed him.
Aki, yeah, I don't think he quite able to stop him there. Aki gets back to base and moves back up to his top side. Unlucky there for Weiwei. If he could have stopped the recall, that could have been huge, honestly. I don't know if he could go for the 1v... I mean... Lyric, who wins the 1v1? Wukong or Vi? I genuinely have no idea.
I mean, to me, like in a situation like that, it's just more about the pryos coming through. The fact that BLG have 2 lanes of prio, I'm surprised that Aki even put himself in the position to recall so aggressively in the first place. I guess the benefit now, looking at the minimap though, right? We have 2 deep wards for the side of OMG. So at least knowing now where Weiwei's path is going could open up those windows for Aki to link up more with his lanes.
Icon moving down, just getting some vision as well, though. Won't go for any kind of play on the bottom side. First Drake is up on the map, and like you said, BLG, a lot of priority to work with. But as we've seen over the last couple of days here on 12-14, teams loath to start Drakes off too overzealously, right? They do not want to get caught out. Drake's a lot harder to take than previously. There's a bigger reward for it, but you do have to make sure that you're set up in the right position to be able to pull those objectives off. So in the meantime, no one looking at that one as Crisp and Doggo doing a good job to get pressure down in the bottom side. Crisp trying to finish off a tower plate by himself on the Yubi.
Yeah, Crisp. I mean, heck, Crisp has just been so exciting. Munch's one turret play, definitely the essence of what Crisp has been, which is the coolest player on BLG. Sorry, the rest of BLG. But hey, OMG starting off Drake.
You've always been a Crisp sim, though. Like,
I
it's his hair, isn't it? You love his hair.
I love how edgy Crisp is too. He's just always been one of the best sports like in the league, right? Since like the domination of FPX back in the day, Crisp has always been a top guy. And I don't know, Crisp and Ming will always have the heart.
Absolutely. Top players as Weiwei gets polymorph, tries to face check and punished for it. Only has to use the clone though. No summoners as OMG try and find themselves a pick off the back of the Drake. We talked about how teams are loath to start the Drake. Apparently OMG not so much. Willing to just go for that one. The Lulu and the Bai working as a pair to grab themselves the first Drake of the game. And there's a Hextech Drake as well. That one got a big old buff.
And OMG have been one of the teams that have had like a bit more time since they've last played coming into this match as compared to like a team like, let's say LGD, right? Who not only played today, but played the day before yesterday. So maybe coming in with either a better idea of how they think they should be playing the patch and feeling comfort going for things like those early dragons.
Yeah. Feels like they're just comfortable across the board, honestly. OMG very happy with a fairly slow one here, especially with the Zeri down in the bottom side. So once you get to the mid game, once you start to get ults across the board, like when Aki gets an ult, that's when it's no longer comfortable to play slow. Like, you've got a Vi, you want to be making plays with that big old ultimate.
And now, right, now Aki 6, now Kareem 7. We haven't had anything in the first 7 minutes of the game. Shanji having his ultimate online as well. With Herald coming up in 30 seconds, this is typically when you want to see champions like this actually look for the fight. Whether it's Aki like angling up towards top side first or using the Sejuani ultimate to try to lock up the Jax and get an avenue from River there, or, you know what, playing through mid first and making your way. It feels like they definitely have the tools. Now I just want to see them execute. The one thing that can get in the way is BLG's bot lane having so much pressure and having so much pry on the bot side if they did elect to move up.
Yeah, feels like they possibly could go for that old lane swap and try and fight for the Herald, try and set that play up, but I don't know. I feel like we've seen teams loath to go for the full-on lane swap. It feels rare to see that these days, and you do sometimes see the bottom lanes moving up, but more often than not, I would say they return to the bottom side, right? More often than not, it's just a wave pushed by the other bottom lane, and then you see them return, you see them just trade in the waves, and they'll maybe lose 4 CS for the initial roam, but it never actually comes to pass. I feel like, honestly, most games in my personal experience of LPL recently have been fairly low on Herald fighting.
Yeah, and I think especially when we're in this game, right, where you have like a Yuumi support to where Yuumi isn't just going to move around her own. You would require your full bot lane to move over. OMG not being pinned down in the same way to where they can just do what you're saying. You leave your AD carry down, you move your support up, and that's opening up OMG to just take this outright. BLG are kind of in the area, but I don't know what Weiwei expects to do.
I mean, the Herald's already taken, so if they look for anything, it's just for picks at this point, or maybe for that Scuttle Crab. Gonna deny some vision here. BLG trying to take control of the area after the fact, but ultimately Herald's already gone down. Able, surviving in that bottom side. 2 plates taken, though, by BLG. With Cold gone, was an opportunity there for BLG to punish down in the bottom side. And you can see a pretty sizable CS lead for the Sivir as well.
I mean, they have been full on, right? They've been keeping the aggression up in this 2v2, constantly keeping that ricochet going. Doesn't matter that it was nerfed a little bit with the pushing power, with the damage to minions. Still just able to keep that one going and keep the pressure forward. So, can use that prio to turn this into a blue buff. And Munch, I gotta say...
Lyric, I want something to happen!
Whoa. I was gonna say, BLG right now, they're like you're watching a fine Bob Ross painting. A little bit slow, a little bit sensual.
If we're gonna watch Bob Ross, then I want OMG to beat the devil out of him, you know? Like, there's a bit of aggression in Bob Ross sometimes when he's changing colors. I'm gonna see some color change right now.
Hey, Bob Ross actually has some pretty aggressive paintings if you ever go and see some of them. Yeah, so
I've watched a lot of Bob Ross. When it first came out on Twitch, honestly, that was like my favorite channel for a solid like half a year, basically. That was like my D-tilt channel. Whenever I was tilted from solo queue, I'd just sit and watch Bob Ross for a while.
So what you're confirming is that if you want to D-tilt, you just watch some BLG games, right? Yeah?
don't know if I never said that they're the Bob Ross of the LPL. You said they're the Bob Ross of the LPL. They don't have nearly good enough afros to pull that off.
I agree. This is kind of depressing. I don't even know if we have any players.
BLG don't have afros?
Yeah, I don't. Do we have any players with afros?
We've got Steak. He's not a player, but he's got an afro.
But Steak always shaves his head, which is kind of depressing. You know, Steak, also hilarious guy.
Okay, hang on.
No anecdotes on why he's a hilarious guy, but he is, trust me.
I've heard that he's a hilarious guy. I want to ask you, though, so me and Orcs discussed this at length a few days ago, a couple of weeks ago. Who do you think has the best hair in the LPL? If you can name a player in terms... We did it! We started a different conversation. We forced action to happen. It works every time, Lyric.
I know. I feel like there's two ways to get things to happen to LPL, which is just start talking about random nonsense, or two, when like you want to actually give analysis or break something down. That's always when something happens, and Weiwei going in.
Or when you break down how the breakdown happens, BLG using that final chapter, OMG into the pit, it's taken by BLG. Can they escape is the question. Flashes across the board, OMG not going to follow.
Yeah, still, BLG pick up the objective. They do lose a ton of summoners for it, to where not too much blown on the side of OMG. Abel did use the Ghost. We lost Teal and Cold, and some ultimates were taken off the board. But, I mean, heck, BLG could be happy to get out of there scot-free when we've already hit on the scaling nature of their composition. And, I mean, going into mid-game even would be a win for the side of BLG.
Yeah, it certainly... I can't believe we still don't get a kill, though. I will say, I'm a little disappointed on that one. I thought, we're going to 4v4, we're going to fight the top side. No kills come on through in the end. But, crucially, a Drake apiece. Herald still in pocket for Aki. He's running out of time. Needs to get that slam down, and it will just come down in the mid lane here. Looks like Cream realizes he's not going to get any of this gold. It will just be a Herald charge onto the mid plates. And, 300 odd gold taken by Aki.
Overall, I think solid place to drop it as well. You can see their bot lane's been facing a lot of pressure. Like, Bin's been doing pretty much whatever he wanted in this topside matchup. And going up against so much wave clear in Azir Sivir, getting this mid lane turret broken down with Rift Heralds really feels like the only way for OMG to go about it. And for BLG, we kind of said, right, Weiwei's most important job is just making sure that Aki isn't able to get anything done. He's been able to do it so far, but Aki might be able to find Icon.
Icon's in trouble here. The cease and desist used, but Icon still has his ultimate. The flash comes out, and it's actually Aki in trouble now. Tries to get over the wall, but denied, not able to do it. And Weiwei finally gets first blood.
And for Aki, I mean, instantly flashing over. I think he did it so quickly, not even really registering in his mind that Weiwei was there as well. Really nice reaction speed coming out from Icon. I mean, heck, had that flash even been like 0.25 seconds later, Cream would have been able to connect with that charm.
Take another look. Take another look at the players. Icon starts with the little slide to get on over the flash.
That's the key part, right? And yeah, I feel like Aki, not even enough time to really register that Weiwei was sitting over that wall by the time he flashed over. So kind of just committing a little bit too deep, hoping they could find that kill and giving BLG exactly what they wanted.
Really nice for BLG. First kill of the game, and crucially, a minuscule gold lead of 500, but it's better than zero. It is better than zero. One Drake apiece, 2.5 minutes until that next one comes up. And Lyric, I have a feeling that this might be a Drake Soul game. I don't know what is telling me that, but I think these two teams might end up like 3 Drakes apiece fighting for Soul. I don't know why I think that, but we're going to be here in 30 minutes time. We're going to be at that part of the river. We're going to be watching posturing and then them fighting for the Soul. I can tell. I can just feel it in my soul.
Look, our longest game of the split so far, 56 minutes. LNG versus LGD. Can we outdo the record? Can this be the night?
I really hope not. But I guess
think
we'll
everyone.
see.
That is a vibe. I think everyone completely agrees with that.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
Hey, BLG would be fine if this went to 56 minutes.
They would. They love really long games. BLG have always loved really long games. I feel like they got the title taken off of them by LNG this split, though. LNG were kind of the most just long game, nothing happening team of the split, whereas BLG, that was their title back in spring. But OMG gonna contest here. Cream down to half HP, misses the charm, but OMG on the Herald. Weiwei forced out of play here, forced to clone. And the smite taken down by Aki. Nicely done here. OMG get themselves a Herald, but they lose the tier 1 tower in the bottom side for it. And maybe a little bit more as another wave will be taken here by Doggo. He's out of mana. I think he has to back away.
You know, great job by BLG's bot lane. Kind of sucks if BLG were also trying to posture and get that Rift Hill for themselves, because with this turret going down, right, this could have already been like if Weiwei and Icon were in the area getting deep vision in the enemy jungle, because Dragon, engage comes through.
Here we go, charm there. Icon, the Empress Vibe! He actually escapes! Icon uses the power of Shurima and just kicks everyone away.
Yeah, Icon, I mean, the fancy feat there. And you look at the minimap, BLG, the Rift Herald is going to get the charge, but still having Doggo, Weiwei, and Crisp already here, he's going to be able to push in this wave and try and contend with being able to get in the spot side river. Looks like Aki might not even care too much about Drake, because heavy pings are coming out on top lane right now around Bin.
Oh, the reset just finished there by Cream. That was a little dicey. I think Doggo maybe could have finished him off if they did cancel that reset. You know, Doggo, Orion, Crackslayer, and PD 16 minutes in. That's the one thing. When you have slow games like this, and you got Doggo at 194 CS at 17 minutes, that's a good look for BLG. That is a terrifying Sivir, considering he's basically not been part of any plays. Just able to finish that tower by himself at that bottom side. He's very happy with that.
And that plate gold's a difference maker, right? Because Abel actually isn't really too far behind in CS. He had the call as well. And he was just sitting short of the components of Phantom Dancer. And now their build has been. Nice flash to be able to dodge out, but still, Summoner Burnt is going to be a pain point that OMG can look to rinse and repeat on. And during the time that OMG were giving up Dragon, look at the top blue side jungle for BLG. It's completely littered with wards.
Doggo's just going in. He's caught out and he just goes aggressive onto Cold. It doesn't work out. Now Crisp escaping onto Weiwei, but Abel doesn't want to let him escape. Aki chasing it down as well. The clone falls. Cream now entering the fray too, but Icon stopping him. Abel will not be stopped. Chasing onto Weiwei, denies the blast cone, but I think Weiwei will escape with this one. But a laser, another blast cone. Abel kicking BLG out of their own jungle.
Abel also not wanting to go with this pace of the game, wanting to speed things up, just completely runs them down. But let's remember that BLG were kind of the initial ones to commit for that play.
Yeah, I mean, it was Doggo going aggressive onto Cold to start things off. Let's take a look. As, Doggo sees Cold, dodges the laser, just goes in.
Yeah, goes in, gets knocked up, doesn't expect Aki to be here. Just a little bit overzealous looking for this play and giving the windows for OMG to be able to chase this down and go in. No. Great flash by Aki to try to find the lockdown and be able to keep pushing forward as well, but not able to find any more kills off the follow-up.
Yeah, hits the clone in the end. Cream gonna look for Doggo here. Doggo does still have flash despite that previous play, and immediately on the hunt, just going to be used to try and escape from the plate. Remember, on the hunt, actually very short now. You can see the movement speed was already done by the time he was back in the mid lane. It can be longer, but only if you're getting takedowns. The ult duration is extended.
Yeah, definitely relying on trying to snowball through these fights, finding kills quickly. But speaking of finding kills quickly, I think OMG might be able to do that against Spin, but TP coming through to stop that. And honestly, even with the slower game, Icon delivering so far. Cold might be caught out.
Oh, nice route there. Big damage on Cold. Should be finished off. And Weiwei, the one to grab the kill credit in the end, has his Divine Sunderer. Could go towards the Kempunk Chainsword himself as that second item. In the meantime, Doggo pushing in the mid lane. Does feel like BLG are more in control of this game. Aside from that random pop-off play from OMG, I feel like BLG have been the ones pushing forwards on the map.
And heck, we've already seen from just Icon alone how hard it is to like get that engage to stick on members of BLG. And right, that is what OMG need to be able to find the win, because BLG can outrange them. They have enough peel and zone control to be able to keep them at arm's length and out DPS them. So the fact that BLG have already been the team kind of finding command and control, not really a good sign for OMG. But for BLG, who can't even drop a game, so far this is going at the perfect pace for them.
Yeah, they like this. They've got an Azir, they've got a Sivir, and also they are practiced at the slow games where they end up in front-to-back 5v5s. Like, we were saying all through spring, right, that BLG were like the LCK team of the LPL, where they wanted to play slow, they wanted to take things steady, they wanted to be really good at farming, which, I mean, look at the numbers. They're definitely good at farming. And just build up 3 items, then go for the 5v5 team fights. They've got an advantage in terms of the Drakes as well. They've got a small gold advantage to be working with. Nobody's falling apart during the laning phase, which was the big concern, realistically, against OMG. It's all looking good for BLG.
You know, and it brings me back to 2019, which is when they truly, like, felt like the, again, quote-unquote LCK team in the LPL back when they had, like, ADD, Kuro, Meteor was still on the roster. Oh, my God. That was incredibly close.
That was as dicey as it gets. I didn't even see if that was Abel or Cold who was almost taken down, but ultimately it doesn't matter. Now the opportunity for OMG. Cream with big damage onto Weiwei, chased down by Weiwei himself, and Aki falls. Doggo with big damage, but now onto Abel here, who's trying to finish the Hellfire off. Doggo gets some zoomies. He's turning this one around. Running to the team, finally falls though. Now the rest of BLG in full retreat. Still 4 strong, but Cream wants a little bit more. Big stun onto Weiwei, the follow-up from the rest of OMG, but the Sun Disc denies further advancement.
Still 1-for-1 overall. I mean, BLG losing their AD carry, definitely a big hit in terms of the damage potential that's able to come through. And the fact that no members of BLG were able to follow up on Doggo and Chris being so far in is pretty tragic, right? Because they were surviving for such a long time, but nice from Shanji and Cream to be able to play keep away.
Oh no. Has CP'd in. He's against 2 solo laners here. Cream still has the TP if the team needs him. Crucially, Drake spawning in 5 seconds time. Been able to clear that wave. Able to try and find some presence on the map for BLG, because it felt like OMG had control off the back of that fight. But BLG have managed to muster some control of this river.
Yeah, using the TP to be able to answer the wave quickly and kind of be able to match the timing window of OMG being on the map. Sure, they don't have Sivir, but you have a lot of ults down for the side of OMG.
Bin face checks in. That's half of his HP gone. It's not a pick, but hey, OMG will take that half of a player's HP. Crisp does have a lot of sustain for his team. OMG are desperate to find their way in. Shanji the front line. He has to go first. In they go with a pick, looking for Bin, and he's taken down already. 4v5 now, but Doggo is on Sivir. Keep your eyes on those boomerangs as he's focusing Shanji with the Kraken Slayer here. One for Abel, though, on the other side. Cream the next target. Doggo goes down, and it's Abel to look out for instead. Chris to fall. Icon alone in the world with the legacy of Shurima. Here to make the play. Icon goes over. Abel goes down, and BLG live on.
And Icon is trying his hardest to pull BLG across this team fight finish line in situations where they should be favored. But Bin walking a little bit too far forward, not expecting that brush play, but Mudge, it's actually not stopping.
Icon will not let this game go without a fight right here. Aki forced away from the Drake by the TP from Icon. Man, where was this Icon all split? We saw him come in, we saw him be proactive for BLG, but not at this level.
And we see here, right, they all in on been great coordination from OMG. Numerous members jumping at the same time. Weiwei trying to go in to lock people down, but look how, like, separated Doggo is. And he keeps running forward against champions like Inari, against other champions who are able to get involved, get in his face, and just ends up going down, leaving Icon to have to make these hero plays and bring it back. Aki actually flashing in, which just opens up the opportunity for Icon to go over the wall, isolate these other 2 members, and find kills.
Absolutely beautiful from Icon, and crucially, that play has set BLG up now with 3 Drakes. They are on Soul Point as we broach the 25-minute mark, but OMG not looking to slow the pace of the game down at all. 6-6 on the scoreboard. They have a minor gold lead. They want to go for the Baron.
They have an item advantage on Abel as well, so should be feeling incredibly strong. But Aki's getting taken so low, and with Cyclone back up, I think OMG just have to back out.
And man, like, how do you fight against Azir Sivir in a Baron pit? It's just impossible. The amount of cleave damage that will come out from BLG during these fights is purely just terrifying. Honestly, like, I don't think that's winnable. If you're in a Baron pit or a Dragon pit, you cannot fight BLG.
Honestly, I feel like it shouldn't be winnable for OMG, but I feel like this has been a pretty rough game from Doggo so far with positioning, right? And I mean, he just walks a little bit too far forward. Sure, we've seen Icon actually is enough to be able to save the play for the side of BLG, but that's not the position you're going to put yourselves in.
Great with the charm onto Weiwei, but Clone keeps him safe. Tower goes down in the mid lane here as Shanji tries to find some pressure on the bottom side to answer. But it is BLG still ever so slightly behind on gold despite that tower going down. It's still about 1,000 gold lead for OMG. But again, I do favor the scaling on BLG. Like you say, Doggo not having the best game of his life. Whereas Abel, during these fights, he's been an absolute monster.
He's huge. And I mean, just look at the items, right? Like, looks like Doggo is finally able to get that third item, so slowly starting to catch up. But the fact that Abel's been sitting 3.5 items for so long, just a testament to how strong he's been. Tons of sustain coming through. We're hitting that 60% crit point for both AD carries now. Also having the IEs in pocket. So it feels like that's what's going to be down to, right? It's going to be a battle of the AD carries. The thing for BLG is you kind of have like this double threat composition with the Azir. Even Bin can be a nuisance to the backline, to where for OMG, it really is all on Abel. Like, sure, Cream went towards the Ludens. He also picked up the Void Staff, so going to be doing more damage than if he had went the utility route with the Everfrost, but still might not be enough.
To see Abel, a lot of pressure on his shoulders. And I have to say, I have been impressed by Abel this year. He came back into the LPL, and my expectations were not particularly high. We've seen other old school LPL AD carries come back into big teams and not really perform. But I feel like Abel, in terms of mechanics and stuff, has been pretty on point. Managed to survive here. Cold the next target. Wild Growth going to be used as Aki goes in onto Doggo to answer the play. Big damage there, but trades it for his own life here as Cream goes in with the Spirit Rush. Abel now trying to get damage down, but he's gone too deep by himself. Will be taken down here. Icon with another kill. By over the wall. Aki has to back away. OMG on the wrong side of the play though, and BLG with a numbers advantage could look for more.
The good thing for BLG is the fact that they have that Yuumi, so they can get some of their health back up, because they did get chunked quite low by that initial rundown they tried to do of OMG. They might keep going though, and Aki going for the reset. BLG don't know this. I think that there's a ward in the Raptor pit, but I feel like they could have gone a bit more aggressive had they known. Instead, they're going to turn straight onto the Baron and try to force OMG in, because Abel, their big damage dealer's gone. He's the one we were saying that they rely on.
They probably don't want the Baron here. They probably want a team fight instead. Aki over the wall will be able to contest, and BLG back away. Luckily, OMG don't go too aggressive on this, or just threaten the 50-50, and that's enough to force BLG away.
And for BLG, I mean, to where for other teams in other situations, Mantra, I'd let the Desire take over, and I'd be like, flip it, BLG, give us something, let's see what happens. They're on Soul Point. They don't need to flip anything. They have the superior scale. Like back off, you're making the right call. Try and clear out some of this vision that OMG have put back up, and they could look to take that fight. We'll go straight into the replay. BLG wanting to go aggressive on Abel, but the fact that he can dash out, then in my mind, they kind of overcommit to this top side of the fight, give over the angle for Aki to find and engage on Doggo, and are very lucky that Bin gets so close, actually cues into Aki, and then is able to flash on top of the Zeri. So great job coming out from Bin to find and set up that position.
Yeah. OMG now grouping up in the river. They want a pick, but it's a clone. Shanji denied by Weiwei, and I feel like we've seen that passage of play so many times today. Bin trying to get priority in the bottom side, backs away. Will not be caught. BLG in the river. Aki goes in. Final chapter across the whole team, though. Big knockup from Weiwei, and Bin with a huge counter-strike. BLG find the 5v5. They find everything they could need. Icon with a triple, and if he doesn't get an MVP, I will eat my hat. Icon has been incredible today, and BLG will get their soul.
This has been Icon's game, and if Icon can keep performing at this level, I mean, my God, it's so exciting, completely running over this game with the Azir when other members of BLG have kind of been struggling, and they're just looking for the end.
They needed to be 2-0'd by OMG today if they were going to not make playoffs, but BLG show up in game number one. A slow and steady win, but under 30 minutes, no less. The Nexus falls, and BLG, a late resurgence here in the LPL, but keeping their playoffs hopes alive.
Yep, you nailed it. We said at the start of the day, OMG needed to 2-0 BLG for BLG to be eliminated, so even if for whatever reason they can't pull out the series win, we'll still be able to keep going with a goal in mind. But right, this was a slow burner, not a lot happened. It felt like OMG gave them a lot of breathing room in the early game, in my opinion. Like we were kind of speculating about some of the action we could see, specifically around both top and mid. And sure, Aki did try to put emphasis on mid lane ganks. Icon just did a fantastic job at playing around all of them. Seriously, like, my God, the situations he escaped from that game were mind-blowing. And then with that, we never really saw them able to do anything else. They never really tried to force top off of like Sejuani ults. We didn't see them aggressively maybe invading the enemy jungle or trying too hard to force for Rift Heralds. And BLG were just in their comfort zone. They were getting to chill. They were getting to vibe. And again, the heroics from Icon just cannot be understated. He really did have a phenomenal game.
There is no universe in my mind where Icon gets Azir for game 2. Like, that cannot be allowed with how he performed in game number 1. Like you say, not just in the team fights, but during that early laning phase as well. So many times could have been caught. A worse player would have gone down, but Icon managing to outplay it. And then the fight around Dragon, flashing over the wall to go literally 1v4 and take 2 kills. Unbelievable. Completely denies that Drake. And then, you know, later on, Azir does Azir things, and Icon stepping up to be the hero for his team.
Yeah, and right, I mean, you look across the board and it's like, yeah, Bin didn't really have much of an impact. It was kind of mostly just playing by himself. Really, the only impact he had was that Counter-Strike coming through. Doggo, the numbers show that he had a huge impact, but getting caught out quite a few times, it really did just come down to the mid laner. Crisp had some good moments, some good ults, but yeah, I think this one is very cut and dry. I honestly think if Icon hadn't performed to the level he did, that OMG actually could have won this game from the trajectory that we were seeing things go. But OMG, I mean, it just really felt like that early game. And then the fact that the one pick came onto the Zeri, it's like, okay, this is really your big damage dealer, your only hope of even being able to take fights off Able outplaying. And without that, you don't really have anything left in the gas tank.
Yeah, felt like a tough one for OMG. And honestly, for game number 2, I want to see more aggression, really, across the board. And granted, there was a lot of bans trying to deny that aggression from OMG, but I want to see Shanji on something where he can look for solo kills more aggressively. I want to see this bottom lane on something where they can be more aggressive too, because having to go up against the Sivir and the Yuumi, they did not have any pressure in the bottom side. They didn't have priority in the early game. They didn't have kill threat later on. Felt really, really tough for them across the board. So OMG really needs to change things up in the draft for game number 2. But BLG, potential for the late resurgence. They win game number 1, and I'm excited to see if they could do it again right after the break.
As Dudu is going to be discovered here by Dr. Yeah, don't know about that. Once again, bit of the melee range situation as the GA is going to be popped.
I do know about that.
Is he just going to kill everyone? Is Dudu going to? Yes, he is! It's a triple for the Gwen!
I guess he's just a big taunt on the map.
I keep on grinding even though it starts to kill.
A bit of a tough spot. C9 pouring the damage into the health bars as Blabber stays alive, tanking on the front line, but he's finally going to drop FlyQuest in 2! FlyQuest
here comes Berserker!
It's 3v3 here on the map.
Penta angle!
Berserker is killing everyone!
There it is!
Berserker gets the Penta!
How do they come? How do they fall? Bigger they are, bigger the ball.
It's too late. It's too late. TT into the pit, but Beige 1 left alone. There goes the jungler, and TT in full retreat on the wrong side of the map. Yao Yao gets onto Jackie Love, but Mark's there to save the day. Nothing TT does matters anymore, as Jackie Love will clean up. Look at it go, as Jackie Love takes the team and grabs a pentakill against TT.
You can leave there for someone else.
They're kind of running out of options. They certainly are. Vitality are just keeping XL at arm's length. They're really just chipping away at them. And
Here we go! Massive ultimate into the flick back. The solo layers of Vitality in perfect synergy. And XL, they're routed. They're running home as Nuked knows he needs to try and kill this wave. Otherwise, it's going to be game over.
Perfect ultimate comes in from Alfari.
Keeping on threatening. This paranoia has been so valuable so far, and especially when you have an advantage. Yep, like you say, the inhibitor turret's going to go down. Inhibitor to follow, as Shockwave is not going to find Aiming, who manages to sprint his way out, and now a Realm Walk to come on forward. Vikla just kind of sorry, Rascal by himself. As Aiming's trying to do damage, but Zaya's just denying him completely. Now Aiming's able to try and kite this one out as Ona goes golden. Aiming's still alive for now, but the rest of his team is evaporating. And KT will unfortunately fall to maybe a pentakill for Gumayushi.
Pozisyonu kovalamaya devam ediyor. Bir örgütü var, geliyor buraya. Star Screen çok fazla tankladı. Şimdi bir sıçra kaçacak mı?
Yok
Star
artık.
Screen hayatta mıydı? Ocağın çağrısı geliyor buraya. Işınlar kullanıldı. 5 kişi olan bir Beşiktaş. Lost Star Screen'i istiyor. Ama onu koruyan bir Ferret var. 3'te 3 yapan bir Oli Phoenix. Oli Phoenix 4.'yü de istiyor. MGX de istiyor burada. Erdemir de hemen orada bu 5'te 5'i bulabilecek bakalım.
5'te 5 mi? 5'te 5 mi?
Erdemir geliyor.
5'te 5.
Yardım etti Oli Phoenix'ten 5'te 5.
Always taking chances, not happy to stand still. Shouting over rooftops, jumping for the thrill. On into the ocean, dive into the deep. Live with eyes wide open, even when I sleep. Now we gotta keep closing doors, looking so dangerous. Lean so low, you're nearly falling over. A floodlit soldier, melting hard at the gate of freedom, but only in the past tense. Waiting for a revolution, flowers on a wire fence. A rabbit in a headlight, looking on the bright side. Now I'm just someone you used to know, living in the rat race, gears into reverse, moving by like clockwork, the working man's curse. Two suns in the sunset, never-ending view, river flowing on, waiting for you. Now we gotta keep closing doors, looking so dangerous. Lean so low, you're nearly falling over. A floodlit soldier, melting hard at the gate of freedom, but only in the past tense. Waiting for a revolution, flowers on a wire fence. A rabbit in a headlight, looking on the bright side. Now I'm just someone you used to know. And I don't ever wanna wake from my dream. A rabbit in a headlight, looking on the bright side. Now I'm just someone you used to know.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building from Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul, and the music factory stacked 12-inch gold.
OMG 战队的话，我觉得就非常有血性吧，就是跟他们打，
就是要 ban 很多那种下路进攻性很强的英雄。我觉得就大家都敢打敢拼一点吧，就可以奔放一点。我觉得在轮换之前我们就比较惨淡嘛，然后在回来过后，我觉得我们状态有慢慢调整，应该很有机会可以继续赢下去。
Well, banning the aggressive bottom lane certainly happened for BLG. And Lyric, you know what else happened? Is Icon absolutely destroyed his former team of OMG. Let's go straight to the MVP because Icon was an absolute monster. It's all I want to talk about before this next game because this is their performance. Like, this felt classic. This felt like Icon of old.
This felt like Icon came in with a vengeance and like really wanted to prove himself against OMG. Like you said, former team, long-time member of that organization. And he was the standout, right? we just heard coming out from the interview of like, hey, BLG perform aggressively. We just need to perform fearlessly. And Icon really was fearless, right? Was always pushed up in mid lane. Wasn't afraid of these plays coming through. Always able to get those flashes off instantly. Huge Emperor's Divides coming through. Had the hero moment around Botside Dragon, which I'm sure we're going to see, and here it is. And it's just so exciting. It's so great getting these hero building moments from players. And right, even thinking back to when, before Icon went to Worlds with LNG, like that split leading up to Worlds, he was a member who had good games, who's really good at enabling Tarzan and like had his standout moments. So the fact that he can come in today and hopefully can deliver 2 games in a row against his former org would be terrific to see. BLG, he can do it. Keep the playoff race spicy. That's what we want.
Exactly. Keep the dream alive. That's what we want to see. BLG currently in 12th as they start this series, but it's still possible. You know, they need someone like TT, someone like OMG, or someone like anyone's legend to lose a few more series, but it's very possible. It's very possible. And BLG, if they could perform like that, could look at 2 wins on the board before we make it to playoffs. So it keeps everything very interesting. I fully expect, though, that OMG are going to ban Azir, surely, coming into game number 2. Or take it themselves, but it's not really a champion I would associate with Creep.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely need to see something different, especially coming in for their bot lane where, like, sure, they weren't getting, like, 2v2 killed or anything, but they were undeterred all game. They were losing turret just outright in 2v2, plates getting chunked out, not able to find that impact. And we weren't able to see that patented OMG aggression that we see almost every series that makes them one of the most exciting teams. And you can see when the game pace gets slowed down this much, when BLG have so many defensive zoning tools and it's so hard to kind of penetrate that formation, that they will be able to take the game. So definitely going to need to see a change up in draft for OMG coming into game 2. But heck, if BLG even just stick to the same plan of banning out Silas, Samira, Tristana, I don't know. Like, with bot lane, there's definitely other options, right? Like, we could just see them go back to things like an Aphelios, or if they felt confident pulling out something like a Lucianami or whatever it is, they're there. I think for mid lane is where we're going to need to see a little bit more. The Ahri pick's good. Cream's been solid on the Ahri, but going to need to be more movement. Like I said, if the Azir's off the table, that's at least one tool that isn't so annoying and oppressive in the mid lane, while also being so safe.
And I think as well, like, when you look towards that bottom lane, just take something like the Sivir yourself. Then at least you're going to get priority in that bottom lane, right? Like, I think that was the biggest issue, was not necessarily just the lack of aggression coming out from OMG in the draft on that bottom side, but more the lack of proactivity that led to. And if you have the Sivir, even if you can't be aggressive in the 2v2, you can be proactive elsewhere. So,
or even like Jinx Aphelios, right? Both have range, so they can at least like contend for the wave.
Let's find out how it's going to go down. Kalista banned by OMG, Samira banned by BLG, the Fiora taken off the board as well. And we'll see if the other aggressive AD carries are banned away still. You know, things like the Lucian, things like the Draven. There's a lot of AD carries still available that you can take over that bottom lane with. OMG are going to respect ban that Azir from Icon, and rightly so after Game 1's performance.
I think last ban, I think you look into the Silas again. If there's one ban you could leave open from that you banned on blue side before, the Tristana to me is the one that kind of stands out. Happy that they do go for it. And now for OMG, you kind of highlighted the Sivir. There's something they could go toward. The other thing would be the Wukong, which at least with the Cyclone guarantees that you should be able to find that pick, even if BLG have zoning tools and ways to disengage. When you have Flash up, right, Flash Icon is pretty much a guaranteed fight.
Certainly is. The Wukong locked in here for Aki. So hard engaged tool here for OMG. We said we want proactivity. Wukong can certainly lean towards that style of play. BLG though, Zeri available, Sivir available. These big priority AD carries, or perhaps wanting to get a jungler for themselves. We'll have to see.
I think just go towards the Sivir. Force OMG to come in with an answer to Sivir Yumi, because game one they didn't have one, and now a lot of these same bans still here. I mean, we had the Zeri come out in game one for the opposing side, but when Sivir works so well, I just don't see why you need to look away from the plan.
Could be the Zeri, though, being hovered by Doggo right now. Yumi good with both, right? Yumi just incredibly strong right now, honestly, with any of these team fight scaling AD carries. I will say the Sivir gives you that priority in the bottom side that we were just talking about. Looks like as they run out of time, it will be that Zeri locked in for the side of BLG, so not opting into the Sivir, at least for the time being.
The thing I'll give it right is at least with the mobility and the dashes that it brings repositioning, it opens up Doggo to at least put himself in better position.
Okay.
And okay. Oh,
that's
gee.
what I'm talking about.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Like, to me, in my mind, out of like Samira, Silas, Tristana, this would be like the least likely thing to come through. But OMG saying they don't care. They still just want to be able to keep up that aggression. A champion that also able to get priority with the passive coming out from the E, and now they will always be able to find the fights that they're looking for. For BLG, you can look to match jungler here, or it feels like maybe you can take a high priority mid lane. LeBlanc, of course, signature icon champion, came in, has gotten buffs on this patch to the damage on the W, also getting some buffs towards the mana. So you can not only look to trade more often and more aggressively, going to help out with some things like wave clears to get more points into that W, and overall just rounding out pretty well. Does open up for OMG to potentially ban out junglers though. For BLG, I'm curious to where they'll go, if they'll look to start taking away some of these mid lane options, and they do. Vex not gonna be open for Cream.
Yeah, which, you know, not necessarily a champion I was expected to come in today, but does very well into that LeBlanc. So removing Vex from the table. The Silas already gone. Perhaps something like the Akali could be taken off if you don't want to have a volatile mid lane where Cream has his hands on an assassin as well. We'll see. Talia also still open. Talia has been kind of just forgotten about during this draft, so could be an option for Cream. He's only played it once this split. Certainly not a pick that he's lent into, but when you've got a strong bot side like this, could be an option.
I think this was a good choice, considering that, like, playing LeBlanc, you feel fine laning into Talia. You feel fine laning into Ahri as well. Even Akali's fine. So out of those three, go towards, I think, the safest out of the options that Cream has left available. So they do go for that. Coming into second phase, we still have the Viego open. If BLG want to go towards, I'd say, the most like stock and standard pick we have come through, Vi would kind of fit thematically in terms of that you have a LeBlanc, you can just kind of hone into having a lot of dive potential. But with this, it's kind of interesting because, right, LeBlanc is a very flexible champion in terms of you can look for all-ins, but you could also play this poke style. You have the W coming out from Zeri, you now have the pillar from Trundle to dissuade them from coming in. So BLG having a bit of a pseudo poke composition that is still very flexible in terms of being able to go in.
Yeah, this pseudo poke, as you say, and a good amount of disengage with both the Trundle pillar that you talked about, the Yumi as well. Really, really good on disengage. Gwen locked in for Shanji. That's what we like to see. A bit of aggression on that top side and team fight power. OMG, you can see the composition like building before your very eyes, can't you? The Wukong goes in, knocks everyone up. Nautilus there to help with the engage and to get that depth charge down onto the Zeri. And then Gwen, Tristana, the Akali we talked about, locked in for Cream. They are going to go crazy in a grouped-up team fight.
And it was the only thing left open, right? I feel like the second we saw the Ahri ban, like, it had to be Akali coming through for Cream. You hit on it. It's all about the dive. It's all about the all-in, getting on top of the key carries for the side of BLG. Right now, it looks like they're just going to look for the standard top lane option into the Gwen. I don't think it's about bad shout, bringing in the Mega Gnar, having some form of lockdown and potential there. And yeah, two very different drafts, right? OMG wanting to go in, BLG wanting to keep them at arm's length, control vision extraordinarily well. And then LeBlanc and Zeri both do incredibly well of like poking you down over walls, poking you down over terrain, and then not allow you to enter the space so you can either get the objective or finish off kills on low health targets.
I feel like this early game is going to be really scrappy, right? You're talking about the poke that BLG brings to the table, but OMG as well, massive pick potential, massive burst damage on their side. It does feel like if you overstep when teams are setting up for a Drake and things like that, the mobility is there from both sides to really quickly punish you for that overstep and turn it into an unfair fight. And that's what the two teams will be looking to do. As we head towards game number 2, remember, BLG, they have kept their playoff streams alive. Even if they lose the series now, they are still actually in the running for playoffs. It just becomes a lot less likely. But with a win here, they give themselves a very real chance of making it. OMG, on the other hand, remember, they wanted to fight for 6th seed here. And they wanted a 2-0 to do it. It's still possible with a 2-1. But they need to get those wins on the board. OMG have their work cut out as they move into game 2.
And a lot going to be coming out from the side of OMG. Bot lane, incredibly aggressive. We want to see those all-ins coming through from Abel and Cold, and Aki there to enable them. Cream as well. I mean, first few levels could be a little bit annoying, but once we hit 6, I mean, this could just be, you know, full-on outplay show coming between Kareem and Icon. Who's able to land their abilities? Can Icon land the chain, lock the Akali down, get some of that burst? Or can Kareem dodge out, connect the E, follow in with the second E, and, you know, get the execution down with his ult? So, Munch, I at least think this time around, we're guaranteed more action. We're guaranteed a higher pace.
Oh, no, Lyric, what are you doing? You can't say that out loud now. We're guaranteed.
We're guaranteed. I'm committing. I'm doubling down.
What have you done?
I'm doubling down.
Oh, Ben spots out Aki here. Aki does go for the... I thought he'd faked it then, because the observers had toggled the vision. I thought he had gone, like, faked vision onto the red buff, which would have been, I don't know, 5-head mind games. Will be warned on that red buff, though, so BLG will be spotted. Wait. They will have full information of his start on the red buff here.
BLG can do the same, right? They're bringing Icon down now, and some of the nice things about LeBlanc, you can just get enemy vision on an enemy buff just with really no committal whatsoever, since you do just start off with your distortion. So both teams will have similar levels of information. Looks like BLG going to start on that top side, so OMG will just outright know Weiwei pathing down towards his bottom lane. So for OMG, Aki starting up towards his blue. And when we just hit on for Aki wanting to see him more involved, and especially around that bot lane, definitely feels like the path is working out well, to where for Weiwei, looks like kind of matching that expected path to be able to cover his bot lane.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to move down towards that bottom side. Both of our junglers. We could have a little scuffle for the Scuttle Crown, but I will say Trundle in that early game does pretty well in the 1v1, so you can anticipate maybe Weiwei could get that Scuttle. Depends on the timings, though, as Weiwei straight down to the top side. Not messing about with chickens, not messing about with Krugs. He's gone straight to his blue.
Yeah, gonna go with a bit of the faster clear as well, right? Trundle definitely preferring those single target camps, red, blue, straight into the Gromp, and also giving his bot lane a little bit of safety and security in terms of looking for this trial level 1 before Nautilus Tristana really comes online, which, you know, would be level 2, level 3, when you have the ability to find the hook, jump in with that rocket jump, and just get straight on top of Doggo and Crisp.
I have to say, though, I'm looking at this mid lane, right? It's Akali versus LeBlanc, and it's Icon on another classic pick of his, right? His Azir, 3rd most played of his career, doing an amazing job in game number 1. Now playing the LeBlanc, which is his most played champion ever in competitive. I can't wait to see what he's got up his sleeve for us. Weiwei moves in, looking for an invade onto Aki. Big damage already coming on down, and Aki just trying to flee, but I don't know if he gets to. Oh, lethal tempo popped. Weiwei not going to flash for the kill. Happy to just take the red buff.
Yeah, I mean, you already hit on, like, the early dueling strength of Trundle coming through. He also already has this red buff as compared to Aki, doesn't have it. Lethal tempo actually being a bit better in the early game than Conquerors on the opposing side, so having all the tools necessary to just completely run Aki out of his jungle. And Aki not wanting to lose out on too much, trying to run straight up to just guarantee the Scuttle Crab and make sure that he gets something.
And I like that from Aki, right? Being able to guarantee that you're not falling too far behind and actually head up towards Bin as well, who Bin will not be expecting Aki to be a part of any kind of play right now, but pops underneath his tower, should be safe with where the lane is positioned.
And plays like this are just so smart, right? Just the fact that he shouldn't expect something like this. There must have been communication coming out from his team. They're like, hey, Aki's chunked low. He's going to go for a reset. Even worst case, you get to pick up the Krugs. Then you can just kind of stem the bleeding of being able to fall too far behind from the counter jungling that Weiwei was going for earlier on.
Now Weiwei moving up, but has that Scryer's Bloom and spots that the Crook's going on. So the game is up. Aki has been rumbled, and Weiwei is chasing him down through the map here. Look at the health difference. Look at the sheer power difference between BLG and OMG on that top side. Shanji has to back away, and Aki, he did manage to grab those Crooks for himself, but he'll pay with his grab.
And I mean, he's just so lucky that like this is spotted out now and not, let's say, like this situation happening in a minute, 2 minutes time, where if Weiwei had boots, I mean, Weiwei definitely could have run him down there. Weiwei has pillar, Weiwei has flash, just being a little bit too behind. Shanji, gonna be a bro, gonna try and support his jungler, make sure this doesn't go through, but Weiwei having the smite allows it to happen. Kind of taking stock of lanes right now. All of BLG's lanes in a comfortable position. For OMG, we're going to be redirecting our attention to Aki pathing back down towards that bot side and seeing if they can open anything up. The fact that Cream not able to get pry on this matchup early on from the range advantage able to come through from Icon just kind of hinders and makes it hard to find these opportunities available for the side of OMG.
So talk to me a little bit about this bottom lane, because in my mind, Tristan and Nautilus should have like kill threat on Zeri Yugi. They should have priority, they should be able to just dominate his lane, but that is not what is happening, right? CS lead for the side of Doggo and Crisp, as well as the cull start from Abel, so clearly feeling like they couldn't go too aggressive in the early game. Talk me through the matchup a little bit, because that's not what I would have expected.
I'm actually really surprised as well. So I'm kind of curious, because we haven't really been, you know, our observers haven't really panned over bot lane, like if Cold's actually actively been looking for hooks, and it's been, you know, maybe Doggo and... Yeah, and Doggo and Crisp kind of playing out, but you're right, yeah, double Ghost coming out on both sides, 480 carries, to be able to find more impact in team fights, right? Get on the map a little bit faster at points as well if you're a bit behind on a rotation and need to try and link up for a play. But yeah, both teams kind of indexing into not being all about the 2v2, but I gotta ignore the 2v2 because Shanji.
Yeah, kind of not really able to make the ult work for him as Ben just returns to the lane once again. The reason I was so surprised on the Ghost, I saw a blue summoner for 80 carries. I just assumed it was cleanse, like by default. Like my brain just auto-filled that as cleanse on both sides. So the Ghost coming out, bit of a weird one on the bottom side.
We've actually been seeing more Ghosts come in recently in the bottom lane, and they're gonna kind of give you that impact, like in team fights to be able to skirt around, be able to get away, bit of a lower cooldown as well, but definitely not something we see every game in the LPL right now.
Especially on a pick like Tristana, right, where you have so much movement anyway. It's not a summoner that you'd necessarily expect to be a priority. Icon, big damage onto Cream. He's doing a really good job in this mid lane. Having a bit of a CS lead, but every time we look over, it is Icon winning those trades. But now Cream is level 6. Icon does have to be a little more cautious on it, because that's really where Ricardo's going to come online.
Yeah, 100%. Especially the fact, you know, him having the Ignite, him being level 6. Like, these are the opportunities where ideally you want to come into lane and try to look for that all-in quite early before Icon's able to get any level of that poke down. So you can already see Cream aggressively fishing for that all-in so he can find the opportunity, you know, be able to get the kill and start making his presence known on the map. So when we've kind of hit on for OMG that's what they would have liked. But I mean, you already hit on the Ghost. Another thing for the Ghost in bot side is even the lethal tempo, right? Another thing kind of signaling that OMG not going for that level of aggression. They need to be concerned about this biting them later, though. Going up against Trundle, Yuumi, Zeri, champions that are going to scale phenomenally.
Weiwei is just, every single time he sees Aki, he wants to fight. He just walks on towards this monkey and tries to make the plays happen. Weiwei threatening in the mid lane, though, stopping Cream going too aggressive onto Icon here. Decides not to go for anything too much more here, as he did get the grub, got the flash out from Aki, moves back to his own half. And it really has been Weiwei controlling the early game, as Doggo and Crisp also get themselves a plate on the bottom side. Everything is looking fantastic for BLG.
And this is really nice, especially considering for Weiwei, right? Because Weiwei has just been so... I don't even feel like hit or miss is the right word, because it actually feels like he's missing more than he's been hitting this split. But yeah, it's so easy to think back to all the good moments and good splits that Weiwei's had in the LPL so far. And Bin finds the engage.
Hill is there. Shanji's fine. He's fine. The needlework will come through onto Bin as well. So a bit of bonus damage there from Shanji. Weiwei couldn't quite get into the plate. Bin tried to get the stun, but wasn't quite able to get Shanji to connect to the wall.
And this actually might even just open up the Herald for the side of OMG. BLG are going to go for it, but Megan are down. There's no ult there. Like, sure, Shanji's uses needlework as well, but you got to be really afraid of the Cyclone coming through. And look at the minimap. Both bot lanes are coming Both bot lanes are coming!
Okay, we've got a scrap on our hands as Bin's been caught as well, forced to flash by Shanji. Now Weiwei in trouble as here comes Doggo. Final chapter, Icon gets first blood here. BLG starts strong as Cream tries to get into the fray. Akali in the midst of everyone, but his team is falling down around him. Shanji next to fall as he does take the Herald. Shanji crucially denying that one, but it ain't enough as he's lost 4 teammates.
And BLG showing up today, styling on OMG. Looks like they were the team that got the Herald, but the fact that they got so many kills out of that is so much more worth. I mean, out of nowhere, BLG have created a 2,000 gold lead.
Pretty nice for BLG, and crucially for Icon, who had just picked up a Dark Seal before that play. 3 stacks now on that one for him. And it feels like he's in position to have another really great game. Final chapter setting everything up.
Yes, it sets it up, but even then, I mean, you land a hook onto the LeBlanc, not very impactful, has the mobility, and then they follow through after the final chapter comes through. Weiwei able to get on the back line, find some knockups to go through, and then Doggo, much better positioning in this game in the skirmish than we saw in Game 1 on a Sivir.
Really nice stuff from Doggo. Aggressive. That's what we needed to see is this aggressive team fighting. The Ghost used very effectively, just chasing Abel down. And again, I was expecting this Tristana to be the aggressive side of the matchup, but with no cooldowns, trying to play for Peel does not work out for Abel. And now, big advantage for BLG. What can they do with it? They've got a LeBlanc, they've got a Zeri, they have a lot of power across the map to use, and Drake is on.
For BLG, I mean, Frostfire Gauntlet now picked up for Weiwei. I think you keep going with the plan of just playing through your jungler. They can look for these aggressive invades. They can get deep vision down. You can already see them starting to get that. Oh, Doggo!
He's got no summoners. Abel's in big trouble here. He's just going to go down. Pushed out of position, forced to use his rocket jump and then take it down. Aki hiding in the brush here. Cole moves over. There's a hook onto the kitty cat. Knock up onto Zeri as well. Doggo will fall, and Aki and Cole make the play to punish the side of BLG. A crucial play because that Drake could have started the snowball.
That was just clever coming out from OMG, right? Honestly, not really too much you could do as BLG there. The fact that Aki kind of accepted his AD carry going down and stayed in the brush, like, there's no reason for BLG. You would assume enemy jungles in that position. So, nice job by OMG to be creative, to be clever, to be able to find that pick and make sure that this wouldn't just turn into a snowball outrageously. BLG still do have a gold lead, and right, with the item advantages coming through in terms of like mythics and items on the board, should be able to keep up the momentum. It looks like they're going to keep going with that now.
Good shuriken flip there from Cream to keep himself safe as Weiwei tried to move into the lane. First Drake still on the map, 11 minutes in. Neither team willing to commit as Icon just looking for more damage.
Look at the minimap. We see both Cold and Aki heading up the top side.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Bin's in trouble here. Meganar currently. That'll time out shortly. Then Bin, with no flash available either, might get baited in by Shanji here. You can expect Shanji to go for aggressive trades. As Cold and Aki move over, Bin knows something's up. He smells a rat, but Cold might be able to find the anchor. Does find his target. Aki flies in as well. Ignite is there, and a kill for Cold. In the meantime, Shanji doesn't get part of the kill, but he gets himself some plates.
OMG realize they can't contend on the bottom half of the map right now and figure that's where BLG are putting their resources. So they just say, hey, axe the bot lane. We don't care about that turret. Go straight up towards the top side. And Abel's actually heading up there now as well. So you're going to try and get all that pushing power to try to contend what BLG's duo's doing right now.
If they have a wave, maybe they can actually take this first. I'm not sure. Tristana versus Zeri. Maybe Zeri has the edge. There will be 2 plates taken here, and Doggo just has more time on it. With the explosive charge, though, there is a chance that the Tristana can outrace it. Where's the double picture? We always get a double picture. Right now is the tower will not go down. On either side, the wave crashing already on the bottom side, though. I think BLG will be the ones to grab the first tower.
Yeah, BLG going to get it. They even have wards littered all across OMG's jungle, so they can spot out where Shanji is right now. But OMG, realizing they're losing that race, actually moving over to mid to try to punish Icon.
Trying to punish, but not going to be able to for the time being. Icon has the W available. Distortion on cooldown, but has flash, right? The Mimic on cooldown? Yeah, Mimic. I was getting confused with the hijack there from Silas for a split second. All of the ults that change abilities get confused in my head. Icon, or at least the names do. Icon managing to keep himself safe there. Cold just going to go for the reset. Tower finally traded in the top side. And crucially, 5 seconds until those plates go down. So Abel still getting a massive amount of gold there.
Yeah, OMG doing a nice job to kind of get close to equalizing that gold lead. And, I mean, we've seen, right, both teams kind of lean around mid to try to find these plays, but incredibly hard to find plays on either Nakali or LeBlanc, both having multiple ways to be able to get out of those sticky situations. Even in terms of solo kills, right? One of them would need to, like, hard overcommit for them to really be in any position of danger. So that's not going to happen, and we should probably start seeing both teams transition into this 1-3-1 like we're seeing now. All soul laners on both sides feel comfortable in those side lanes, and I feel like this is where the map can really start to open up. If Icon's keeping up that pressure, going to give him more windows to roam over to sides. We talked about how for BLG, we want to see them all in on Weiwei's advantage, so it opens up more invades into the enemy jungle and trying to snowball your Trundle's advantage even further.
Yeah, trying to get this Trundle ahead is the name of the game. I mean, trying to get him ahead. He is ahead. Trying to get him even further ahead. The name of the game here is Weiwei grabs that Scuttle Crab. Looking towards the mid lane. I love how active Cold is, though. Cold is everywhere. Trying to make the plays. There we go. Straight on into the Zeri. Doggo down. Next is the Kitty Cat. Crisp 2-4. And OMG find themselves 2.
It's been nice as well because we've seen these teams find leads in different ways. Like BLG's pure team fighting has been better this game in some of their map control, but OMG have been creative. They've been clever to be able to find these kills. They've been looking for picks. That's going to pay off this time around. It should turn into this Herald. Hopefully they're able to pick this one up. And then, I mean, heck, you have a plethora of options of where you can drop this Herald. Both mid and bots still open. We've already talked about sides being opened up if you want to extend those lanes for the Akali. But I definitely think looking towards mid, probably the play for OMG.
Yeah, Herald taken down, though. Aki getting a good chunk of local gold there. Remember, 300 gold for the Herald now. Not too shabby. Cold could be caught anchor to get to the wall, but the chains do land from Icon. Don't know if he has any more damage in the tank. Yes, he does. Icon with a solo kill onto Cold.
Icon killing his former support. I mean, heck, these two played with each other for such a long time, but Icon doesn't care. Icon, he's a stone cold killer. And it would honestly be great if we got to see another performance of Icon being the one to carry, Icon to pick up the MVP, because, I mean, with LeBlanc, right, you just have so many ways to impact the game. But we see here, I mean, Cold comes in, flash, hook, into the ultimate. They're chaining the Cyclone. Like, they're really not leaving any room for good flash timings or really anything to come through for BLG to be able to outplay this. Just throw all the CEC, layer it together perfectly, and no response able to be given.
Sorry. I just saw Abel waiting for Cold to get the cannon and then autos the caster minion and the Tristana passive kills the cannon anyway. All in down from Creep onto Icon. He will get out with his life though thanks to the zoomies. As OMG stacking up 15 seconds on the Drake here and BLG won it.
OMG going to try and brute force their way in. I mean, heck, they do have Cold on the Nautilus, so they don't have to be too fearful in terms of face checking for this vision. And BLG, compositionally, would like to be on objective first. Utilize the LeBlanc distortion of the chain, like Doggo throwing out W's over the wall. These things still work if you're not on objective to try to whittle them down. It's just not as guaranteed of being able to get as much poke as possible before them, coming on in. So for BLG, we're going to see Icon try to find the flank.
Simply are able down to half HP. Does have the red buff, but it's not that much regen at this point in the game. Herald down in the bottom lane. The minion wave just going to be circumvented. It's already gone past, so the Herald will get its charge. Remember, that second Herald, much more HP to work with, so it will get some time on the tower as well. OMG back on. Icon in onto Abel. Doesn't quite have the damage. The chains didn't land. Ignite down onto Icon as well, but Abel has to back away. They don't get the kill, but it's good enough from Icon to force OMG away.
Finds the damage is Cream. Oh, yeah, Icon needs to be careful. Cream could definitely be able to follow this one through. I don't know if it's just because of how close he got that I didn't see the animation go through, but didn't even look like he threw out the Sigil of Malice. But kind of surprising at how little damage Icon did when he went in for the all-in burst. But like you said, I guess at the end of the day, it was enough for them to get the objective. Going to utilize the TP right away and try to keep up pressure on this top side.
Dream is onto Icon right here. The Shuriken's there, but he's locked up. The Ignite isn't enough. Weiwei saves the day.
Weiwei with the ultimate was the difference maker to make sure it goes through. TP coming on in. Cream didn't expect a thing. Not only do they get a kill, do they get Scuttle Crab, but now able to keep up pressure in both lanes. And look, Bin's actually roaming over to mid lane.
go root down onto Cold, but yeah, Cold trying to turn it around. He's just going to fall. BLG starting to snowball here. That's 2 picks in a row at a crucial time in the game. Baron is up in a minute, and massive amounts of control can be gained now by BLG.
And Munch, like seriously, the playoff race is just opening up so much. If OMG lose here, like them and LG on 7 wins, we're gonna have TT, FPX, and BLG all on 6 wins. IG are only on 4, but they're on a 3-series win streak. They could still make it. Like these last few playoff spots, who's gonna make it? Who knows? Who can guess?
This is so exciting. But also, like, BLG, where was this all split long? Where was this kind of proactive pick-based gameplay? Where was this wherewithal to try and find the wins? Like, so many BLG games I watched this split, it didn't even feel like the team was trying that hard, you know? And now we see them here on the last chance saloon, and they pull it out of the bag here with an advantage in their second game after domination in the first. 2 Drakes on the board, a 2,000 gold lead. And I want to see this kept up. Icon back on the map, and it feels good to see Icon performing. Cream wants to punish him, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, I also got to say, going back to the point you were making about bringing it back, it is very easy once your team starts losing, falling behind, struggling, that negativity hits. It's hard to, like, build up good camaraderie on the team. You kind of just sink into this, like, depression and pitfall that's hard to pull yourselves out of. So the fact that BLG have done it is super impressive as been. Got to be careful, even if Shanji's low.
Shanji's just going to die.
He missed everything. Everything.
Yes. Shanji throws up the white flag. He knows it's over. Bin killing the solo kill king and taking one of his own here. Doggo behind Weiwei. Final chapter comes on in. Doggo stacking up though. Keep your eyes on that Zeri. Aki trying to get him on the backline, but forced out of the play himself. Laser on out, but Cream goes in, and Doggo's in trouble here. Cream finishes the kill and flies up to his shuriken.
Cream able to take advantage of the fact that Doggo wanting to aggressively play that fight even after getting the safety of River. So, heck, 1 kill kind of answered on both sides of the board. BLG still the ones keeping up pressure. If we look at Bin pushing in bot, now Icon able to push in top. But still, Gold staying incredibly competitive.
Yeah, super close one here. BLG still slightly ahead. Still slightly with that advantage. Oh, Icon denying the recall from Cream. He's got Weiwei moving over. Aki on the drop right now. Cream desperate to get that recall off. Does not have TP, remember. So couldn't return to the play if Aki gets caught. But BLG just taking everything that they can. A blue buff will be their reward here as Shanji returns to that bottom side to push the wave out. Cream just trying to clear the waves underneath the tower. Needs to do it quickly before BLG can die.
Wait, Munch, am I crazy, or did we not see Bin die on our screens, or am I just...
Wait, yeah, what? Wait,
yeah,
Bin died?
Bin's dead. Bin's dead. Wait, what? Okay, well, we
so
need
this
to
is
go
the
back.
solo kill he got, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, gets us, he does respect the damage and sustain able to come through. Tries to, you know, walking away, dodging out the initial needlework, and then Shanji missing the next few. Straight into this play. Honestly, things go pretty decent for BLG at first. They're able to buy time and get away from the initial engage from Aki, and Aki actually being forced to flash away. So then Doggo walking a bit farther forward gives Cream the opportunity. And it also to say much, if there's a third replay, that's over to you. But I wish we could have seen how Bin died.
I'm hoping there is another replay. I genuinely have no idea. It wasn't a Shanji
He died
solo
under
kill,
the turret.
Zero kills.
He died under the tier 2 turret, and I know Abel made his way over. Oh,
Okay.
there it is.
Well,
Yeah.
it's as simple as that. It just gets
Normal-
knocked back by the Tristana.
The average Thursday, Munch, or Friday, or whatever it is today.
I don't know. I've lost track of every... Oh, no, it's Friday. Because I'm going on a stag do tonight. That's how I know. Let's go. Can't wait. It's going to be OMG, though. Set it up for the Drake. BLG decided not to contest this one. Icon is in the top lane. Does have TP, but I don't think BLG.
And we're in the same position we were in last time around. Like, a decently close game. BLG now on Soul Point. Icon incredibly strong. And yeah, OMG in a rough position. Luckily for OMG, I mean, they still have strong team fighting tools, right? Like, you have the Cyclone. Abel's still going to do a lot of damage. And we've seen Cream, if he can get on the back line, can just delete people. But the amount of control BLG been able to keep up, the fact that Icon on a second item, way on second item already, I feel like BLG feeling incredibly confident, especially with the Yuumi. We haven't really talked about Crisp or Yuumi too much because, let's be real, it's Yuumi, not the flashiest, most exciting, or let's be real, we all hate Yuumi. But a lot of his ultimates have been incredibly clutch. He's been locking down numerous members every time we've seen a skirmish come through.
And I will say, you've got great Yumi targets, right? The LeBlanc is fantastic, the Zeri's fantastic, the Trundle is fantastic, even the Gnar, honestly, when he's in Mega Gnar, all great targets for a Yumi to sit on the shoulder of. So feels like a really good game for BLG to have that Yumi in their pocket. And, you know, I'm not a fan of Yumi as a champion, but at the end of the day, this is professional. Like, the team should be using the best champions they have available, and Yumi is in a real good spot in the meta right now, so definitely don't agree with them locking. Definitely don't disagree. Shouldn't have gone with the double negative. I agree with them locking it in.
You know, Munch, I agree with your disagreeing about the agreement, but Abel!
He's fine.
Very close.
Not even close.
Is able to get away. Icon not able to connect the chains once again, but Icon just creating so much pressure for Bin in the bot lane right now because Bin's off pushing. That turret's incredibly low. And I mean, this damage should be enough to guarantee that Bin gets that turret.
Yeah, Bin has space in the bottom side. In the meantime, Weiwei and Doggo should be able to clear out the mid lane as well. So no counter pressure from the side of OMG. Icon with space from the bottom side moving into the mid lane here. Cream might be found. Bin moving into the play as well. And BLG just not giving a single inch. They are trying to buy so much space for the team. But Cold's on the flank. The TP's coming in as well. Bin the target here as Abel looks for the resets, but Bin flashes on out. Icon low as well. Abel can't get any resets though. And Doggo is stacking that lightning up. Weiwei survives. Somehow BLG all surviving as Doggo charges on forward. Able to target the Cream. Oh, the Shuriken just shy as Doggo now starts to clean things up. He wants a bit of redemption as he charges forward with the zoomies. Shanji will fall. Another goes down. Aki first to move in.
Bin's here.
Bin's moving in from the side as well. Aki low on HP. Doggo goes back onto the play. Abel the target knocks him away and gets a double kill himself. Looks for Bin now as he jumps forward but goes down. Icon saves the play with his TP.
Team fights in the LPL are the most exciting in the world. The fact that BLG started with control, OMG were turning it around, and then BLG able to kite out the fight. Now gonna be able to take all these objectives. We're gonna go straight back, right? Exerting so much control with the threat from Icon that he's putting out. Doggo as well doesn't have to commit himself because the W dealing so much damage from a far range. But we see Cold come in from the back on the flank, TPs coming through. They're going to get a lot of damage off onto him, but the key thing is so many flashes up, right? Icon able to jump away, Bin having the hop as well, and then Weiwei the ultimate for security. And once they get out, I mean, the engage tools are now burnt for the side of BLG. Cream not able to land the Shuriken means that that kill doesn't follow up. And again, just the fact that the initial engage isn't able to pay off allows for the kite back, allows for Doggo to use the movement speed he's getting to utilize the Yumi and just run down the members of OMG.
Bin in the side of the fight, and then Icon sneaks around the back to finish the last two off. Beautifully done here, and BLG on the cusp here. 5,000 gold lead. Aki found. Will escape. Icon has to back away. I'm getting flashbacks to MSC with Knight on the LeBlanc alongside Yanja's Yumi right now because this Yumi LeBlanc combo is terrifying. Look at the items that Icon has as well. He's going to one-shot people.
Yeah, right now sitting just under 600 AP. Like, anytime Abel walks a little bit too far forward, 90% of his health bar is just going to instantly be gone. And BLG want to take advantage, forcing the Baron, but having Icon off to the flank. Sadly, now they know what he's doing.
Banshees is going to be gone. Lost Chapter used as well. Abel actually just 1v1's Icon. No, taken down. He tries it, but OMG cannot find it. Now 3v4 here as in goes Doggo to try and turn things around. Aki on the front line. Shanji in the middle of everyone, but he just doesn't have the damage. Crunched underfoot by Bin. A double for Doggo. And once again, BLG finding these fights.
And that was so weird. Like, Cream jumped onto Icon, which I feel like is what gave Abel the confidence to rocket jump over the wall. Instantly pieced out. And
Icon. Cream, he's going to be chained. No, Cream finds the solo kill. Icon too aggressive.
I was going to say, honestly, that's a little bit of overconfidence coming up from Icon. Icon really feeling himself after the skirmishes being won. At the end of the day, though, this will just be Baron going over to the side of BLG. It's going to take a second longer than, you know,
it needed. Accidentally reset for a second, but it's okay. It's okay. Waiting for Weiwei was the key play there.
Yeah, now for BLG, right? the fact that Weibo's coming up, they can already start making their way over to Dragon and try to posture long enough to prevent the members from OMG from just outright starting this. Need to be careful about the assassination potential able to come out from Cream. But still, Aki and Shanji a little bit ways away. BLG, though, still don't feel really confident just kind of staring in the face of OMG, which is fair.
And yeah, absolutely. OMG will be able to grab the Drake, crucially getting a bounty as well. So closing that gold difference a little bit. It's still 6,000 for BLG. It's still looking fantastic for them. And man, can we just take a second and appreciate how mental these team fights are? It's so scrappy. It's like lots and lots of 2v2s and 1v1s and any variants of those numbers in between. Feels incredibly exciting to watch, but also incredibly dangerous for both teams because they really are on a knife's edge.
Just what happened from game 1 to game 2? We're at 29 minutes with 30 kills
I
as
know.
compared to, the shenanigans we had in game 1. Like you're saying, a lot of it is just actually coming from the straight-up 5v5s, which makes sense when we look at OMG's comp and know that it wants to go in straight-up 5v5, and BLG as well. Like, BLG are confident in team fighting, just to be able to keep that distance, disengage the initial burst of damage coming through from OMG. And now with this Baron is where the composition will really shine. Just Icon weaving in and out, throwing his Q and E, trying to land a bit of damage, be able to get it to stick so you can finish off these turrets.
Shinji getting dived onto the tower here. Icon going for big damage. And remember, he has a Yumi. He has sustain, so he can afford to trade health bars because he'll get topped up once again by Chris Cole. Taking a bit of poke. Here we go. OMG into the play. Cream follows Icon, but Icon zips back out. Abel over the wall here, trying to take this down, trying to finish things off. Jumps onto Bin, but slammed into the wall. And that might just be curtains. BLG finishing OMG up. I don't know how they've done it, but BLG are alive and well and looking for playoffs.
I don't know how Icon survived there, but he did it. BLG's alive. BLG's playoff dreams are alive and well and going forward confidently.
Icon against his old squad as well had a series to remember here for BLG. What a performance, and I would say an upset, honestly, coming out. This is not the result I expected and not the BLG I expected, but my god, what a performance.
I love it much. Spicy playoffs race in tow. I don't know who's going to make it. We don't know what's going to happen. Again, really no crossover between any of these teams, but BLG now cementing themselves in a great position to be competitive with these other teams. I mean, going to be on the same amount of wins now as FPX and TT coming through. And let's remember, BLG now on 6, have 1 series left. It's against WE. WE haven't even picked up a win. Like, seriously, out of nowhere, BLG have put themselves in, like, a really serious potential, situation to be in playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, look, nobody below 7th. There are all the way up to 7th place. Teams are on 7 wins at maximum, is what I'm trying to say. BLG, with this win, will very likely finish on a 7-win mark as well. All they need is another team to finish on 7 wins with a worse game difference than Billy. Billy now on a -5 game difference. If they can 2-0 WE, they'll be on -3. So they need another team to go 7-9. And then have a worse game difference as well. And BLG makes it to playoffs. That is a very
Honestly,
possible scenario.
No, like, if you look at what should be expected, honestly, AL probably should finish at 7 wins. LNG probably should finish at 7 wins. FPX as well. Like, I'm almost positive 7 wins will probably be like that 9-10 spot of playoffs. And now for BLG, like, my God, it's going to come down to game difference. It might even come down to, like, head-to-heads. We're going the distance, and it's all thanks to Icon. It's all thanks to Icon coming in today and putting OMG in their place. And my God, LeBlanc Yumi, how annoying was that? The fact that he did not die at the end, like he had good plays, he outplayed it, but the fact that he had Chris right alongside him the whole time was what just made it possible.
Yeah, I just think, like, Icon was criticized as the new mid laner, right? Like, people did not believe in this roster change. People were questioning BLG when they decided to bring Icon into the fold. But then Icon is the player that just tips the balance and makes it so BLG really do have a real chance of making playoffs in the end. I genuinely can't believe what we've just seen. And that the form in which BLG did it as well. Because like you say, this was an incredibly bloodthirsty game. It wasn't exactly high octane right from the word go or anything like that, but a lot of kills coming out. Like, this was a hard-fought win for BLG, but a win nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like we saw a lot of what we expect from BLG. Like, there was nothing in terms of their playstyle, right? Like, again, Icon's performance, great. But in terms of how they played, like, it was still decently tempered. Way overall great performance in, like, abusing these things. But the fact that they can keep to their style, but find more consistency, level it up from what we were seeing earlier in the split, feels like good growth to me because it's natural growth. They didn't have to, like, go and force some, like, outrageous play style that could be hit or miss or could implode at any time. They're just sticking to what they know. They're sticking to what they're good at. Icon, I mean, LeBlanc is the champion I think of when I think of Icon. And just the way they played this game, I think utilized BLG's player strengths very well.
Yeah, they absolutely did. I mean, Doggo as well, having an amazing game for himself, right? The damage he was putting out during the fights. And I think a much needed good game here from Doggo after game number 1 as well. Like, quite a few mistakes there on the Sivir. Feel like this game on the Zuri much more convincing, and the chase down through the mid lane was just beautiful to witness as well, where he was just chasing the entire squad of OMG, just him and a little cat on his shoulder, shocking them all with lightning. Beautiful to see, and a great game here from BLG. And now we have to question, like, what is the future like for OMG? Because still very likely to make playoffs at this point. Like, they're already on 7 wins, so it feels like they will still make playoffs, but a win against V5, a loss against BLG. Where the hell do you put OMG in your power rankings right now? Because I just don't know how you can have a reasonable expectation of this team anymore.
Honestly, and again, their last games against IG, they're favorites against IG, no doubt, right? No doubt they're favorites. But that's very winnable for IG. IG are on a 3-series win streak. IG are on a bit of an upsurge. Yeah. Things clearly look a little bit better with Mole on the team as compared to when Uakai was on the roster. They're kind of shifting things up and not playing all around Shun. It feels like they're giving their laners, I'd say, more agency to try and be able to carry for themselves. And it has been working. So, I don't know. OMG are going to be in for a rough one. Especially, at least in that series, right? IG are going to be aggressive. So at least OMG will be at home with, like, the pace of the game that we're going to see. And that might be enough to nail it out. But I don't know. I don't know where I'd put OMG into the picture of other teams when, like you said earlier, I feel like our league right now is very dominated by J2G, TS, RNG. Yeah. And honestly, I'd kind of say that right now. Like, even V5, EDG, Weibo to me is kind of its, like, own tier of, like, who can fight for that, what should be expected fourth slot.
So I want to just mention something that's just dawned on me, right? If OMG loses to IG in 2-0 fashion, OMG will finish the split on 7 wins with a -4 game difference. If BLG can win the remainder of their games, they'll finish the split on 7 wins with a -3 game difference. If OMG gets 2-0'd by IG, BLG will be higher than them in the standings, assuming BLG also gets those wins. It's a very real possibility that this series literally puts BLG into playoffs over OMG if things pan out the way that I just said.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many possibilities and opportunities left between these teams. And oh my God, Munchables, what a surprise. We just heard in our ears who the MVP was. It was this, small, no name who doesn't do anything and isn't amazing at LeBlanc named Icon, I guess, maybe. Just kidding, Munch. It's Icon, who we love, who's amazing at LeBlanc. And, heard everyone saying disrespectful things about him, came and proved them wrong. You love to see it.
You do love to see it. Icon having a fantastic series for himself. We just need this consistently now. That's the big thing, honestly, for him. A player that has made it to Worlds multiple times in the past and would love to do it once again. I will say, shout out to Doggo as well. Doggo actually had a really good game for himself. I thought it was going to be a Doggo MVP here, to be quite honest. But ultimately, the LeBlanc, just so much poke damage, right? In these fights, in and out constantly, trying to burst people out, but then retreating, managing to survive no matter the situation.
Yeah, I mean, right, he was great on the LeBlanc. Now, I kind of want to follow through with that Doggo conversation because, right, we were highlighting the Sivir in draft, but I guess Cesari, for the ability to reposition, is what works for Doggo. When you have an AD carry who you know is going to play so aggressively, it felt like that did a lot for him.
Certainly did. And we're going to head over to Wendy once again for our final interview of the day. Let's talk to the solo kill king killer, Bin.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview, and now we have Beam from BLG with us. Definitely today's matchup is a very important one in chasing the seed of the playoff. So what are the preparations made by BLG for today's matchup? 那首先恭喜你们，今天非常漂亮，2-0拿下了比赛的胜利。第一个问题要问到的是，其实今天的这场对决对于决定季后赛的一个门票的争夺还是至关重要的嘛。所以说，可能在今天赛前你们有做哪些特别的准备吗？
今天来的话，就是目的就是想2-0吧，因为如果是2-1的话，可能季后赛后面的话会比较悬嘛，所以最好就是这场比赛和接下来的2场比赛，2场都是2-0的状态拿下的话，还是有机会进季后赛的，所以我们也是要打得很认真嘛。
So we really have a very serious mindset when getting into today's matchup because we really would like to have the win with a 2-0 scoreline. Because if we can get a 2-0 for both today's matchup and for the next matchup, we still got the chance to get into the playoff. So we really treat this matchup very seriously. And you guys really shown the super good performance. And in both games, BLG, you guys have shown us a lot of impressive team fights. So I'm very curious now, who is the match shot caller inside the team in those mid to late game team fights? 那在今天的比赛当中，你们也是为我们带来非常非常多波无比精彩的团战，所以比较好奇，可能在现在的 BLG 当中，特别是中后期的一些团战，一般是谁来进行指挥？你们是怎么来沟通的呢？
打团期间的话，其实我们是没有一个特定的指挥的，都是我们自己即兴发挥吧，然后好好操作自己该操作到的东西，然后就很好赢团战。
To be honest, we don't have a very particular smash shot caller in the mid to late game team fights. We would like to just focus on our own mechanics and use the mechanics to win the team fight. And yeah, the mechanics. And I want to talk a bit more about the team fight in game 2. Because we have seen a very intensive team fights from you guys really fight from the mid lane until all the way to the inhibitor tower of OMG, and definitely after that team fight, we feels like BLG almost secured the win for game 2. So tell us more about that team fight. What happened there? 那其实也想问一下，第2局的有一波团战，就是你们打得非常的激烈，直接在26分钟左右，你们是从中路一直打到了 OMG 的一个中路高地，然后呢，在那一波团战胜利之后，感觉你们有点胜券在握了，所以当时那一波是发生了什么呢？
那一波的话，其实就是对面要先手开我们吧，然后他们阵容也是一个比较好先手的阵容，所以我们要拉扯。就是把他们的第一波突进给拉扯掉，然后我们后续的话就我们要好好的去恶心一下对面，就是不要给对面能开到我们的距离，然后让我们可以打到他们。最后也是我TP后面，然后完成胜利吧。
So around that, because the opponent's team, they have a very engaged draft, so it's super easy for them to make the hard engage on us, and we try to kite a bit to try to avoid the opponents or the skill shots, and after that we can find a very good opportunity to try to fight back, and also we would like to have a very good distance, a very good angle to avoid their skill shots, and after that I can use my teleport to flank from behind to secure the win for that team fight. And definitely you guys have shown us a very good synergy, a very good teamwork, and we can see you guys have a better teamwork and better performance with this BLG. So what's your comments on the synergy of this team at this moment? 那现在我们也感觉到你们好像有一个更好的一个团队配合，包括说有更好的一些发挥嘛，所以说也想问一下，可能斌哥觉得现在这个 BLG 整体的一个配合是达到怎么样的一个程度呢？
那我的视角看的话，就是可能比之前要好吧，但是还是有一些不稳定的，因为我们有时候打团也会打得不好，有时候打得挺好的，但是也是希望我们就是更加稳定一点吧，然后拿下最后一场比赛的胜利，看能不能进季后赛。
I must say we got some improvements on our synergy, on our own performance, but we still have so many parts that we can improve on, like sometimes in the team fights we are still a bit messy and our condition is not that stable. So for this part, maybe we can do better in the future. And I really would like to get the win for the following matchup, and hopefully we can have a chance to get into the playoffs. And definitely best of luck for the following matchups. 那也是再次的恭喜你们，也希望你们接下来比赛能加油，也能顺利进入到季后赛。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thanks very much, Wendy, and Bin, of course, as well, for having a chat with us. Interesting to hear. Say that again.
I said I love Bin. The question where Wendy asked, so who shot calls mid-late game team fights? And the gist of his answer was, we like to use our mechanics to win mid-late game team fights. It's like, sick, you know? Watching
like,
BLG play all split.
These hands shot call, that's who.
That is very telling to how BLG have looked all split as well. Being very hit or miss.
Yeah, it's like if the players are performing, then they win games. Guess what? Everyone was performing today, that's for sure. Bin getting solo kills to the top side. Icon doing so much work across the course of the day, getting 2 MVPs. And BLG have done it. They've kept themselves alive. Let's look at our results as we round out a very fast day here. 2-2-0s. Not necessarily the results I was expecting. The first one for sure. 2-0 top esports. I don't think anyone was going against that. But BLG 2-0 over OMG here. A really impressive series and a much needed win. BLG keep their dreams alive, and suddenly they made everyone else in the standings start to sweat. Because if you take a look at those standings, my God, BLG climbing that ladder a little bit, and there are so many teams that could finish on 7 wins. Look, AL, LNG, OMG, TT, FPX, BLG, even IG technically could make it up to 7 wins. It is going to be an incredibly tight race for 10.
You know, funnily enough, the team with the best chance of differentiating themselves out of this pack is TT. Like, TT still have, I believe it's RA and up left on their schedule. Like, TT, highest chance of hitting 8 wins out of the teams left on the docket. And even then, right, it wouldn't surprise me if TT did drop one of those series. I mean, heck, LGD brought them to 3 games. So, like, if we have 7 through 10 all the way on 7 wins, like, that will just be so insane. But that would even set up an even more exciting playoff run, in my opinion, if like one of these teams made it past first round, but then made a deep run, or then made a run at least enough to get them into regionals and then qualify for Worlds.
Just stop for a second and consider who the round 2 opponents will be. It's likely Weibo and EDG, who have not looked massively on form more recently, so it's possible. It's possible for a deep run. We'll have to wait and see. RNG versus IG, an absolute classic in the LPL to kick us off tomorrow, followed by FPX and Weibo. Now, both of those teams, we've been talking about standings implications today. Both of those teams really want every win they can get.
I mean, right, both matchups, right? IG need the win, and then for the second series, Weibo wanting a better like seed into the playoffs, and FPX need to keep their playoff dreams alive. I love when we get this close to playoffs and every series has some interesting stakes, so then even, you know, however the game pans out in terms of your interest level, there's always something there to fight for.
There's always implications, yeah. You know, IG, they will have their work cut out. They're against RNG, who one of the best teams in the league right now. Like RNG
could be worse. They have Mole. They have Mole on the roster. Like, are you doubting Mole?
Not doubting Mole, more just he is against Xiaohu. Like, only one of those 2 players has won 3 MSIs, you know? Like, Mole has done... Like, I will say, Mole used to be on V5, so, you know, that's an accolade in of itself. But 3 MSIs, I put ever so slightly higher.
2020 summer, only, like, one of those players finished higher than the other. I'm just saying. And what matters? 3 MSIs, like, laid swapping between
2020 spring, one of those players finished a lot lower than the other. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, 2020 spring, one of those players played 5 roles. So,
and Nico and all of them. What a year. What a year. 2020 was really something special in the LPL, that is for sure.
Yep.
My goodness.
Yes, it was.
I'm excited for that matchup. I don't think it's going to be as IG favored as Lyric would have you believe, but we'll have to wait and see for ourselves. That's it from us. Thanks, Lyric, for joining me. Thank you for production putting the show together. But we will see you guys in chat tomorrow. And until then, we'll see you in Champs.